B42 stone axes. Generator could use a little bit of fuel. Just wondering where my fuel was. A bush grew on top of it. Food. Use some food. Let's eat these hot dogs today. Possibly some of the last hot dogs in Riverside. Now that is unexpected. A little congregation right next to our base. In the hands, one in the back. Let's do a little search through these woods just in case there's others in that part. This is where I do want to base up, right across from the gas station next to the river. So if there are any out here, I'd like to find them sooner rather than later. There usually are a lot of them up here next to the bait shop. But I think that is a variable thing now that the spawning system has been randomized. I'm gonna go ahead and head north a little bit before I head south, because, well, head south and east is where the gated community is. And that's going to be where the next large groups are, but there's always going to be some small groups up here. And there's a moderately large group inside the, in the junkyard. I'm not yet qualified to handle all three of these guys. Hopefully I was able to push. I can handle two at once, I think. As long as I don't have any other interference, I can do the 1-2. Still not really awake yet today. Did the usual weekend thing and slept in a little bit for once. I do recall doing a trunk check on that fire truck up there. Fast, medium, and slow. Very nice. We're at maintenance 7. Quick recap on our maintenance. We read the level 4 book, and then built all these axes. And not only did we get a lot of maintenance experience just for building the axes, we also are going to get a lot of maintenance experience using them up. Right, so the one that's in my hands is going to break any minute now, and then I switch to the one on my back, replace the one on my back, and just continue on like that until we've used them all up. Firefighter gear has holes in it, so I'm not going to bother with it. You cannot repair firefighter gear. Wait a minute. Didn't add anything for that, did they? No, they okay, so, Aramid thread. Aramid is, generic brand Kevlar. You can pick that, you can pick Aramid thread out of firefighter gear now. So yes, we are now collecting firefighter gear, all of it, even with holes in it. That is new, as of a very recent patch. I think 42.9 maybe, 42.8.1. I cannot remember exactly, but yeah, we are now collecting all firefighter gear, even if it has holes in it. That is a significant change for my meta because I don't. In the past, I would not typically collect firefighter gear if it had holes in it. I mean, even if it didn't have holes in it, there was a certain point where I was like, okay, I've got enough that I don't need anymore. But now I'm picking up all of it now. Oh, whoops. That was supposed to go in the trunk. axe down, first of many. Now, when you break a crude stone axe, you often get a flint flake that falls on the floor. It's sometimes the flake will still be intact. Usually it'll be pretty damaged, but it might sometimes be worth it to use it for a different sort of weapon craft, like the scythes. The flint scythes. Of course, if it's broken, I usually just leave it on the ground. Broke it over here. Yeah, see, the flint flake is still intact. It's got like 30% integrity, so I'm just gonna hold on to it and use it to craft something like a flint saw, maybe. Ooh, that's a pretty dark hat. That's almost a good match for mine. Ooh. Ooh! That's actually slightly darker than the Knox Distillery hat. It's a closer match for my sunglasses. I think we have a new main hat. I mean, I like the Knox Distillery one, but I'll hold on to that for now. Interesting. If I right-click on this bed, it just respawns the rest of it. Kind of funny how that happens. Washing myself up with toilet water. I won't drink it, but I will use it to wash parts. Why not? There's one house I can completely X off of the map. So, as a quick recap, if you're not familiar, I draw... This is just a map, small mod that lets you draw on the map freely. And I'm using the blue lines to indicate streets that I've fully patrolled to clear out all the zombies next to the street and in the houses nearby. So as you can see, I've cleared out a good chunk of Riverside. There's just South Riverside left, and then the gated community. That's where we're... Gated community is going to be a much bigger ground war. Right now, we're just kind of getting started with some small fries. We're warming up over here in on the north side of town. Got a lot of axes left to break, so we'll be doing that. Ah, there's some fools. What speeds are we looking at? There's a fast, a slow, and not even engaged yet. Ah, there's a couple behind the house. And in the house. Why did I miss that? Andy Stone, why did I miss that? That's how Barb got killed. I'm just gonna keep saying it. I'm never gonna not say it. A zombie got spilled over a fence, Barb took a swing, and she missed. And there went 104 hours of character development. Of course, I'll never not mention that I shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with, so... It's a double-edged sword. I get the feeling there's more than one back here. In those trees, most likely. What is that on the floor? I don't know. Oh, it's garbage. Get the tailoring stuff off of these corpses. Just drop it on the floor somewhere where I can see it. Because if I leave it back here, I'll never see it again. Just undergrowth. Kitchen knife for the metalworking, and a can of pepper, a shaker of pepper. Chalky milk. And there's a nice and small house taken care of. Ooh, a lighter in the trash. Glad I checked that. Nothing I don't already have, but I'll pick it up. That's a lot of crap in a box there. Ooh, okay. There's a little bit more in this house. I'm going to go ahead and do a loot dump in the trunk here. Start with the tailoring stuff I don't need. I'll just drop that on the floor here. That's a big lunch bag. This was a well-fed firefighter. Some of this food is still good. Trash is dumped. Okay. I'm going to take this truck back with me, so I'll just put the loot bag in the back of this. Take this truck as a fixer-upper so I can practice my mechanics fixing it up. So something notable that I'll mention, towing vehicles forward in Build 42 has been basically a meme for most of Build 42 so far. Like, if you want to tow anything, you're going to be towing it backwards, or you're not going to be towing it at all. Recently, with the ambulance, I have had some success. And success in this context is defined by the fact I managed to get the third gear while towing, going forward. That's extremely notable. In my experience thus far in Build 42, I have never been able to get to Gear 3 while towing forward. So, I don't know what they're doing with towing in the background, but whatever they're doing, it's very slowly getting not as bad as it used to be. That's the best I can say about it, really. Oh wow, the trunk of the truck is actually full. Okay. And I mentioned that because I'm actually going to tow the firefighter truck here forward as opposed to backward. Ooh, Welder Monthly. That is a magazine I do not yet have, I believe. – Hello there, Razio. Today we are starting out nice and slow, practicing our axes in North Riverside. Not very many zombies up here, just crossing a few houses off on the map. Nothing major. Huh. So I was saying before that towing vehicles forward has gotten better. That probably has to do with the fact that I was towing it on a road as opposed to a gravel road. The road definitely makes a difference. Looks like we got one fast to the south and idle to the north here. Both are fast, and then there's one around the corner. Too broke to buy a PC. It's unfortunate. Well, if you ever end up getting like a laptop, Zomboid is such a lightweight game that I was able to run it on a MacBook Air from 2017. Okay, when I say I was able to run it, I mean I was able to get a barely acceptable frame rate. It's what is it? I forget the exact model. It was a MacBook that was at least 2017, maybe 2016 or earlier. The government issued it to me, so it's not really for gaming, but I was able to game on it, so it's a pretty lightweight game. Don't gotta break the bank for it's nothing like some of those other PC games where you gotta build some super heavy rig just to play it at a halfway decent frame rate. Well, so that's a good question. I have no idea what a $450 laptop is going to mean, because it's possible that it doesn't have very good specs, but somebody priced it higher than it. That the price doesn't really tell you much these days. Is that $450 from 5 years ago or from now? Because those are going to be two very different laptops depending on the when you bought it. Generally speaking, I would say, a couple $100 for a laptop should probably be able. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. I'll tell you that much. It definitely doesn't hurt to try. The game's cheap, or wait for a sale on Steam, and it gets even cheaper. Whenever it comes to a game that I would want to play if I did not have access to a powerful PC, Zomboid would be my first choice. Strawberries. Give me those seeds. Now there is a bed with a pillow on it here. I'm going to mark this on the map. This is a place I can sleep in. Otherwise, I have looted that, so that's marked off. I'm actually going to mark off both this house and its shed. As you can see, we are making progress. Lots and lots of houses left to go, but that's not really the point. We're just kind of, turtling our way, getting warmed up for the day. We've got a lot of killing ahead of us. If I can come away from this North Riverside area with axe skill level 1, I'll be a happy man. Let's try to split this group up. Now, with that being said, I'm playing the game at 4K right now, and I'm using one of the best GPUs on the market from the previous generation, an RTX 4090. I still get frame rate drops if I zoom all the way out and I drive quickly with the van. So there are like certain conditions where you're going to have frame rate drops even with the best hardware on the market, just because the game is just that unoptimized. But you can recover a lot of frames by playing it at lower settings and stuff like that, so there's a little give and take on that. Oh, I would always pick a PC over a laptop if I had a choice. That's just because I'm a PC guy. I built this PC myself. I do it for fun. So, where is it? You're never gonna not give me an opportunity to talk about my computer. There's my part list. There it is. Not to say that this is what you need to do, but this is what I like to do. If I was going to go back and rebuild it now, I would just use a Ryzen 9950 X3D and a RTX 5090 instead of a 4090. So basically, just increase the cost is on that sheet. It's at the bottom. I paid a little bit more for the second GPU than I did for the first, just because I bought it a little bit after the first. Like, the GPU prices have never gone down, and they never will go down, because that's ridiculous. But yeah, it's about $6,400 for the whole rig when I built it. To be honest, if I had to go back and build it now with the same parts again, it would be more expensive, just because PC parts keep going up. If you're looking to save money, PC building is not going to be a fun hobby right now. Will it be better in the future? I don't know. That is an open question. I don't know if the part costs are ever going to go back down, relatively speaking, but they might stabilize after a while, so it's an open question, really. I see a book here. I need to check to see if I have this book. And I can do that by checking my Steam screenshots, because I took a screenshot of my book collection here. I actually need Fishing One. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Ooh, look at this. It's kind of hard to see. There's a generator right there. Yeah, I know. I mean, 99% of people would not want to spend that much on a computer. The only reason I did is because it's, I work from home. My job is in the tech sector. So it's like, this would be the equivalent of somebody buying a car so that they can get to their job, right? I work in the tech sector, so having a good PC is already good. And then I have just a million hobbies aside from gaming, so that's the only reason it really works out for me. If I did not have a job in the tech sector, like I used to work at a supermarket, if I was still working there, I would not have spent this much on a PC. Not in a million years. I honestly think you could build a decent PC for $700. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you another YouTube channel, Jay's 2 cents. I think that's how you pronounce it. this is the YouTuber I would look at if you want to build a PC on a budget.
Well, we're finally going to do the...
Yeah, this guy's got a lot of videos on building PCs on a budget, and he will tell you, well, I mean, you know, you'll have to look through his video log to find the best one, but he basically, he does hardware reviews, and he talks about the industry, but he'll also have videos once in a while on just building a PC on certain budgets, and yeah, that's who I would go to if I had to build a PC on a limited budget these days. Great guy, generally speaking. I would subscribe to him if I was if I wasn't already. Love him. So we got our generator there. Already broke another axe. I completely lost track of it. That is a yellow generator, by the way. That is a good generator. Yellow is the best. $10 a week. That's unfortunate. Well, regardless of where you live, PC can be a ticket to getting a decent line of work. Because I know that there's a lot of tech companies out there that would love to outsource their outsource certain parts of their workforce to other countries. So. Count as everything being looted? I might need to do a little more looting here. No, I already got this place. So let's hit these two houses, and then I can basically mark off this whole part of the map. Say there's no doors in here for them to be hitting. That's got to be the basement. Yep, that is the basement. Sounds like it's right next to me, but it's really this door, like on the other side of these bookshelves behind the wall. Key to a random vehicle here. is making peanut butter and jellies. Well, I don't, just brag about, money and stuff like that. I just, when it comes to PC purchases, I just kind of do them on a every couple of years basis. And usually when the time comes, and, there's a couple of sales going on, I like to buy parts during Black Friday. That's like late November at the very end of the month in that kind of area. That's when a lot of the best prices you'll find. Just keep a lot of money in savings. That's what I like to do. And then just only spend it if it's actually something that's gonna help you make more money, if that makes sense, right? So because I work in the tech sector and my job requires, good knowledge about computers and stuff like that, I can justify it as a business expense. If you can't, then maybe just set aside a little bit out of each paycheck. It's I would never set aside more than like 20% of each paycheck for something that's purely recreational, if that makes sense. Oh, the trunk is full. Okay, but that means we have looted every house to the north of my position from here. That was a very productive day, all things considered. I would generally say yes, although when it comes to the lower budget stuff, honestly, you're not going to notice that big of a difference. It's at the higher end of the budget that things kind of make it so that PCs are a little bit better, and that's just because PCs have better cooling systems, right? Laptops, because they're so tightly packed together, all the parts are in just a very small area. At higher performance areas, laptops start to fall off because they're thermal throttling all the time because there's not a lot of cooling options for such a small amount of real estate. Hey, look at that. Axe level 1. From the last zombie we killed. Perfect. But I am tired and hungry, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat this hot dog here. Ooh, this is a basement I've never seen before. We've got somebody got a game room in their basement. A couple of arcade machines, a retro, and a frickin' generator in their basement. No wonder this guy died. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. And my van is full, so I can't even load up on anything here. Jeez Louise, he's got a couple of light bars in his box here. Light bars are pretty rare. That's you use those to repair the ambulance lights and other stuff like that. So we've got car parts down here. This is a sewing wheel right here, or spinning wheel rather, to spin thread from wool or just wool. Yeah, wool or flax, but you know, flax. Flax is a meme. Man, this guy's got a million things. Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of factors to think about there when it comes to PC versus laptop. I'm the kind of guy who I never move, right? I've lived in the same apartment for years, and before that, I lived in the same house for like 20 years. So I don't have to move very often. So I don't have to like uproot all of my computers and stuff like that. So that's another factor. If you move around a lot, or you're expecting to move around a lot, then a laptop is a billion times more useful for you because you can just pick it up, take it with you wherever you go. Especially if you travel. Like, say you get a job and you like to travel a lot. Um, one of my buddies travels a lot for work. He's in a different country every week, and he would well, he's got both a PC and a laptop. But if he had to choose, he'd probably pick a laptop, just because it's something he can take with him everywhere. Yeah, so there's a generator. I need to keep this marked on the map. This is a great basement here, and I had already crossed off this house, so I need to draw like a. I'll just draw a B. Or I'll draw BS for basement. Otherwise, I actually do need to sleep. There's houses full of beds. I can just sleep right here. It's fine. I'm not... Well, I mean, I am kind of done with this area. If for no other reason than the fact that my van is full. I don't have room for any more loot. Go ahead and go back to the gas station. Oh no, I did not want to do that. I did not want to back up and bump the... Okay, we didn't lose any trunk, that's good. So if you ram another vehicle, or just anything with the back of your vehicle or the side, you can lose trunk space. Okay, see, this is what I expect to see happen when I'm towing. When I get to second gear, I start bottoming out. So, for some reason, some vehicles, you still gotta tow them backwards, it seems. It definitely has something to do with the tires on your vehicle and the one you're towing. Oh yeah, no. You'll never annoy me by getting me to talk about computers. Computers is something I'm quite passionate about. I would have honestly when I on my main channel, youtube.com/Sunderbraze, I posted a poll of my audience, asking them what I wanted to, you know, what kind of content does my audience actually want to see? Because my main channel, I did soundtrack extensions for the longest time, but I don't really want to do those anymore because of the copyright landscape on YouTube. But the other things that I'm good at that I know people would probably want to see are either like tech tutorials and PC gaming and stuff like that, or just video games in general. And it was like overwhelming in favor of video games. Like 80% of my audience was like video games instead of tech tutorials and stuff. But yeah, if it wasn't video games, it would be tech tutorials. Very passionate about that stuff. Now, I think I am full of loot in every single vehicle. that's something to think about. Let's replace our generator. Basically, all I'm doing is taking the red generator, picking it up, putting it somewhere else, and I'm gonna put the yellow generator that I just found in its place. Put this over here for future use. Take this lovely new thing I just found. Go up here and drop it in where we had the other one, because it was strategically placed here. This is going to actually finish off this gas can. Oops, just turn it on, yeah. Getting late, turn the lights on. So I have a separate generator for the gas pumps, because I don't need to have the gas pumps powered all the time. I just need the power on the gas pumps when I actually need to fill things up, like this can. And I'm actually gonna no, I'm not gonna put any gas in that truck I just recovered, because I want to fix it up. And in order to fix it up, you gotta be able to take things, you got to be able to pull a gas can out of it. Can't pull it out while it's full of fuel. Alright, new generator attached, full of fuel. Let's just fill this can up and then we will go to sleep. Just two mods. I will post their exact names. Just those two. This right here is simple stat bar. All it does is show your character's stats. None of this, well, 90% of this information would not be available to you without a mod, which I just find to be the stupidest thing ever. And then draw on the map is just what lets me freely draw on the map, like the shapes and stuff like that, that I otherwise would not be able to draw. The default game only lets you draw like these preset shapes, which, that's silly. Just let us freehand it. I would like to freehand it. Put this gas can back, get some sleep here. One of the reasons I'm only using, like, you know, really lightweight UI mods is because this is B42 unstable, and the unstable part of that is it's not an exaggeration. It is very unstable, and any mods you add on top of that is going to make it even less stable. So it is a good practice to try to, you know, if you're going to have any mods, keep it very light. If you ever want to submit bug reports for the game, like you see something going wrong, the devs will reject your bug report if there are any mods installed when you report it, right? So if you want to actually make a bug report, what you got to do is you got to take the mods out of the game, and then, you know, reproduce the bug without the mods, and then they'll accept your bug report. That's how you got to go about it. So that's why I always I have mods that I could very easily remove without causing any problems. That since it's just a UI mod. All this other crap I'm carrying around, I don't have anywhere to put it. That's, slight problem. Some of it I can put on the ground here, but this is my crafting area. So there's a lot of games that I would play, but right now what I'm trying to do is keep it centered around survival crafting games. So right now it's Project Zomboid, 7 Days to Die. Now there is another game that I play. It's not survival crafting. It's Darktide, and one of the reasons that I play that is because it is, it's half the reason that I survive as long in survival crafting games. Darktide is a game, it's just a horde shooter. It's like Left 4 Dead, but in the 40k universe. It is a very well designed game when it comes to audio cues. So if you spend a lot of time playing it, you'll start to get, like, I literally want to say it made me better at hearing things. Like, let's just say that right now, while I'm doing this, while I'm crafting here at my crafting station, if a zombie were to approach me from the west, from this direction, I would instantly hear it before it even came around the corner, and I would know exactly what direction it was coming from. And for half of the reason for that would be because Darktide just really conditioned me to listen for certain audio cues. And obviously I've identified the audio cues to listen for in Project Zomboid, and so I just, you know, it's a skill set, basically. It's a really good way to think about it. But yeah, other than that, I'm mostly doing survival crafting games. I thought about playing RimWorld. They just released a new DLC that I actually, well, I think I'm going to like it. I haven't gotten to it yet because it's one of the DLCs for you if you're doing a late game sort of thing. You can build a grab ship now. I do look forward to doing that, but it's going to be a long time before I can actually do that in the run I just started, so... But also, RimWorld is just, it's not really the kind of game that I would want to stream live because it's, the hell? I don't know why she just tried to open the window. The way I play it would not be very interesting for people to watch, so I'm probably not going to play RimWorld live. I have thought about playing Terra Invicta. It's a very niche title. That's something I would probably do once I had a bigger audience. Just because if I have a small audience, like, you know, right now I only have a couple of subs who generally like to join my streams whenever they can. And outside of that, I have a very small reach. Playing Terra Invicta, which is a very niche title, would not gain me any more followers, so it doesn't really make sense to do that. But if I had a lot of followers that would just be interested in watching whatever games I'm going to play, then absolutely Terra Invicta is in the future. Let's put all my books here. I do have room in this vehicle for more loot. Oh no, I don't. We've only been at this for an hour. My average stream duration is between 8 and 12 hours. So I've already went to sleep once, but once I go back to sleep again at 3:50 in game time, and then I wake up and there's another long day ahead of me. So I'm not. This stream won't be ending for another many hours. With that, I've got all but one of the fishing books now, so I just need fishing 4. Very nice, very nice. Fishing 4, welding 5, trapping 4. I've almost gotten to the point where I can just make a list of books and have that be more useful than a screenshot. Yeah, I'll just read this butchering book for a little bit, sleep again, and then tomorrow we've got a lot of axe work ahead of us. Oh, I never change the game in midstream. Sometimes I'll stream different games in the same day, but I will always I'll like separate it to a different stream. Um, I'm not the kind of guy who just like starts a stream and then just does whatever. Like that's your Asmongold type right there. So the I like to keep my streams focused on a specific thing. In this case, it'll be Zomboid today. Dismantle some electronics here. You know what? I shouldn't actually be doing that. Dismantling electronics right now is no good because I don't have the book read. What do I do with the rest of my sacks? Not in there. Not in there. Tell me I put them in one of these one of these trunks. Boy, that's gonna be difficult to track down. Ah, I got really lucky just now. I found the sacks. Okay. Oh, that means I got a couple of spots in this truck. I'm gonna go ahead and garbage bags from that one to that one. Right? No, I guess so. It's not a full trash bag I have room for, so I'll just put this, oh yeah, this one that's almost full. Just put everything but the animal bag in there. Let's see if that fits. Sorting loot is probably the least interesting thing in this game, but it's still very important. Okay, yeah, I cannot quite fit it like that. Extract some crafting ingredients. There we go. Now it is full. So one of the reasons that I am, one of the reasons I guess I should explain my storage system right now. There's no sorting loot just yet, except for what I'm immediately using, which is in my workstation area there. All of the stuff, all the trunks of these vehicles, all the trunks of these vehicles are filled with garbage bags of just, you know, ever so slightly sorted loot. So some of the garbage bags have names. Other than that, it's just loot. All the loot I've picked up across all these trucks. And when the time comes to actually start building my base, the base is just going to be right down the road there next to the river. So I can just basically start driving the trucks up to the base once I have a loot like a loot storage system established in the base. Until I have that system established, there's no point in doing anything other than keeping these vehicles together. Killing and looting. It's coming. Just going to get these sacks out of my inventory so that my inventory is clean, so actually that way I have a place to put all the loot, because, you know, if I don't have a place to put loot, there's not much of a point in looting. In both hands. Okay, that looks good. And then we just get some food. Remember, if this is boring, Project Zomboid might not be the game for you, because there's a lot of this. If you want your character to stay alive, you're going to be spending a lot of time just managing things. I guess I could... Yeah, I'll go ahead and cook up this egg stew. And after that, I don't have any more perishables to work with. This is a fryer that I stole from across the street. I should probably put something else in this stew. Let's just toss some, let's just toss another, little bit of butter in it. Something to spice it up. We'll call that an omelet stew. So once this is done cooking, we are out of here. There we go. Got ourselves a 30 stew. That's food for half the day. The other half we'll just drink milk. True. Very true. Generally with my streams, what I like to do is try to spread knowledge about lesser known things that you can do in the game. So we've already cleaned out all these houses up here. Directly to the south of it, we've got ourselves a... don't really care about that house. It's just got one zombie in it. What I really care about is the parking lot here. There's a lot of them in here, and I want to get this place cleaned out. I'm tired of looking at it. So I'm going to reorient the van here. Now, if I fight these guys just with the axe, it's going to be a very slow grind. But that's the point. I need to get axe skills built up. I may get to a point, though, where I want to switch to something where I can kill them even faster. So I got my mace for that when the time comes. I think I've had a peak concurrent of about 8 or 10 viewers. This is a really small channel, so it's never going to have impressive numbers, not for a long time. But this is going to be interesting. So I got 2 fast shamblers from the south. If I can kill this one before they get to me, I can. Okay. I'm going to switch back and forth. Left, right. Left, right. Remember, each time you hit a zombie, it is stunned for 1 second, so use that to your advantage. So we got 1 fast shambler and then 2 mediums. We'll try to get this fast shambler before the mediums get to me. Nice. Left, right. Left, right. Oh no. The most I have lived is coming up on about 16 months, I think. That was my character for 42 point. It was before 42.6, so I don't actually remember which character it was. Give me just a moment, and I'll show you a screenshot of my. See, after a certain point, what I do is I build my own base, and the amount of time it takes to do that is rather significant. So I am, while my character is eating this, I will show you a screenshot of, this is my 42.7 base. This is 2 days before the 1-year anniversary. So this is a character who survived for a whole year. 42.7 was back in May of this year. And this is basically what this is what I'm building towards right here. It takes a long time to get to that point. I think I can get to that point in that screenshot. I think I can get to that point long before the 1-year marker, now that I have learned more efficient ways to do certain things. But it will still take a lot of time. There's certain things you can take shortcuts to get to. There's other things that just, you can't, there's no shortcuts. Like this, when it comes to leveling axes, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just killing zombies with nothing but crude stone axes. There's no shortcut to that. Well, okay. There is technically a shortcut to leveling your weapon skills. It's really gamey, and I don't think it's going to be a thing for very much longer. I'm sure once the devs find out about it, they'll nerf it with the... In this game, you can raise animals, and rabbits are an option. Rabbits breed very fast. You can, if you just have make a small pen of rabbits, and you put a lot of food and water in there, and you just let them do their thing, you'll eventually come back and there'll be hundreds of rabbits there. In the game's current state, killing animals gives you as much experience as killing zombies. So you put 2 and 2 together on that, you can do some really evil stuff, like breeding hundreds of rabbits and making a sword and just going into the rabbit cage and killing the rabbits. There's another screenshot of one of my darker moments. This game can do some very, very dark stuff. I don't think that's... One of the reasons I don't do that all the time is because I don't think that's going to be a strategy that the devs are going to allow people to get away with much longer. Right? So I'm not going to, start relying on that. Scream as loud as I can. I'm not going to do that IRL. Oh, shit! Your character can. All you gotta do is hit Q. Okay, we've got a number of zombies coming in. I don't like this situation. I'm falling back a little bit, because I want this fast shambler to get to me first. Take care of him, and then deal with the medium over here. Okay, so I'm going to stage another axe on my back, because I already broke one and pulled it off my back, so now I got a backup axe ready when this one breaks. Something you can do if yelling doesn't capture enough zombies, I have in my field kit here in my house webbing, I have a whistle. I cannot equip that in my secondary because I'm currently wielding an axe in both hands. But if I had it equipped, I would be able to use it. I'll go ahead and use it once as a demonstration. But that's really something you can only do if your hands are free. So I'm just going to use the whistle and then put it away, and then deal with whoever is coming our way. I think that only pulled these two. So if whistling and yelling doesn't do the trick, there's a reason, well, there's actually many reasons that I use an ambulance as my primary vehicle. That's because it's got sirens on it. Hello there, Jen. As a quick recap for anybody joining us, we are cleaning out North Riverside, and we're using axes. Okay, there's 3. I'm bailing. I cannot handle more than 2 enemies at once when I'm using axes because my skill is too low. There we go. One of the biggest things that will get players killed in Project Zomboid is not knowing when to just turn around and gain some distance. Like, that is the single simplest thing anybody could ever do to survive in this game. Just stop fighting, back up a little bit, catch your breath, reassess the situation. That, just doing that as, like, muscle memory will make your survival rate skyrocket. Because the thing that gets the most players killed is just not knowing when to fall back. Not recognizing that there are too many zombies coming at you. If I just broke my axe, I get another one out. Left, right. Left, and right. Easy peasy. Now I could do a lot more than just left, right if I had short blunt, because that's where my power is. I'm a construction worker, so I have a +3 to short blunt. But I'm trying to level axes, so I cannot use short blunt. Speaking thereof, each time you break an axe, the flint gets left over on the floor, and it is broken, so I'm not going to bother with it. I'm going to demonstrate why I like the ambulance so much. I'm going to go back and grab the ambulance, because I need a replacement axe anyway. And I got a ton more axes in the ambulance. So the ambulance has the best engine power of all the heavy-duty vehicles. It's 490 horsepower at max integrity. But it also has... And it's also got pretty good storage. However, it also has this. And this is one of the loudest noises you can make in Project Zomboid. Get boring. You know what? This game can get incredibly boring if you don't set your own goals. What you got to do if you're playing Project Zomboid, you've got to set your own goals, because the game does not tell you what to do. So if you're relying on a game to tell you what to do, I would recommend 7 Days to Die. Also a very good survival zombie game, but if you require the game to tell you what to do, Zomboid, you're not going to have as much fun. Because Zomboid, you can do so many things, and there are so many ways to do things, that you're not forced to do it in any specific way. And what that can do is that can lead you into a state of mind where there's too many options, you have no idea what to do. So you got to think about what your goals are, and if there's not enough, make up some more. Like right now, my character's got 100 goals going on at once. She's collecting stuff for her base, but she's also on the lookout for good vehicles. She's on the lookout for pretty clothes that match her current gear, and other clothes that match future gear sets, so that she can look different if she wants to. A little bit of role-playing involved with that. Obviously, I'm not a woman in real life, but if I was, I would absolutely have certain tendencies. I would be the kind who has a massive shoe closet. I would have literally a shoe for every occasion, and then 5 shoes for special occasions. So you can see we actually, by using the siren just now, we attracted zombies from all over the place. Well, if you're bad at making plans, like I said, Zomboid, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you if you're not good at planning. You could definitely use this game as an avenue to learn how to plan better, if you're interested in that. If you are interested in learning how to plan better, this game directly rewards you for planning. So you can... Now, how do I deal with these assholes? There are 2 types of weapons that can poke through fences. And one of them I have on my belt is a knife. I can literally just poke this guy straight through the fence. Now I have no knife skills, so it takes like 50 hits, but it's fine. I'm more or less safe as long as nobody comes up from behind. But yeah, if you're not good at planning and you're not interested in becoming better at planning, then I don't know if Zomboid is the game for you, to be honest, because this game is, I like to think of it as a strategy game with tactical moments. That's how I like to think of Zomboid. It is not a horde shooter. If you're just interested in killing tons and tons of zombies, 7 Days is a great way to do it. Dark Tide is even better, because with Dark Tide, there's no investment. You just jump into a match, and there's a billion Nurgle-infested dudes you can just start killing them. Very highly recommended if you're just... Like, sometimes I'm in the mood to just play a game where it's nothing but killing, and I don't want to put a lot of brain power into the game, if that makes sense. So that's when I play Dark Tide. Like, I just fire it up, and there are thousands of people in front of me that I can just mow down with the gifts of the Emperor and whatnot. You know what? I'm going to be 100% honest with you. In the current copyright landscape, I don't think there is anything wrong with pirating. Ever. Well, okay, not ever. Like, if you can afford the software and you actually get a lot of use out of it, then I do think you have a moral responsibility to buy a legitimate copy at some point. But if you cannot afford it, and it's actually useful to you, you're developing skills, or you're making money, I don't think there's anything wrong with pirating in that case. Now, of course, I cannot just come out and say you should pirate. I can't do that on YouTube. But I can say that I see nothing wrong with it morally. Also, I cannot, can't talk about my own history with that, because that's not a good thing to talk about on YouTube, but there's a reason so many people pirate, and it's not just because they can't afford it. It's also because sometimes software just is not a fair deal. Like, sometimes if you buy software legitimately, sometimes it'll just still not work. It'll just disappear. And sometimes the pirated version is the only way to get it. And in that case, like I said, I see zero moral problems with pirating. Of course, I'm also talking about more than just video games in that regard. I'm talking about software like creative software and industry software and other stuff like that. I don't know if you've heard of the Stop Killing Games initiative, but that is it actually does have a lot to do with piracy, because the industry arguments against the initiative are going to be, there's going to be a lot of anti-piracy arguments being made by the games industry. Some publishers want the ability to just make their games completely inaccessible, just as like a point of principle. And one of the reasons for that is piracy related. They don't want people pirating a game and playing it when they've got a new game coming out or something like that. So my axe broke, and I forgot to have a replacement staged, so I had to switch to my backup weapon there. That was a bit of a... See, that right there is just a very small planning problem on my part. Like, I forgot to plan to have another axe ready on my back, so I was left in a situation where I had to fall back to something else. But I was prepared for it, because I had the foresight to always have a nightstick on my belt. If I hadn't, then I would have been in a slightly precarious situation just now. Just another example of being rewarded for planning. But I believe that is most of the zombies in the parking lot here, or the, whatchamacallit, this is like a junkyard. Right. Living in a country with sanctions on it has gotta really suck for business. The, whatchamacallit, foreign sanctions problem is, honestly, it's an attempt for one country to punish another. And all it really does is end up punishing the citizens. It doesn't do anything to the government. Like, I can almost guarantee you, regardless of what country you live in, if there are sanctions on it, it's probably because of something the government did. It probably has nothing to do with the citizens. And yet, the sanctions only really affect the citizens. So it's like, you know, it's not really accomplishing very much. Actually, you can make the argument that sanctions are stopping certain criminal organizations, but it's like, you know, there's other ways to do that without just devastating an entire country's economy. So that's using a sledgehammer to go after a fly right there. Now, since we have wiped out all the zombies in the area, and we have very large piles of corpses, that does unfortunately mean we got some work to do. Particularly disrobing corpses of their valuables. So we're going to be doing some less entertaining looting for a minute here. Basically, all I do is scroll through the list of zombies in these piles, and just drop I drop their wallets, any clothes that I want to use for myself or for tailoring, jewelry for scrapping and metalworking, anything that looks pretty too, like that dress. That was a very nice light blue, so I dropped it on the floor. Wallets and a leather coat. The leather coats I might be using sooner rather than later, but I don't have any storage capacity for them right now, so I just leave them on the floor. One of the reasons that you have to leave them on the floor is because zombies despawn, and if they despawn, everything on them is gone. So if you want to have a chance to actually use any of the loot on the zombies, you might as well just loot them or drop their stuff on the ground as soon as you've piled them up into corpse piles. That being said, there's only 3 major corpse piles in here, so I'm already halfway done. If the corpse piles were any bigger than these, I would actually be wearing a mask while doing this, because if you don't, you'll start to get sick pretty quickly from all the corpses. This is a t-shirt, and you see even the underwear. This is like a nice, pretty, like a desaturated wine, like almost like a primrose sort of color. So I'm leaving those on the floor. Those sneakers, they're black, so I'm leaving them on the floor. I've already got a pair of black sneakers, but if they get a hole in them, you can't fix them. So sneakers are in good colors are actually a commodity. A little backstory as to why I have to look for specific colors. When you first do your character creation in Project Zomboid, you can customize the colors of certain things. For example, this long sleeve t-shirt that I'm wearing is customized to match the forest camo military backpacks. But I can't like spawn with a custom color hoodie, for example. So that's always something I'm on the lookout for, a hoodie that matches my military camo stuff. So like this is like a dark red hoodie. Oh, and these sneakers are bright pink, so I'll leave those on the floor. Come back for them later. Digital watch, silver necklace, wallet. Rings, skirts, wallet, bread knife. You can dismantle that for steel. Okay, so we've look at all this loot right here, right? This is all stuff that we just pulled from zombies in this pile. So I will come back for that later when I have a place to put all of it. By pulling it off the zombies, all I've guaranteed is that it won't disappear when they do. Okay, and that's all the piles in this area. Oh, thank you. So, when it comes to RP, I would do it in a group setting, but I don't usually do it like for a very long period of time, right? Because I'm actually not good at keeping up with it. Like if I put myself in the headspace of a character, it's a temporary thing. I can't really maintain it. So that like what I'll do is sometimes I'll play I'll play Pathfinder. I'm playing Pathfinder with some of my friends. And I can put myself in the headspace of my Pathfinder character and keep it up for maybe an hour or two. But after an hour or two, it's kind of hard to maintain it. Like, it's kind of hard to keep myself in the space of another character. When I'm playing games like this, it's like it's a very quick thing. Like, I put myself in the headspace of my character for a short period of time, and then I can just fall back to being my normal self as sort of like I think of myself as a guide for my characters, if that makes sense. Like, in this Project Zomboid context, you know, the way I'm viewing them from a top-down sort of perspective, it makes a lot of sense to think of my characters as somebody that I'm trying to guide through the apocalypse. So it doesn't require me to put myself in a first-person perspective of the character, but I can kind of, you know, step in and think about how they would behave constantly. I do like role-playing because it helps me improve my writing capability. I've been writing a book for, geez Louise, more than a decade now, and it's coming down the home stretch in terms of being ready to publish. But I'm going to self-publish it. I'm not going to go through any sort of pre-existing publication or anything like that. I'm going to self-publish it. I'm going to contract an editor after I've finished the draft, which, coming up on the last part of, there's like 6 chapters left to do. Why am I tired at 1600 hours? That's a little bit silly. My character is tired at 1600, so I'm going to go ahead and sleep. Yeah, see, I genuinely do enjoy role-playing. It's just kind of hard to keep up with. That was perfect. That was perfect. I actually slept for 2 hours, and then I got woke up due to a nightmare. But from a strategic standpoint, that's great, because we got a couple hours of sleep, and we still have a lot of daylight to work with. I am now out of perishable food to eat, so I'm going to take from the freezer... I'm going to take from the freezer a... Wow, I've only got 4 more meals. Okay. Well, meal prep is in the not-too-distant future, then. Let's just have this... I'll take this roast with me. So we've only got a couple of in-game hours left before we get tired again. So I'm just going to... Wow, I left the van running after I went to sleep. That's silly. Okay, so that was a silly mistake on my part. I have a bad habit of leaving the van running. So we've already cleared out most of this area. We're on the lookout for respawns, but then we are generally proceeding in the direction of an area we haven't cleared yet, which will be beyond the hotel down here. See, I've already cleared the zombies from this area, which is why there are a bunch of pants on the floor. Like, you see that just random piles of clothes? That's because there used to be piles of zombie corpses there, but they've disappeared. So, again, that's why I always go through the effort of pulling things off of the corpses that I want to actually use. Alright, now here is an area we have not yet cleared. How do I want to play this? Approaching from the north is probably fine, so I'll go ahead and cut the engine here and push my way southward. I hate fighting from the south, so what I'm actually going to do is do a little yell over here and then run this direction and fight them from the from west to east. We got 1 fast shambler coming our way. 2 of them. Deal with them before the slow ones get to us. Left, right, left, right. Oops. Never get so tunnel vision that you're not checking over your shoulder. This guy's got a Hawaiian shirt. Hawaiian shirt is specifically... It's a shirt that has it covers a particular layer in your character's outfits. So I'm always on the lookout for a Hawaiian shirt. I spawned with one, so I'm not really too concerned about it, but different colors, other options, that sort of thing. So one of the things that you're seeing on screen all the time is my armor protection levels, right? So you can see my most protected right now is my lower body. That's because I've actually found a pair of leather pants. Leather pants have only a very small run speed modifier and no discomfort or anything else. And yet they provide 40% scratch protection and 20% bite protection. Like that's twice as much as jeans. And they also look pretty good. I mean, honestly, I look good. I like it. I really do. So I'm a big fan of leather pants. When it comes to the upper body, it's actually kind of hard to get protection without insulating yourself further, or without making massive trade-offs. So as of Build 42, the devs introduced armor, like just straight up armor. Like you could, if you get your metalworking to a high level, you can make a straight up medieval armor set. Like you can look like the Black Knight from Monty Python, and you'll fight about as well as he did too. Like it's a meme. Armor, as the devs have implemented it, is just a meme. If you wear it, you will have so much discomfort, so much combat speed modifier, so much run speed modifier, that you will be sacrificing way too much. Like, some people, I guess, they just can't handle not getting grabbed by zombies. In my personal opinion, your movement speed in this game is your greatest source of protection. Any of this protection from stuff that you're wearing is a fallback. Your movement and your spacing is more important than your armor by an order of magnitude. And so because of that, I am always on the lookout for stuff that provides protection without affecting my movement or my discomfort or anything like that. Stuff that is only discomfortable, you can just, use it during combat and then take it off afterwards. That's fine. I have a bicycle helmet for that, for example. It's a helmet that provides a lot of protection to the head, but it does not reduce your headgear. Can actually make it harder to see things in game. I would never wear that for a long period of time. But the bicycle helmet does not mess with that very much at all. So there are people on the second floor of that building, but I don't really care about that at the moment. I do want to get to these guys to the south, but I'm starting to get a little far afield from my van. I'm going to go back and bring the van up. And actually, I'm going to bring it up from a different angle. I'm going to go around the front of the hotel. Kill anybody around front here. I've already partially cleared out this crossroads area, but there's going to be more up this road here, and that's what I want to hit. Nice sky blue right there. So for my base, I haven't even gotten started building it yet, but I am constantly preparing to build it by gathering loot and keeping it in, I keep my loot. There's two things I do to keep my loot easy to transport. One, I keep it in trash bags. B42 has added so many ways of getting more trash bags. So I keep all my loot in trash bags, but then I also keep it, I store those trash bags full of loot in the trunks of vehicles that are just ready to move whenever I need to. So I've got a whole parking lot full of vehicles. There's level 2 axe. See, like right now, one of the reasons I'm leveling my axe skill is so that I can cut trees more effectively. And I need to cut trees more effectively to build my base. So it's like, you could say, theoretically, that I am working on my base right now. Like, everything you do in Zomboid, you can kind of stretch it as being a part of something else. So yeah, by training my axe skill, I make it so that I get less muscle strain and less exhaustion from cutting down trees. I like to get axe level 3 or 4 before I start going nuts with clearing trees so that I have building materials for my base. If you want to see what my base is going to eventually look like, this was my base from the 1 year point for my character back in 42.7. This is eventually something like what my base is going to look like. The workshop I probably will do slightly differently, because I found a few new ways to do it. The closet is probably going to be the exact same. This over here with the mannequins wearing my different military gear sets, that's going to be exactly the same. The conservatory with the musical instruments and the piano and whatnot, that's going to probably look a little different, because I didn't like how this turned out. The kitchen, probably going to look the same. I really like how I do my kitchens. I like the red aesthetic. I like how the flags match everything, and I like I like everything about my kitchen. My kitchen's going to be probably the same. So workshop will be slightly different, but the kitchen and the open air closet with all of my clothing storage. See, I have such a big clothing collection that I don't have a closet. I have a department store. Right. Yeah, thank you. The lighting effects that you saw, the red and purple, come from multiple different sources actually. So there's the color of the light itself, which you can find red. You can find red light bulbs. You can find purple light bulbs. But to accentuate that, there is violet carpeting that you can find, and there's red carpeting, red tiles, and there's just regular old paint. You can paint your walls purple and red to go with it, and put it all together, and it looks really good, especially at night. That was one of the reasons I took that screenshot when I did, because it was close to the 1 year marker. It was July 7th, and the 1 year anniversary of the apocalypse is July 9th. So I always start thinking about where I'm at for the 1 year marker when it comes to July of the next year, July 1994. I've hit that marker several times on a couple of my characters. One of the things I used to do is I used to build bases inside existing POIs, but I don't think I'll ever do that again in Build 42, because whenever the devs update the game, there's a chance of map tiles getting reset, and if you think about it, that's most likely to happen inside POIs, because the devs are changing things about the way they look, right? So if you want to maximize your chances of a base not getting harmed by an update in Build 42, your best chances is to build your own base really far away from anything the devs might be working on. See, at axe level 2, I'm starting to get those one-shot crits, and it feels real good. I always like that about axes. You'll just randomly get a crit, and it'll basically be a one-shot, because you're I wasn't actually prepared for that extra break. The crit multiplier for axes, for two-handed axes, is like 12 times. So you're pretty much going to get a one-shot when you get a crit with an axe. It's great. A lot of people like axes because of that. That is somebody in a bathroom. So it's another thing when I talk about my audio cue recognition and why it's so useful for me. That was the sound of somebody inside of a bathroom hitting a bathroom door. And I think I heard the sound of a door breaking, and now I hear him hitting a door again. So what they did is they broke through a bathroom door, and then they just started hitting another one. I'm trying to knock her down because I want to get my next axe out. Just back up a little bit here. Alright, there we go. Oh, yeah, I should probably back up real quick and explain why I just suddenly have a flashlight in front of me. I have Alice webbing. One of the first things I did was acquire a set of Alice webbing. It is, this right here is what stores in it, 'cause it's a loot storage container, but it's also a it gives you a couple of slots that you otherwise would never have. And in this case, I've got a knife on one side and a flashlight on the other. So even while I'm wielding a two-handed weapon like this axe, I can still have a flashlight. That's something you can't do. I don't think there's any other way. Yeah, there's no other way to actually have a flashlight out while you're wielding a two-handed weapon. The only way to do that is with Alice webbing. So I'm actually thirsty. So I'm gonna drink a cup of cow's milk while I'm standing on the zombie's chest. Can't get up while I'm standing on him, so now he's dead. Might as well do that before I forget about it. So I think he's in this downstairs bathroom, actually. Yeah. So I was correct when I thought I heard the sound of a door breaking, because this one right here is busted. Oops. There we go. Okay. Don't be too afraid of taking care of zombies on the other side of doors, but also always make sure that you know which door they're on the other side of. Don't ever lose track of that. I've had that happen to me before, and it's no fun. I think the second floor of this place is clear. I think by going upstairs and driving around or I haven't even gone upstairs, but just by driving around the area, I've gotten all of them to come downstairs. Not too much in the way of loot that I care about here. Yeah, I'm just gonna come back for all that later. Okay, so that's all of the doors unlocked for this place. This is where I like to go, come back to this place later on and steal some of the furniture for my bar whenever I build a bar in my base. A couple of hammers, I'll take those. As of build 42.6, I think it was, the devs added a mechanic where building with a hammer reduces its durability. So, before I can build my own hammers with blacksmithing, I like to stockpile hammers that I find out in the world. So while I might ignore a lot of other loot, if I see things like hammers, that's why I'll pick stuff like that up. Okay, this building is clear. Yeah, see, the bar of this place is great. It's got these really nice looking high mahogany cabinets with matching mahogany stools and these matching liquor cabinets as well. And the tables, the seating, it's all pretty and it matches. Matching is a very important thing for me if it isn't already obvious. Now, it is 2230 hours. This is actually normally when I like to go to sleep. I think I am going to go ahead and sleep in the hotel right here. Because the hotel, I believe I've cleared the perimeter. We've already cleared, all the roads around it. So the only zombies that would be left in this hotel would be inside the individual rooms. So I'm going to do a quick sweep and clear the rooms. And then when it comes to actually picking a room to sleep in, I always do the second floor. See, the fact that none of these windows has been broken, that tells me that most likely most of these hotel rooms are clear. Because if there were zombies inside, they most likely would have been woken up by me driving that really loud ambulance around right next to the building, and they would have just broken through the windows and come outside. Now, I did hear one of them, I heard some mouth breathing, so there is probably one. I want to say it's upstairs. And it will most likely be on this side. Still hear it, but I'm not seeing it just by looking through windows. So what that tells me is it's probably inside the room and not within view of a window. And it could be in one of the bathrooms. So actually we'll go ahead and sweep and clear bathrooms. This might be a zombie with hard of hearing. And those are really hard to deal with because they won't get activated by you just kind of, running around or driving around. So they're actually very dangerous because, if you don't hear them, then, yeah. This is the place where it's most likely to be based on auditory. It's gotta be this bathroom. Or it's downstairs. Maybe it was downstairs all along. See, one of the problems with Zomboid and many other games, very few games get this right. It's really hard to do echolocation on multiple levels. Many games will have it so that there's only like an ever so slight muffle when you're hearing something that's upstairs. Is this the place? I'm gonna hit this door because this room is locked. By hitting the door, it gives me a higher chance of waking up any zombies in the area. And that door is locked as well. Okay, you know what? I don't really care. Wait a minute. That's inside one of the rooms. My flashlight just ran out of battery. Let me replace that. I always carry around spare batteries these days, so no problem. Yeah, the sound I'm hearing is not loud enough to be outside one of these exterior doors. Yeah, there it is. It's inside this. Now, this doesn't account for the fact that we were hearing mouth breathers on the other side of the hotel. So this is not the one we were looking for. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So that means that at least I can say with very high confidence that this whole side of the hotel is clean. So I'm going to go ahead and get my pillow out of the ambulance here, and I'll leave it here permanently, because I have a billion other pillows stocked up elsewhere. Believe it or not, this hotel and other hotels in this game, you actually aren't going to find very many pillows there. There's no pillows on the beds. There's never any pillows in the closets. It's the stupidest thing ever, because what hotel would ever exist without pillows? I mean, like, sure, some hotels don't have enough pillows and you gotta call room service to get more of them, but still, it's like, not even the room service has pillows in this place. So, I sleep. I probably should mention I'm a restless sleeper. That's a negative trait. While the game calls it a negative trait, it's not really a negative trait once you learn how to live with it. As with most traits, there are some traits that I will argue fundamentally are negative. Like hemophobia. A lot of people like it because they're like, oh, just wash your character if she gets bloody or whatever. And it's like, you're not really factoring in how devastating that is to your action economy. Action economy in this specific context meaning what you're allowed to spend your time doing. If you take a character who gets stressed when they're bloody, you have to constantly wash yourself, otherwise you will constantly be at peak stress. If you remain at peak stress for too long, you get depressed. You stop doing your maximal amount of damage. So in order to stay ahead of that, it's a very taxing thing to wash yourself. It takes a long time to wash all of your clothes. Takes just as long to wash your character completely. Okay, so we've already checked the other room with the bathroom. Let's check in this bathroom now. Okay, it's not in either of the bathrooms. That zombie is definitively downstairs. If I'm wrong about that, then I'm gonna feel very insecure about my about my echolocation skills after talking all that mad shit. Oh, that's got to be in this bathroom. It sounds very close to the right side. Yeah. Come on, open the door. There we go. See? He wasn't even hitting the door. He was just standing there like an asshole. those are some of the most dangerous zombies in the game. The ones that just stand there like an asshole and they don't start hitting the nearest door. I'll talk shit about zombies just, hitting nearby doors for no reason. But the ones that hit doors because they're in the way, like they should, those, I'm never going to complain about that, because that's how you know where they are. Alright, let's start fighting these guys over here. We've got about another in-game hour before I like to sleep again. Restless sleeper means you're just going to go to sleep at night. You're going to wake up in the middle of the night, guaranteed. Just screw around a little bit in the middle of the night, and then go back to sleep by, I like to do 4 a.m., personally. Depending on your circadian rhythm and what feels good for your character, you can do something different. Maintenance, level 8. That actually means that I'm ready to read the next maintenance book. So that's something that I need to do once I get back to base, is pick up the Maintenance 5 book. Okay, there are still some groups to kill here. I'm going to go ahead and head back to the bed, because it is going to be 3:50 by the time I get there. So some of the other minor traits that I have that's making it easier to fight at night like this is I got cat's eyes. It makes it so that you can see a little bit better in the dark. And I've got wakeful. Wakeful just means that you can get by with less sleep. So by being a restless sleeper and having to sleep a little bit, or having my sleep interrupted all the time, that is cushioned by the fact that I don't need as much sleep. There we go. So I leave the pillow there, and then I will just need to remember to replace the pillow in my van. Okay, let's continue some killing. I would like to have all of North Riverside done before I shift gears to work on some other tasks. You know what? I'm going to be real with you. Maintenance is just such a really important skill that I should probably just read the books. This won't take too long because I can fast forward while I'm reading it. But I'm going to go ahead and read the maintenance books, or the last of the maintenance books, Maintenance 5. I'm just going to read the whole thing. And what that'll also do is that'll probably fast forward through this rainstorm as well, so I don't have to worry about fighting in the rain. It's not hard to fight in the rain, if I can avoid it, I will. Put this axe on my back, and grab Maintenance 5. And let's just, you can actually, the devs added it so you can wash yourself with, you can use puddles to wash yourself. It's actually kind of funny. So I don't have to be too, bloody while I'm sitting there reading the book. There's never going to be enough water in a puddle to wash your clothes, but you can wash your person. Here's my chair. Didn't I bring a couch in here? No, I didn't bring a couch in here. So I'm just gonna. I have some cups of milk to drink when I get hungry. So read the book and fast forward. I took a I took a trait called slow reader. It makes it so that it takes a long time to read a book, but it is worth it because I don't usually read books until I get to the point where I can afford to spend a lot of time just reading books. I've basically settled into a gameplay flow where that particular negative trait does not really impact me. I got all the time in the world. So I'll just read until I get hungry again. So here's an example of what I use the stat bar for, to make the game more sensible for me in the long term. Right now I'm down to 80 hunger, so that means I can eat something that reduces my hunger by 20. I can eat the rest of this roast, and that will bring me all the way back up to 100% hunger capacity. Just enables me to get the most out of the food that I'm eating. Looks like we got a hurricane, or at least a thunderstorm. Now, one thing that I'm sort of taking advantage of that's probably not going to be a thing for much longer is the fact that right now milk doesn't spoil in this game. So I can just carry around a glass, multiple cups of milk in my backpack, and it'll never go bad. I'm sure that the devs are eventually going to come up with something to nerf that. They'll make it so you got to refrigerate the milk. I really hope that when they finally do that, they will make it so that you can pasteurize the milk. It's not too hard to pasteurize milk. You just got to have like an oven or something that you can control the temperature of it. And that should make it so that it has a longer shelf life. And then beyond that, you can just freeze it. Worst case scenario, I will eventually just transition to a diet of eggs and butter. I mean, it's really simplistic, but it will keep you healthy. Minus until the devs add cholesterol and heart attacks, then it won't be so healthy. But until then... I like how my character can just sleep like a baby when there's thunder and lightning right next to the window there. Almost done with this book. Should be done with it by tomorrow morning. Actually, it's going to finish right on time here. Yep. So it's 3:30, and I like to sleep at 4, so we timed that perfectly right there. Just do a little bit of inventory maintenance until it's bedtime here. Now, assuming the storm is still going on tomorrow morning, that's fine. We'll just fight in the storm. It's no worries. We'll just have to bring a couple of towels with us. If you let your character stay wet for too long, you can get sick. And I'm actually going to, I'm going to put some pots on the ground out here. These will, they'll fill up with rainwater. So I don't have to worry about running down to the river to get some more water. Actually, there's probably a couple of buckets I can fill up too. Take a quick look for empty buckets. It takes a lot of time to fill something with water at the river, so by just taking some buckets and tossing them on the ground while it's storming and there's a lot of free water, saved myself a lot of time. Empty buckets. So you can kind of see why I need to eventually have a base where I can sort all of this loot, because man, it is all over the place as is, and I have no idea where things are. I just generally know that I have things, and if I scroll through the bags long enough, I'll find it. That's my current loot sorting system. See, I know I have buckets randomly scattered throughout these bags, so I just scroll through all of my bags till I have all the buckets. The Project Zomboid equivalent of doom scrolling. I need to keep track of this mop because I need to go back up to the animal farm soonish and clean the chicken coop. Otherwise, the chickens will eventually die. A note about keeping chickens in this game is you have to clean the chicken coop every once in a while. Otherwise, the chickens will literally sleep in their own filth until they die. This is actually a realistic thing that chickens will do. If you give them a coop to sleep in, they'll sleep in it, and they'll also poop in it, and they'll sleep in their own poop until they get sick and die. They are that stupid. So that is a thing that Zomboid is reflected that is quite realistic, unfortunately. Okay, that is all of the buckets throughout all of my loot sources. That's 10 buckets, that's pretty good. So all I gotta do now is throw them on the ground, and the rain will fill them up most of the way, if not all the way. Just depending on how much longer this storm goes on for. 4, 5, 6 buckets, and then 8 buckets. I just picked up randomly. And now we sleep again. A little midnight activity there. So that is, the rain is coming down so hard that when I wake up, those buckets will probably be full. Yeah, they're all full already. That is 100 liters of water I just acquired. It's tainted, but all I gotta do is stick it in the barbecue here and boil it. You can stick an entire bucket of water onto a fire, like a campfire, and boil it now. That is new as of build 42. But yeah, it's still raining just a little too hard for me to want to go out and fight zombies, because my visibility is going to be severely reduced. So I'm actually going to go ahead and go up to the farm, clean the chicken coop, kill any zombies that have respawned up there, and then come back here, and hopefully the storm will be lightened up a little bit by then. If it hasn't, then, well, that sucks. We'll figure out something to do. We will be productive. We won't let the weather stop us. Okay, I got my mop. That is what I need. And I need to get one of these buckets of water, because you need mop and water. And I also have a bag of animal feed. I'm going to toss that up to the animals as well. Normally I would not be so cavalier about driving so fast in the middle of a storm, because it's a little bit harder to see and then brake when zombies are ahead of you, but I have cleared this, I've cleared these roads very well. So I am quite confident that we're not going to come across a random zombie. Doesn't mean we won't, but I'm confident. So, for anyone just joining, a little recap on our strategy here. We've got a temporary base location put together in the gas station, but we can't store animals there. Now, I see my cows running. Why would my cows be running? The only reason they could possibly be running would be zombies. And look at that, there's a couple zombies. I'm just gonna go kill them all now, because they are pissing off my cows. I do not feel like wasting time, so I'm going to go ahead and use my most powerful weapon, the old short blunt mace here. One shot, one shot. One shot. One shot. I love it. It's beautiful. I'm short blunt 7, and the mace is actually the best weapon in the game. It's just that I'm using a stone mace, so its durability is lower than the metal mace. The damage is actually the same. And I'm taking all the loot off of these corpses, because if I leave it on the ground out here, I'll never see it again. Look at that, more respawns. You guys are pissing off my cows. Get out of my reality. So definitely not always a one-shot, but I was a lot faster than the axe. Because I got things to do. That's actually my backpack full right there. Let's, so I have 2 other backpacks. I'll just put one in my side, my secondary hand here. Okay, the bull is still in there. How is the food level? So you with animals, you right-click on the zone and you can see stats on the food and the water. So these guys, they got 100,000 liters of, or 100 liters of water. Sorry, it's in milliliters, so. They have 10 units of food. Now, I don't know what 10 units of food actually means, but I've generally extrapolated that 1 unit of food is, like, good for a little while. So they are still, generally speaking, good for a little while on food. They have been eating out of animal feed bags so far here. Now, when an animal feed bag gets used up, it leaves a sack behind. And that's a sack that I can use for other things like gravel and whatnot, so I am constantly checking their, to see if they've emptied any feed sacks. Oh, hello. I just barely heard that. Let's see if there's more. More of these. Yeah, look at that. We got a vagrant over here. Screw you. Alright. I think that's my... Okay, so one of the things I gotta do now is make sure that none of my cows bolted out of the zone. Because if they did... Yeah, see, look at that. The ram and these 2 cows down here, they're outside the zone. If they're outside the zone, then they're not getting the food and water from the zone. So I need to get them back into the zone. For that, I'm going to need rope. I believe I have some rope stored in the shed up north. Oh, come on now, where's the empty sack? There we go, empty sacks. Okay. That is good. And I'll just put the sack that I just brought up with me, the animal feed bag, rather, into this one. And so by putting a single bag of animal feed, the quote-unquote available food in this zone went from 10 to 20. So I guess I can say that a single animal feed bag is worth 10 as long as it's full. So there we go. I actually learned something there. I still don't know exactly what a unit of food means because, you know, does it mean like what, one day for a single animal? Not at all, because I have like, I don't know, a dozen cows in this field, and at its peak it was like at, I don't know, 20 food. And we're on day 40 plus, so that's not how it works. So I genuinely have no idea how it works right now. It probably differs based on what animal it is, too. Now, I'm going to try a little trick here. So, if your animals trust you, when you yell at them, they'll actually come to you. If they don't trust you, when you yell at them, they'll run away. So I'm gonna try this. Look at that. They ran away, but they ran straight into the zone. So I don't have to go get rope and pull them into the zone. Now, if they actually trusted me and they came to me instead of running away, then I would just, you know, run back into the zone and yell at them to come over there. Animals build up trust as you spend more time with them. I haven't spent a lot of time with these folks because I'm constantly out and about, but eventually I will spend a lot of time with them just by the fact that the animal pen will be right next to my base when I build it, so that's a long-term thing right there. drop this some of these clothing items I picked up. Come back for them later when I do tailoring. I think I've already looted all the zombies here, but I'm going to double check. Yes. Yeah, they're already all taken care of. Now that should be all the zombies that have respawned in this area, because I've already handled the north area. There were recent respawns over here. So up further north here is the chicken coop. There's going to be a lot of eggs up here. Look at that. They just when the coop is full, they just lay eggs straight on the ground. So we got a lot of eggs to sort through. Hello, jump the fence, please. Thank you. First things first, though, we came up here to do some mopping. So we got one of those buckets of water that we filled up, and we got our mop, and we are going to mop this filthy, filthy chicken hutch. Yeah, see, it says at the bottom, dirtiness 100%. So I hit the clean button and fast forward a little bit, because that takes a while. There we go. So right now, there's really actually no reason for the chickens to have a hutch, because they there's no the predator mechanic that makes the chickens get eaten by predators randomly. It's not turned on by default, and I play on default settings, so that is not currently something I have to worry about. That said, the devs put it in the game for a reason, so I have a feeling it will be the default in the future. So currently the optimal strategy is to just build a interior chicken coop, like just a room in your base dedicated for the chickens, and then just put food and water in there for them. That will probably, I hope, continue to be an optimal strategy, even when the predator mechanic is implemented, because how are predators going to break into your base? In 7 Days to Die, you'll sometimes see like a fox or a rattlesnake try to break into your base, but they're going to be standing there hitting the door for an eternity before they ever get in. So I'm not expecting that to be a problem. See, it's also a lot faster to just pick the eggs up off the ground than it is to right-click and take them out of the hutch. So all in all, that's 113 eggs that we've picked up. I haven't harvested the eggs from this chicken zone since I first got access to this area. So I guess that tracks. How many chickens do we got? We got that's 4 chickens. And we're on day, like, I don't know, we're coming up on day 50, I think. So, yeah, that tracks. 4 chickens, 113 eggs over the course of 50 days. That makes sense. What do I want to do about that, though? I want to drop that, put that in there. I need a table to put these eggs into a, oh, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to leave the mopping bucket here. I'm just going to leave the mopping bucket here, because I'm probably going to need to clean that coop 1 or 2 more times before I have a place in my base built for the chickens. So I'll just leave that mopping bucket here. It'll fill the rest of the way up with rainwater. This house is burnt out, so it might not have a table. Or just any sort of surface. It's got a single couch. I can't craft on that, though. I think the bed counts as a crafting surface, actually. It does. Hell yeah. So I'm using the bed as a crafting surface to make egg cartons out of all the eggs. That is 9 fresh egg cartons. So if I were, like, let's just say that milk spoiled, and I needed a way to feed myself easily, I would just be making butter omelets constantly, because I can milk the cows for fresh milk, I can churn the milk into butter. Butter doesn't really expire. And the eggs take a long time to expire, so I would just be using eggs and milk to make just, you know, omelets constantly. That would keep my, that would keep both my weight and my hunger pretty much taken care of indefinitely. Alright, chickens are taken care of, and the cows are sorted out. Nobody's outside of their zones, as far as I can tell. You know, I think my sheep are ready to be sheared. At least one of them are. I was looking at that East Frisian ewe. She looks like she was ready to be sheared. Is it East Frisian? So this is a Rambouillet ram. Why are you running? Why are you running? No, seriously, why is she running? Usually they only run if you yell at them or if, I don't know. I didn't see any zombies in the area. I'm going to pet her. Maybe she's stressed. You are a good cow. You do not need to be stressed. Yes, you can pet the animals in this game. So, yeah, so it is a Rambouillet. It is, the difference is Rambouillets produce a lot of wool. There's generally, I think there's 3 breeds of each animal type you're looking at. The 3 breeds of cows, the one that produces the most milk is the black and white one. That's a Holstein cow. Do I have shears? Tell me I had the foresight to leave a pair of shears. I did. Yes. Past me has done future me a favor and left a set of shears up here. Oh, so it's also coming up on September. September is early wheat planting. So I need to start thinking about wheat seeds. And just other fall plants. So I got wheat sheaves in the whatchamacallit, the shed here. Whole bunch of wheat sheaves. So what I'm going to do with those is thresh them. I think there's a corn you can make to make this easier, but for now I'm just going to thresh it by hand, and this will take a minute. I'll just fast forward through it. And what does it mean to thresh grain? You're literally just hitting it on the ground until you can get the seed out of it. So there's 18 wheat seeds from all that wheat we just picked up, and an empty sack, so we got more sacks to work with. Please down for more sacks. So we got our sheep shears. The shears will get us wool, and then we can use the spinning wheel, like one of the ones we saw in the basement there. You can use a spinning wheel to spin that in thread or just yarn, and that's tailoring stuff right there. So I think only the ewe has actually produced any amount of wool to work with. I think the ram is holding out on us. We got 8 pieces of wool. So right now the ratio is just 1-to-1. So that's either 8 spools of thread or 8 balls of yarn. And these guys are set for food and water for a while, so I'm good to go now. Just leave behind my shears here. I'll just go ahead and collect the rest of the seeds that are here while I'm here, so that I can centralize them. I've been working on centralizing all my seeds. Most of the planting in this game happens in April, May. March, April, May is when you're, I would say like 80% of the seeds that you plant will be in those 3 months. There's a select amount of stuff you can plant during the fall season. And basically it just grows over the winter. Winter wheat is the most useful. Flax. So flax used to be broken. They recently fixed it, but I have not had a character go a full year since they fixed it. So I actually have never fully harvested flax in this game. Not yet. That is, I'm looking forward to it, because flax will get you bolts of cloth, stuff like that. I probably would have had a flax harvest if Barb the Builder hadn't passed away. F's in the chat, boys. R.I.P. Barbara Butters. She died January of 1994, I think it was, so she had made it quite a few months. I don't remember the exact amount of in-game time. I just remember that it was 104 hours that I'd spent on her when she met her match. Okay, no, I do want to keep the shears here. Why did I not put those in there? Shears and the flushing tool can stay here. Everything else I'll go ahead and take with me. The spade needs to be fixed. The handle is about to break. Just go ahead and break it. If you're not familiar with the new maintenance mechanic, Build 42 has introduced a thing where sometimes something will be broken, but it'll just be the handle of the weapon. You can just build a new handle for it and continue using it. So in this case, that shovel had a busted handle, so I just went ahead and preemptively broke it. Since I am coming up on early planting season for the wheat, I'll go ahead and take these bags of fertilizer with me. Fertilizer will make things grow faster. Actually, I don't want it to grow faster, but I'll take it with me anyway. Wire, hand fork, yeah, all the rest of that can stay here. Barrels are really lightweight, so you can pick them up, take them with you easily. You turn barrels into charcoal burning bins for burning charcoal. And you use charcoal for your forges when you do metalworking or pottery or anything like that. Oh, look at that. I did see another zombie. Should have known that we're not done with clearing these guys out yet. I see nobody else. Doesn't necessarily mean there is nobody else, but I don't see anybody else, so... Oh, you know what? I think that Cemental up there is outside of his zone. Oh no, he's just at the corner of it. Good. Because if he goes outside of his zone, then he'll eventually dehydrate, because he'll forget that there's the trough there. So we want him to stay in that zone for a little while. We can't just put him in the zone with the other cows, because if you have two bulls in a zone, they'll kill each other. So the bulls got to be kept separate. I got another Holstein bull up to the north here, and this Angus bull down to the south here, and then the Summit all the way over that way. Oh, you know what? That's my last cup of cow milk. I should actually probably milk the cows while I'm here. They're right in front of me, and there's no reason not to. Put my backpack in the trunk. That other bucket I left on the floor barely has any water in it. I'll just use that as a thing to milk the cows into. Empty out the water. Put the bucket in my hand. Let's do some milking. The Holstein cows produce so much milk that a single pregnant Holstein cow will probably fill this entire bucket. And if she doesn't, there's another one right there. I haven't given my cows names yet. I actually plan on doing that once I start transporting them into my base. Yeah, so that was almost a full bucket. 8.5 liters from that one cow. And then this one will definitely top us off. Yep. And now I pet my cows, because my cows are good cows. Ah, look at this. We're starting to see saplings. So this right here, this is a sapling. I hate saplings. I hate them so much. They are, they slow you down just as much as bushes, but they're much harder to get rid of than bushes. You have to use an axe. Can't use a knife. It makes me mad. Alright, there's a bucket filled up. just going to fill up my fountain cups. One of the reasons I use fountain cups is because they're extremely lightweight. They only weigh 0.1 when they're empty. And when you fill them up with a container of liquid, 300 milliliters of cow's milk is exactly enough to fill me up of my hunger when I get hungry. It does not help me put on weight very much, but it helps me keep my proteins manageable. There we go. Yes, I agree. Moo indeed. Alright, we're out of here. That animal trailer right there is how I will eventually transport the cows. That said, I have so many cows this run, I might eventually do I might just walk them by foot. Because if I clear enough zombies, then there's no reason not to just do a... You know, because you can rope up like 10 of them at once and then just walk them with you. I don't actually know what the limit is on how many animals you can rope at the same time. I've never tried doing more than like 2 or 3. I know your movement speed gets decreased significantly when it's like free, but I mean I'm not like in a particular rush. As long as I've gotten all the zombies killed that would be in my way, like these assholes here. Pretty green. It's a pretty purple shirt, too. At least these zombies have a good sense of fashion. Even if they're zombies. You know, if there's some there... yeah, look at that. Look at that. Need to do a perimeter check around my own base. I think this will be the 3rd time I've cleared out this particular cul-de-sac. And it will not be the last, not by a long shot. This is a place where they love to respawn. See this pile of pants on the floor? I'm about to add more pants to it. Damn it. Get back in the pile, would ya? That was a mistake. Just pull him over here. There we go. Trying to get that push distance memorized again. I think the south part of that is clear. These trees are a troublesome spot, because they can spawn in between them and they're hard to see. Oh, it's a bag full of crude stone axes here. Forgot that I had that. I can toss that into the trunk of my ambulance. There are some times where I will do things in this game as a plan for the future, and then just completely forget that I did it. And then when I see what I did in the past, I'm like, oh hey, look at that. Past me did my future me a favor. I do that in real life sometimes too. So we started this stream with 32 axes in our trunk. We broke 10 of them, and then we found a bag full of 10. Now we're back at the 32 axes in our trunk. The cycle continues. We got a lot more zombies to kill. We haven't even touched South Riverside yet. That is probably what we'll do tomorrow. Kill these stupid bushes. I hate bushes. They will continue to grow until, I think, December. So we've got a couple of months of bush growth to deal with. So there is this gas can right here on the shelf is a can of water. I can right-click on it as if it was a sink and fill containers with it. I can do the same with this bucket of milk. What did I do with that? It's in the trunk of the... So I go back to the van in a second and get the bucket of milk out of the trunk. I will probably actually move the milk to a gas can so that I can stick the bucket outside and let it fill up. Gas cans have the same storage capacity as buckets, but they do not fill up if you toss them outside. Another wheat sheaf to dismantle here. Let's thresh it. Where's my thresh grain? There you are. Egg cartons go into the fridge here. Ones that are already going stale, I'm going to pull out of the freezer and replace them with fresh ones. Go ahead and get out a stew, let that thaw. I'll eat that next. Okay, all of my egg cartons are now into the freezer. More than 100 eggs altogether, so that's like, I've got enough food for almost a year already, just in this fridge. That's, it's the power of keeping track of your perishables right there. I'm going to put my barrels in this trash bag with the stone blocks, because the stone blocks are going to be used for my forge, and so will the barrels, so natural to keep those together. This is this duffel's tailoring, so that gets the burlap and the wool. I think I'll put some tailoring stuff in this other duffel too. Yeah, I need to move that to the tailoring duffel. So I got a dedicated one now. Same with the electrical parts. I put some of those inside for the moment. Need to store at least 20 clay with the forge building stuff, because you need 20 clay to build a kiln. So I got 14. I'm almost there. And I'm going to need another garbage bag because that other one just got filled up. So these two garbage bags here are for building my forge. And furnace. Just place these hammers here. Put the rest of my tools, as it were. Actually, I do have a dedicated electrical box somewhere that I should be using for these small form electronics. It is in this van right here, isn't it? What did I do with garbage bag electrical? Ah, here it is, okay. In that case, I actually named it. Oh, and look at this. I think I have enough batteries to make a box. Yep. So I can pack 12 batteries into a box now. Really wish you could do that with other things, like electrical parts. Packing things into a box makes them pick up less space of storage. Pick up one of these empty gas cans here. And now we can use the B42's transfer liquid system to transfer all of the milk from the bucket into the gas can that we just picked up. And then I can leave the bucket on the floor outside with the rest of them. So that's more rainwater to use. And the milk is here in the gas can. I can use that to refill all of my milk containers, which I currently have. I only have 6 empty fountain cups to refill, so we've been good at keeping up with the fountain cup filling up. I'll just carry 8 with me at any given time. If you think about it in terms of hunger reduction, a fountain cup of cow's milk is 15. Your character degrades 60 hunger in a single 24-hour period. So if you carry around 10 fountain cups full of cow's milk, that's basically 2 days of food. Now, I usually like to make it so that I'm never out in the field more than a day and a half. Like, I'll sleep out in the field, but then I'll usually come back by the next day. So 8 is a good solid number for me. Some of the rest of this materials I will leave on the floor here. And then I actually have one of these vans. It's kind of hard to tell them apart, but one of them, the Electromax one here, is dedicated to building materials, so the planks go in there. Okay, so in my order of operations, I would like to clear the gated community of Riverside first, and then I would like to actually get started building my base. Because once I've cleared the gated community, that means that all of our local sources of loot have been taken care of. So we really want to have a place to store it all after that. I think I will read... I've finished all the maintenance books. So I'm going to pack those into a box of books. Pack set of books in the box, and then I just select all the maintenance books. Boom. So now we have a set of maintenance books that we're done with. Now these other sets of books I'm not 100% done with, but I've packed them into sets so that I can save on storage space. Alright, 1 axe in my hands, 1 axe on my back. Put my sacks in this dedicated sack bag here. Ah, okay, one of these sacks still has a bunch of wheat in it. I need to thresh all of that. I'll just do that now. It looks silly, but it's necessary. Alright, there's 15 more wheat seeds and 1 empty sack. The only reason I knew that that was there is because I know for a fact that you can fit, like, I don't know, somehow you can fit about 50 sacks into a single garbage bag. So the fact that this garbage bag was almost full despite having only sacks in it, I was like, no. There's got to be something in one of those sacks. Okay, there's all of our seeds put together. That should be all the flax, or all the grain that we found has been centralized now. And that leaves us with plenty of storage space in the trunk here. Minus this backpack. I want to get this fertilizer out of the way. Fit most of it into a single garbage bag. And that's a lot more trunk space we just freed up. Random assorted loot into this bin. I'm going to put the trash bag full of fertilizer on top of the cabinet I'm using for seed storage. So I can say that I have my agriculture stuff generally in the same place. That's just another bag full of assorted loot to worry about later. And, oh wow, 53 wheat seeds randomly in this bag. So I've definitely not centralized all of my seeds yet. I have a lot of wheat seeds, probably way more than I actually intend on planting. And it is already 2100 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and spend the rest of the evening here sorting loot, and then I will sleep. I will depart for my assault of East Riverside tomorrow. Some of this stuff needs to be on the floor instead of in my trunks, taking up space. Ah, more seeds. Knew I would find some. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll use one of these hiking backpacks that I don't need for storage anymore, and I'll just toss all of these tailoring-related items into it. butter. That should be in my fridge. Okay. And since I've started a bag dedicated to tailoring stuff, I can actually clean up some of the local clothing piles that are right next to my base, just to improve the appearance of the area. All of the stuff that we're picking up has to be... I have to wait until I've read the tailoring book before I can actually use tailoring to make use of it to get my skills up. Because the amount of skill gain without reading a book with tailoring is absolutely abysmal. I would never recommend tailoring without reading a book first. Okay, we've picked up a little bit of stuff, and that is a full hiking backpack of nothing but tailoring items. Just place that on the ground next to the tailoring bag. Sort these accessories I picked up. Oops. Now when it comes to all these little jewelry items that I'm picking up, there is no skill gain to be had from disassembling them. So those are not a thing that I'm like stockpiling for the sake of skills. It's just for their resources to dismantle for precious metals for metalworking later on. Seeds. So we got a lot of seeds, like tons and tons of seeds. Possibly way more than I'll ever plant. But the option is there. More butter acquired. I'm just going to drop these belts on the ground next to my tailoring bag. And it is now 2240 hours. I will cut the engine because I've left it running again like a moron. Toss the pillow onto the driver's seat. And now it is sleep time. I'm actually a little bit over the weight limit right now. I like to keep my weight under 85 kilo. So I need to stop putting on weight. Does that mean I need to not eat this stew? No, it's not going to be too high calorie. But I am going to put it in the fridge. It stops decaying. What am I using a flashlight for? I got this. Generator's running, might as well use it. So one of the reasons that it's beneficial to have all those buckets of water is I do have a little bit of pressure left in the plumbing here, but it's going to be gone very soon. There's only 11 liters left in this sink. I have 2 hours to spend here. I'm going to spend that on sorting my sacks, my large sacks. So this is, whatchamacallit, mail bags and laundry bags. I think I kept those mostly centralized. Yeah, laundry bags, mail bags, all in this this one here. So that is, so the way I look at these things, right? I have 9 mail bags and 3 laundry bags. They're both the same class of item, so that's a total of 12 large sack bags. What you can do is cut them in half to 2 burlap sack pieces. Each burlap sack piece is another sack. So when I look at these laundry bags and mail bags, what I'm really seeing is 12 of them, and that basically means 24 sacks of just 24 regular sacks after I chop them up and remake them, which I cannot do until I've read the tailoring book. So I actually want to bump up my priority on reading the tailoring book then. Yes, that is the next book I'm reading for 100% sure. I don't think I'll blitz the whole book, but I will make it my next thing that I just read in the background. Okay. Right now I'm just reading butchering for the sake of having something to read. Butchering is not a skill that I consider very high priority. Tailoring is. So I will be reading the tailoring book. And I will just spend the next, empty my inventory here. Finish off doing these bags. My pillows are now all in one central area, so I know where to go if I need more. This compost bag with the rest of the fertilizer. And what I really should do is sort. I should put all of my sacks in the same bin as the seeds. There's no reason not to. So I have this garbage bag of sacks over here. So I've got 2 burlap pieces, that's 1 sack each. I got 12 large bags that I can split into 24 more sacks, and then just 15 other sacks that I've found randomly throughout the world. So that is a lot of sacks. Every sack that you get is more gravel and sand for construction, but also when the time comes for mass fertilizing my crops, that's a lot of compost bags. Alright. All of my stuff is now sorted. I'm reading tailoring for the next hour. And there goes another hour. Let's have a bite of that stew and let's get back to sleep. Alright. Operation Clean Out the entire west side, or east side of Riverside is beginning. I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring extra milk. I'm going to bring a total of 20 fountain cups. I don't think it'll take that long, but in case it does. Spare pillow in case I need one at the house. I'm going to set up in... Okay, let's get out of here. Generator check. 90 and 90. I'll top it off. There's almost zero chance that it would have consumed 90% of its fuel supply just from the fridge while I was gone, but I like keeping it maintained. It's just a good habit to be in. Alright, off we go. I'm going to take a quick swing around the side on my way there and clean out any potential respawns. See, this is an area that I've already patrolled. That's a lot of respawns for an area that I've already completely cleaned out. But that's alright. We need to kill zombies, and there's a lot of zombies. How long is clear? So it's actually very difficult to keep a track of that. Because sometimes what you're looking at are just straight up respawns. Sometimes what you're looking at are migrations from other areas. I haven't yet gotten a really good sense of that. A broken axe, so I'll pull out another one. And a leftover flint flake from the broken axe. That's good. You can recycle that. But yeah, generally speaking, I want to say two weeks in game. You can reliably say once you've emptied an area, regardless of what area it is, it should be clear for at least 2 weeks. Anything beyond that, and I cannot guarantee it. Oh, how long to clear? That's a different question. Depends on all the zombies. See, like this is a lot of zombies. I was not expecting this. Like, for an area that I've recently cleared. This is the kind of thing I would expect to see, like, after a month of not being in a place. But, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. All I know is I got zombies to kill, and it's a lot closer to my base than I thought. South. Running away. Kind of reorienting here. No, that was a mistake. Just a class 2 mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. The way I perceive mistakes in combat is class 1 mistake is letting a zombie get too close. Class 2 mistake is letting them be close enough to actually grab you. Class 3 mistake is letting them actually start the animation of grabbing, but not actually, you know, maybe pushing them back or whatever. And then class 4 mistake is actually taking damage. There's a lot of mistake forgiveness in this game if you think about it in that terms. It's all about spacing. Know your weapons, know your zombies, know when to run. North, 2. It's been a little while since I've used axes, so still getting into the swing of it, as it were. And I'm actually exerted, which that's relatively quickly. That's another punishment for me using a weapon type that I'm not very experienced in. See, I'm so good at short blunt that with this nightstick, I could fight through stage 1 exertion without really breaking a sweat. But stage 2 exertion is when it starts getting bad. So while I'm getting my endurance back, I'm just gonna actually sit down on the ground right here and sort through the loot in these corpses. It's a cute dress. It's like a rose tint. There's most of my endurance recovered. Replace my axe. So I need to get more axes out of the van, and I need to dump this, our stuff that I picked up into the pile here with the rest of it that I've, left from previous, clears of this area. Carry around 3 with us this time. And you know what? I'm gonna use the helmet. I'll be a little uncomfortable, but that's fine. So I always this is my combat kit in this duffel bag on my passenger seat. Just got a bunch of spare backup weapons, but it also has armor if it's relevant. In this case, I do have a bicycle helmet, which increases my head protection. My chest is still extremely vulnerable, but I can't really. There's really no good source of chest protection unless you are like an expert tailor, and you can put leather patches on something that'll give you 10% bite protection. I'm nowhere near that point. Like, my tailoring is so low right now that it would not even be worth the leather strips to put them on my gear. But next year, this time next year, I predict I'll probably be good enough at tailoring to just be able to wear just lightweight clothing but have leather padding on all of it, so that I'm actually well protected despite not being too heavily insulated. Because insulation is the problem with that, right? If it was winter, I could wear a leather jacket like a military coat or something, and I'd be very nice and protected. And I wouldn't be overheating. But I do not like overheating. Oops. That goes on the floor, please. Thank you. Now this area is a little bit cleaner than the area further back, because this area, we only just recently took over the school. So this, yeah, the school area here there's going to be like 1 or 2, that's it. Yeah, we can see some to the south. I'm not too worried about them. I'm not really worried about them until they're like in the middle of the road area. See, as I drive past, the engine noise will lure them towards me. So, and I already cleared that area. That's a place where a lot of them like to spawn. Parking lot there. And this area here. Now, there's a bookstore right here. It doesn't have a lot of very useful books, to be honest. Like, I would say this is like one of the bookstores where it's like 70% of the books are just the entertainment books, which leaves very little room for actual skill books. And the number of skill books that I need right now are rather limited. I have a very nice collection already, so it is not necessarily worth the effort yet to loot the bookstore. Just gonna keep killing zombies in the area. I'd much rather loot bookstores once I have a place to put all of the entertainment books, the non-skill books that I'm gonna pick up. Now we're edging into territory I haven't necessarily cleared yet. This main crossroads here, I've cleared it from like several angles except for the main entrance here. Let's have a bite of stew. Never run too close next to trees when you pass them. Oh, the bank has been looted and trashed. I didn't even notice that. Hello. So I just heard thunder, IRL. Probably just another summer storm. Fair warning, if I get a power outage, I can continue to stream for approximately 5 minutes if I lose power. I have all of my infrastructure on a battery backup, but 2 PC loads is 2 PC loads, a router, well, a PC-sized router, and then an ONT, and then my monitor and my sound system. So if I if I lose power, my battery backup cannot support streaming for very long. If I lose power for more than 2 minutes, I'll have to cut the stream off. Backing up. This wouldn't be a problem if I had short blunt. I don't have short blunt, so this is actually a tough part. You know what? I wanted to just do axes, but this is a lot at once, and I don't feel like doing the hit and run shit. So I'm whipping out the mace. Jeez, these guys are aggressive. There we go. Okay. Always know your limits. My limits were rather limited when I was stuck with just the axe there. Stone mace can go back. Ooh, navy blue. That's actually unique. Never seen that before. Yeah, I see it. Trying to loot corpses, guy. Anthem style here. So because there's a backpack on the floor, I'm actually going to take all the clothing I peeled off of these corpses and just toss it into that backpack that I got off of the zombie. Makes it easier for me to come back and pick it up when the tailoring book is complete. I mean, it's always possible that I'll just finish reading the tailoring book while I'm out here in the field. And also, relevant to that, the devs have been constantly adding more and more recipes with tailoring. So there are more and more interesting ways to actually level up tailoring. So all this peeling clothes off of dead zombies and stuff, I probably don't actually have to keep doing that for too much longer. Like, I think once I get the tailoring 4, I have a lot of interesting things that I can make that I can level up with without worrying too much about peeling clothes off of corpses. Now, that being said, as you level your tailoring, you'll find that there's a lot of things that have different, you can make out of different materials. And certain materials, until you've got like a very well done flax supply line, which is like a year 2 thing. Until you have that, you're going to be spending a lot of time getting your tailoring materials from ripping up zombie clothes. So, what I don't use for leveling tailoring, I'll probably still use to get materials to level tailoring with, so. Yeah. There's a mostly full backpack of tailoring materials I can just drop there and come back and pick up later after I finish the book. My endurance is down to 80, so I'm actually just gonna park the van here for a second, read a book, fast forward, get all of my endurance back. See, I wouldn't have known that if I didn't have a stat bar. It's, not knowing the status of my own character is a bridge too far for me in terms of immersion, especially in a game where every single food item tells you how much hunger it reduces by the number. Like, if you're going to show me numbers in terms of how much hunger reduction a food item has, then just show me the rest of the numbers, dude. You can make your immersion arguments in a game where you don't have numbers on all the items. Alright, 2 in here. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. We got one fast shambler coming. I'm gonna split him up. And then the 1-2 with these leftovers. Or just the 1-1. I'm okay with crits. Very okay with crits. As a recap for anybody just now joining us, we are moving towards the east side of Riverside, which is the gated community, and just kind of clearing the zombies out on our way there. I leave my tailoring materials on the ground, and yeah, just that on the ground. Electrical stuff I actually do take with me. Alright, so we are going to have crowds on both sides of this fence here, and on... So this is actually a massive crowd. This is a massive crowd. It would take me too long, and it would be too dangerous. Well, I don't want to say too dangerous. It would just be very, very tedious to do this with axes, because my axe skill is only level 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to short blunt, and I'm going to kill a large swathe of these guys, and then go back to axes once I can kill them in smaller numbers. And since I'm doing short blunt, we can do we can use the ambulance to its full advantage. Now, when I'm killing large groups, I don't like the music system in this game. It goes from high intensity to low intensity too quickly. So I play my own music. I have a supercut of high-intensity music from this game that I've been kind of constantly working on in the background. It only has 3 tracks in it at the moment, but I like it a lot. So, let me wake up here. and get ready for a big fight. All right. Here goes nothing. It's forced me to use 5% of my troop power. We're good, we're good. punch a little ways into the community. See if I can't pull them out of the houses. Ah, there's a lot down south here. I'm surprised I haven't pulled them already. Starting to come mostly from the west now. Yeah, this is the group from behind the church that I pulled. South. One north. Man, they're all around us. It's a shame I'm finish that sentence. Come here, Mr. North. Exertion is kicking in. I'm switching to short one. Alright, back into the driver's seat, let the exertion play itself out. Alright, I believe I can cut the siren. We've attracted most everybody we're going to attract for the moment. We'll just periodically toot the horn for the remainder. Got about 10 endurance left to recover. I'm going to move up just a little bit, turn around, read a book for about 10 minutes in game here. There's my endurance recovered. I'm gonna switch back to the game music now because the high intensity phase of this slaughter is now finished. It was a nice rousing round of zombie slaughter there. Alrighty. Come on now. Let's kill the stragglers, that's all we got left. Somebody was inside Gigamart the whole time. But he already lost interest. It's taking longer to recover my endurance now because it's later in the day and I'm going to be tired soon. Why don't you get into that pile, pal? Thank you. Looks like we got another couple volunteers here. More thunder. I've been having a lot of summer storms in my area lately, almost on a daily basis. This you see the big pile of clothes down here? That's another that's a mega pile of zombies that recently we very recently got rid of, but the corpses have already gone. Ooh, this guy's got a nightstick. Nightsticks are always, it's always good to have one when you're a short blunt enthusiast and you're in high intensity combat, because I think nightsticks are actually still some of the best short blunt that you can fit on your belt. All the best short blunt weapons that I can even think of at the moment, all of them are weapons you have to store on your back as opposed to your belt. So just the simple fact that a nightstick has the damage that it does, but you can put it on your belt, that actually makes it very valuable. Because I think it is the highest damage short blunt weapon that goes in your belt. Not 100% on that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's close to the highest. It's up there for sure. Just one fast shambler in the mix there. One fast in the north. This is the deputy zombie. She got herself a gun on her belt. Hello, fast from the south. M9. I feel like double holsters are less common than they used to be. I used to see a double holster pretty often, feels like, but not as much these days. I'm gonna wait until I've killed as many zombies as I can from the local area before I start looting them, because looting them is something to do after I've gotten tired for the day. So if I kill them all, Then I don't have to worry about anybody rolling up on me while I'm firing. Maintenance level 9, and we got there just from breaking weapons. I have not done a single task that specifically gets me maintenance experience. That's the power of books. We are exerted, but we're only killing individual zombies, it's fine. Thunder's picking up outside. See, you can definitely notice the difference of me fighting while I'm exerted with an axe versus with short blunt. With short blunt, I almost don't even notice it at this point because I'm level 7 in the skill for short blunt. So that is always be aware of what you're good at and what you're wearing or what you're wielding. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hop in the van, read for a minute. Okay, so we've only got a couple of points of fatigue left to work with here. See all these zombies in the backyard here? They all bunched up because they forgot how to go all the way around this fence to get to me. And these fences have not yet been upgraded to the kind of fences that can be damaged yet. Devs are, I guess they're still working on that for the iron pole fences here. Use the last of my fatigue to secure one of these houses so that I have a designated sleeping spot. Normally I like to post up in this house right here, but I'm going to do the one to the north this time because it is the backyard of this house has a lot of zombies in it, so I'm going to do the one that I've already cleaned out. It's a lot of thunder. Like I said, in case anybody watching was not familiar with what I said before, I get a lot of thunder IRL right now. I got a storm coming through. If I lose power, I'll have to shut down the stream if the power is out for more than 5 minutes. Because I can maintain through a very short outage, but I cannot maintain through longer than 5 minutes or so. Alright, backyard of this house is clear like it should be. Ah, somebody's inside. Alright, fatigue is kicked in. I'm going to go ahead and switch to short blunt. I'm still almost completely combat effective at this point with short blunt at stage 1 fatigue. This is the one that was hitting the window. There's another to the south. Alright, we want to clear out this house. I noticed this window is broken, but nobody's inside, so... I'm feeling. I do like using the knife as a finisher sometimes. In fact, I do it a lot once I've leveled up some of my other weapon skills. It is one of the many factors that got Barbara Butters killed, is my obsession with using knives as a finisher. But it's a very, very minor thing that ended her. Her nail in the coffin was a zombie came over a fence, and I went for the kill while it was down, but I missed for, again, I'm still not 100% sure, if I should have missed that, or if that was the game doing what it always does now, with random missing things of zombies that are on the floor. I wasn't really planning on using this vehicle for anything major, but I do want it out of the way. We got a heavy-duty tire, regular, a box of mac and cheese. Clean out the rest of this garage. Okay, that's going to get annoying. I can't walk around between here. I'm going to move that box. Use this toolbox. Loot some standard crap from here. Ooh, a bottle of dye. This is like a bright green dye. So dye was recently added, I think as recent as 42.9. I think you use it to color clothing, but I've never actually been able to use it. My 42.9 run didn't get very far because I started, that's when 7 Days to Die dropped their latest build, so I switched to that game for a bit. So I'm not actually very familiar with the dye system in this game. Kettle is useful for crafting materials. There's a full bag of loot right there. So I wish I could say with any confidence that I stream with any semblance of organization whatsoever. In my local time, it is currently 3:30 p.m., 1500 hours or so. But my day job, I guess you could call it, is I fill in the blanks for my team. So like we have 24-hour tech support coverage. So sometimes I work the night shift, which means my sleep schedule is all over the place. So I don't exactly have a very strong streaming schedule either. Like I will stream basically when I can. You're watching a stream that started in the afternoon on a weekend. That's something that's kind of reliable. And whenever I stream, I just basically go for as long as I'm able to, which in most cases is until YouTube cuts me off at the 12-hour mark. So I've got a lot of steam left in this stream. I'm only at coming up on the 4-hour mark for this stream. So if you're talking about evenings on the East Coast, then most likely yes. That is almost guaranteed, because if I'm covering the day shift, then you'll be catching the evening part of the stream. And if I'm covering the night shift, you'll catch the beginning of it. So evening is, yeah, it's a reliable statement. One could say that I stream a lot. But really, that's just an extension of the fact that I play a lot of video games, and more recently, I just have started streaming them while I play them. Ah, thank you. Hopefully I make some enjoyable content. The game choices that I make are generally in the survival crafting genre, with the exception, of course, of Darktide, because Darktide is, well, it's a game about killing zombies in a way, so it's still kind of relevant. Eventually, I want to say that this channel will eventually get bigger, because I haven't started streaming on my main channel yet. My main channel is youtube.com/thunderbraze. It has like, I don't know, 80,000 subscribers right now, but not a single one of them subscribed because of gaming content. They subscribed because I made some soundtrack remixes that have gotten millions of views over the years, just because I was one of the first to make them back in the day. This is like 13 years ago I made these. But I did post an audience survey asking, okay, if I come back to this channel, what would you guys want to see? And like 80% of them, of all the choices, were video game content. So, but I will not stream on that channel. I don't think. I don't think I'll do live streams there. This will always be my live stream channel. So eventually, when I actually do more curated videos, those will go on my main channel, and that will function as sort of a advertising. I'll promote myself that way from my main channel to this one. So this one will grow a little bit organically that way. It's really hard to grow on YouTube unless you're willing to be the kind of guy who like pays to have his videos show up in everybody's related feed. I'm not necessarily beyond that, but I don't. Some about it feels weird, so I don't plan on doing it right now. Sporting knee pads, neat. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna take a teddy bear. So this house already had pillows on the beds, so I never even needed to carry around a pillow with me. This bed has 2 pillows and a teddy bear now. Kind of wish that would give you even more sleeping bonuses the way a pillow does. If you sleep on a bed with a pillow, it makes your sleep quality increase ever so slightly. I wish they did that with other things. Yeah. See, I feel like whenever you do it the artificial way and you just pay to have your videos show up everywhere, you get a lot more people who just will sub for a little while and then be like, wait a minute, why did I sub to this? And then they'll unsub. It's like, you know, can you even count that as growth at that point? You can always tell which channels grow the fake way and which ones grow the real way. That being said, there is a point where it's like, you know, how do you reach more people who would want to see this content, right? And that's the whole question of whether advertising is actually still a feasible thing in the modern year. I question certain parts of that, if for no other reason than the fact that most people block ads these days. I'm one of them. I absolutely block ads. I've not seen an ad on the internet in a very, very long time. And my life has been 10,000% better for it. Ah, there is a basement to this house. Okay. I had a feeling. Neat. That's a lot of paint. I'm not going to use most of that. Maybe the purple I'll take back with me later, but for now it's just I'll leave it here. At most I'll carry it upstairs so that I don't forget that it exists. A lot of what I'm picking up at this point will eventually just get scrapped for metal once I have my blacksmithing station up. Speaking thereof, I'm actually going to transfer a lot of what's in my backpack to this garbage bag. Keep my backpack light. Fireplace pokers. I think they're spare metal too. Let's dismantle the garden hoe here. That will make it easier to carry with us. Rolling pins way more than they used to. Interesting. Alright, now this thing is full. 2 full trash bags and a tool bag. Now this house has been thoroughly looted. It is now just a sleeping location. Let's set up a local, I'll set up a way to cook food here. Because I have a feeling I'll be sourcing food from houses nearby for a bit. Let's get out some rocks. I need 3 rocks. Oh, look at that. We got some zombies already in the front yard of this house. I don't think any of the local houses have grills in the backyard that I can see. Yeah, if I'm setting up a field base without power, I like to keep an eye out for local grills, but I don't see any, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a campfire. For that, I just need 2 more stones. And I'm not seeing any more stones in the immediate area, but there's a large stone right here. So I'm going to break the large stone into pieces. That'll probably be the most useful thing to do. For that, I just need to... I'm going to make a hammer really quick. I have 1 stone and 3 rags. And I just need a tree branch, which I can get from these bushes. Crafting surface. Make stone hammer. $104 maintenance experience just for making a stone hammer. That is silly, and I like it. So now what I do is I pick up this table, and I just take it outside with me, and I drop it on the floor next to where this large stone is. Pull the large stone out of the ground, which is, it's actually way too big for me to carry it right now, because it's 40, and I don't have anywhere near as much room in my inventory. But I don't need to bring it anywhere. I can just break it up here, right? I don't want to let me do that. Oh, a stone hammer is not good enough to break this large stone into stones. Huh. So, I do have a pickaxe with me. It's in the van. Yeah, I guess I'll use that instead. I thought that the stone hammer would be good enough. Guess not. That's something they've changed then. It used to be good enough. Or literally just hitting a stone with a stone, but I guess, in this case, you need a bigger stone. I'm gonna be in the van, I might as well use its headlights. Oh, I don't have the pickaxe with me. I'm a doofus and I left it on the table back at my base. Well, so much for this idea, I guess. There's probably a club hammer somewhere in the, club hammer or a wooden mallet, either or. All this crap and not a single club hammer or wooden mallet. That's embarrassing. Well, that's not happening tonight then. It's time to sleep anyway. Thought I could do some field crafting, but ended up not being prepared enough for it. Yeah, gotta turn around this way. That's a good question. They used to be, for the first couple of months of B42, it was a 2-week update cadence. They would put out a new version every 2 weeks. They seem to have moved on to like a little bit over a month. So I would say every month and some change, you'll get a new version of B42. The devs do not accept bug reports from a save file that is migrated from an old version to a new version. So while it is possible to continue playing a save, if you want to have your feedback remain relevant, you're better off just Oh, my character is actually getting sad because she's uncomfortable. Wearing the bicycle helmet while I slept has probably caused that. Welcome back, Razio. I am only on my 4th hour, so I'll be at this for quite a while myself. Alright, backup mace can just stay in here. Alright, I have no way of knowing whether I'm going to find something to make break this rock up anytime soon. So I'm just going to continue subsisting on cow milk for the minute. Check the local garages. All kinds of stuff, but not what I'm looking for. I am from the East Coast of the United States. I'm just outside of Washington, D.C. It's about about 3 or 4 miles to the south of me. I'm not too good with compass directions. I hear somebody gargling. I want to say they're outside, but yeah, they're probably outside. Or they could be upstairs. So, some of these guys over here have clocked us, which means they're going to go all the way around, possibly forget about us, but they're going to kind of make their way around that fence. So I will be having some interference up here soon. On a ticking clock at the moment. Would like to find whoever's gargling in the immediate vicinity, though. It sounds like they're upstairs or downstairs. Fucking hello! Jump scare moment. He was upstairs, and he finished coming downstairs. So we are now listening for any more gargling. Anybody make it all the way up here yet? See, I feel like some of them did. They may have, No? So some of them, oh, you know what? They might have tethered. Right, so there's one on that side of the fence, but the zombies, their ambient behavior is to group up. So there might have been one that kind of went in my direction, but then just turned around and grouped back up because he lost track of me. This one over here is probably going to keep track of me, so I'm going to go ahead and kill her. Alright, still no hammer, so I'm not going to bother with that anymore. Check the next garage here. When it comes to the houses in the gated community, my interest is usually revolving around the local garages once I get to that point. Garages and/or basements. Yep, plenty of stuff, but not what I'm looking for. I heard some gargling, but it was probably upstairs. Not worried about it. Pretty much done with that one. Ah. Hello there. I'm gonna take your house. I don't think you're gonna mind. Hello. To the left. Anybody else? Group at the window? No, just this guy. That'll teach you to stand inside of a counter. Still one more, potentially inside or outside. When I say inside, probably upstairs or outside the back door. All this random stuff that I don't need. In fact, I don't need lug wrenches in the slightest. You can't even scrap them for steel, which is kind of annoying, to be honest. Perfect condition, regular mufflers, I don't care about those. I wouldn't say there's been any major changes. I mean, other than the fact that we have moved from, I believe you were with us last when we were in North Riverside. We're in East Riverside now. We're still generally doing the same thing, looting all the local, Well, so with guns, there's a couple of factors working against me with guns. First of all, I don't have any skills. You can see my skills in the bottom left here. 0 aiming, 0 reloading. What that means is I need to build up the skills. In order to build up those skills, there are actually skill books now for aiming and reloading. If you can find them, you can read them, and it will increase your experience gain for both of them. But then there's another factor working against me, which is I took the negative trait that makes your character more panicked. However, as time goes on, your character gets less panicked. So basically, it's really just a matter of time. After a certain point, I will no longer get very panicked from seeing small groups of zombies. And at that point, that is the ideal point for me to start doing firearms. Because by then I will probably have located the necessary books. And, yeah, we're off to the races at that point. Like, I'm already carrying around an M9. Like, I have one on my belt. I just, I don't have any really good advantages to using it right now. So I don't. Why am I over encumbered? I guess there's just too much in this, This is Riverside right here, the city that I'm in. Riverside is, on the north part of the map here. Well, not the farthest north, that's Brandenburg. Riverside is my objectively best place to start at, in my opinion. I love it. It is now 4 a.m., so I gotta get to sleep. Gonna drop some of this tailoring stuff into the zombie pile here. Hello. Thought I cleared out this area. Guess not. Swing speed is very slow because I'm over encumbered. Since my character is a little bit sad, I'm going to take the comic book out of this garbage bag and bring it upstairs and read it after I wake up tomorrow morning. No, I had a nightmare. Well, good thing I'm reading a book, because that will reduce my stress. So I still have 44 fatigue, so I actually do need to get back to sleep as soon as I can. I'm just going to read Tailoring until the game will let me sleep again. This is the fate of a restless sleeper. The game will just not let you get back to sleep for an arbitrary amount of time. So whenever that happens, I just read a book, pass a little bit of time, read a book, pass a little time, that sort of a thing. So it doesn't actually, well, you know what, here we go. Info, survived for 1 month, 15 days, 3 hours. So that is, 30 plus 15, 45 days. We're on day 45 now. Stream started at day 40. Wait a minute, no. Stream did not start at day 40. I must have miscounted when I started when I titled the stream. Well, we were close. Day 45 and counting. Drop that because I'm done with it. My fatigue is as low as it's gonna be. Just go ahead and drink some of this maple syrup that I found here. Ooh, my proteins are actually very low. That means I need to drink, or I need to get some proteins into my system. There's a couple of options for that. If I had meat would be a great option. I don't think there's going to be any, there's no meat in the local area that's not already spoiled. And there's no animals, in this gated community. I could find some animals if I went out in the woods somewhere, but that's a bit of a shot in the dark. And even if I do find some animals, I don't know if I can kill them easily without, I don't have any skill with guns or etc. So, proteins. A little bit of backstory. You see on my stat bar right now that I'm at 42 proteins. The good zone for proteins is between 50 and 300. You can tell how much protein you're getting from your food by reading the nutritional information on the food. So, when you're not in the good zone of proteins, you're not gaining enough strength experience. You're like gaining like, I don't know, 75% or so of the experience you would otherwise be gaining. So, what I need to do now is find some protein. Best source of protein, honestly, with what I got, is to just drink a lot of milk. I carry around a 2-liter bottle here, so I'm just going to take some of my fountain cups of milk and combine them into a 2-liter and just drink that. Let's see, there's 3. So each of those is 300 ml. Okay, so even after we do this, we will still have enough milk for 2 days out here. But this is also why we want to locally source some of our food, because we need to use up our milk for keeping the proteins in good order. If I let the proteins fall out of the good zone, then I'm not... There's a lot of combat I'm doing that I would not be getting strength experience from, so... Oh, it was just a spooky sound. If you're not familiar with Project Zomboid, there are what I just like to call spooky sounds that happen... At the current context, there's no reason at all for them to happen. Like, say I hear a scream to the north. If I go north, I'm not going to find anything. There's no NPCs in this game. As far as the game as it is currently presented to us, we are the last man on Earth. Or in this case, I'm the last woman on Earth, as far as the game is concerned. The game will never show us another NPC because there's no NPCs in it right now. That being said, the devs are planning on adding NPCs someday. So just until they get NPCs added back, all we get are just random spooky sounds. A random death scream from a distance. I've gotten to the point where I just have conditioned myself to ignore them because there's 100%. They're basically just atmosphere. If I could turn them off, I probably would, to be honest, because they don't serve any purpose other than, oh no, spooky sound. It would be a little bit spookier if it was not the 1500th time I have heard the same scream. Like, there's only about 20 different little meta event noises that you can hear. And I've heard every single... I've got 1,600 hours in this game. I've literally heard every event noise there is to hear hundreds of times. It gets a little tiresome after a while. That can be in there. Okay, so by drinking that 2 liter of milk, my proteins are now up to 109. So I'm good for several days on proteins. Does also mean that I want to keep my eye open for any... Rabbits are a great source of protein. If you see a rabbit out in the middle of nowhere, kill it, gut it, take its meat, toss it into a stew, and you got proteins. Lots of them. In fact, don't eat too many rabbits. You will nuke your proteins into orbit. It's possible to have too much, and when you have too much, you're not gaining as much strength experience as you could be. So we're now switching back to axes, because there's a lot of zombies over there. And it's time for some killing. Let's get a couple of spare axes into my backpack. And let's get to some killing. Slow shamblers, easy to manage. In build 42 onwards, you control the speed of the zombies more often than not. By moving up and making them lunge at me, I can make them come at me a little faster and split them off from big groups. Right. Get back into that file. Get back into that damn file, damn it. Shit. Worrying too much about keeping them in files. Wish I had known I would just one-shot all of them. You can never trust that. With axes, the crit rate is very temperamental. You can't necessarily rely on a crit with an axe. Because even though the crit is spectacular, if it doesn't happen, the axe doesn't actually hit very hard sometimes. Especially at lower levels. Not until you have much more weapon skill. So when it comes to breaking apart groups like this, it's better to not make too much noise at once. Just kind of creep up a little bit, and you'll pull a couple of them, and if you're lucky, they'll all be moving at different speeds. See, like, most of them are slow, with the exception of that one guy with the shorts. And then there's another guy above him. At this point, we've pulled most of the group. Normally I would have peeled back, but I had a feeling I could handle that, and I was right. Hello. I don't know if you saw that, the game froze for like half a second. It's always a little tense when that happens. I'm about to be exerted, and I just broke my weapon, so I'll touch the short point. I said short blunt, but I actually ended up doing short blade because why not? Let's replace my axe. You know what? I'm gonna let that guy come to me. My exertion is pretty high, so I'm just gonna sit on the ground, read a book. I can even fast forward a little bit because he's just moving that slow. By the time he gets to me, my exertion is already recovered. That's slow shamblers are really slow. Oh, that axe didn't last very long. Still have not quite gotten used to the new fall down animation. I can recognize it quickly enough, but the exploiting it properly is kind of still a bit novel to me. They changed the fall down animation. I actually made a video about it when they did. It was 42.8, and I did a side-by-side comparison to... I had a whole bunch of people on the Steam discussion forums were like, what are you talking about, dude? They didn't change anything. I'm like, dude, it literally takes them twice as long to fall down. The people who were telling me that I don't see any difference, I'm like, do you not fight zombies in this game? You can tell the difference if you actually fight zombies, but I guess maybe those are the creative mode people. Yeah, see, that fall down animation right there takes about 120 frames in a 60 frame per second video. So it's like a 2-second fall down. It used to be half that. It used to be much more quickly for them to fall down. And that's actually a significant thing to think about in combat. It results in them having a little bit more downtime, if that makes sense, because they take longer to fall. But at the same time, you know, it's different from what I'm used to. The vast majority of my 1,600 hours of gameplay has been with a 60 frame fall down time. So it's got to relearn things. Sometimes relearning is harder than learning. Start a new pile here. Right. Should be pretty close to... Oh yeah, we are inches away from level 3 axe skill. Level 3 is usually where I like to be before I start really going nuts with cutting down trees. And I would generally prefer to be level 5 or higher before I start using any tools that I can't replace for cutting down trees. Just because cutting down trees has a tendency to really eat up the durability of your axes if you do it with low level skill. That being said, now that I have napping to level 4, I can make a large stone axe to cut trees with from pretty much, you know, very reliably found resources like that large smooth flat stone right there on the ground that my cursor is hovering over in the bottom right there. That's every one of those you see on the ground is another potential large stone axe for me. So large stone axes are zero concern. At this point, the only reason I'm leveling the axe skill is so that I get less muscle strain when I'm cutting down trees. We are doing good so far. I'm just gonna move the van up. Now, you may see a lot of people who play Zomboid. A lot of people will use their vehicles as weapons, right? So many people might have thought, oh, that zombie was right in front of you. Why not just ram it with the van? It's true, I could ram it with the van. The flip side to that is your van takes damage. Everything you do in this game to harm a zombie, it all damages something. And this is my most valuable vehicle. I am not going to touch a zombie with this thing if I can avoid it. There are certain very niche scenarios where, like, maybe I'll want to kill a single zombie in the middle of a crowd and then just leave afterwards. Like if it's one carrying a survivor zombie carrying a backpack, for example. But I'm pretty much past that phase. That was like an early game thing. I don't think we're actually going to see very many more survivor zombies, because it's one of those things you only see when you first explore a part of the map, and I have explored the vast majority of the map at this point. The biker zombie, I think. Ah, damn. She had an M36 revolver, but she did not have a, she did not have a, what am I thinking of? Ankle holster. Ankle holster is one of the only things in the game that can give you another slot to fill your firearms with. And the only weapon in the default game that can fit in it is a M36 revolver. So it's like she had one, but she didn't have a properly fitted concealed carry holster for it. Why would you have a CCW weapon without a CCW holster? What is wrong with that lady? This is a very popular spawn point, this little park here. I don't want to pull too many of them at once. So, how do I want to play this? I have a drink of milk now. Preempt the hunger before it comes to me. I'm not me when I'm hungry. See, this one right here, she's clocked us from all the way over there. She's probably got pinpoint hearing. A simple act of killing her will probably pull a couple more, right? Oh, that means all these guys have got bad hearing. Let's test that. Okay. You see how only some of them came and the rest of them just completely ignored us? That's random traits right there. Some of them have got good hearing, some of them have got terrible hearing. Try to split them apart here. Axe level 3. And that has brought most of them to us. Between the yell and the combat. Try to keep their attention here. I can't see them on the other side of those trees. So I gotta kind of just trust that they're still coming at me. I like that jacket. It's a nice green. I don't know why that guy decided to go south. He just went the completely wrong direction. More fountain cups. Okay, I need to regain a little bit of endurance. So I'm going to go up to this pile here and sit down on the ground and loot the pile while I recover my endurance. Huh, there's somebody in the house to the south, but they turned around and gave up. Okay. Let's sit on the ground, and I start scrolling through the corpses. So I'm not just looting for the sake of looting, I'm also covering my strength. Pay no heed to that, young hobbit. Alright, that's this corpse pile looted. Drop the stuff I've been carrying around. Yet another broken branch for the pile here. So if I wanted to, I could do a bunch of carving stuff right there. But now is not the time for that. I have recovered all of my endurance, so we are killing some more zombies now. Pick up what I missed over here. What the hell? Why did I hit her all the way over there? That was weird. Very weird. Didn't stage a replacement axe. I'm actually out of axes. Go figure. Just gonna leave that broken branch on the ground here with the other ones and then go get some more axe. Two, three more axes into the backpack. In addition to the axes we just equipped. Total of 5. I left the engine running again, like a doofus. Something I tend to do once in a while. One of the things I always do whenever I do pick up a firearm is I pull all the bullets out of the firearm itself and the magazines and store them separately. It makes it easier to store things in the long term. Eventually more firearms down here on these top zombies. Oh, this guy's got a club hammer. I found it just in time to be useless. It's urban camo military shorts. They're broken, but I can fix them. When I say I can fix them, what I mean is I can get tailoring to level 8 and then I can fix them. I mean, if the garage door is already going to be open, might as well take a peek. It's a sports car tire. Not that I have a very good sports car to stick it in. And there's a performance or a standard, heavy-duty performance muffler. That I am holding on to. Because it's in perfect condition. So that'll be a lovely thing to install probably in my ambulance if it needs it. If it doesn't need it, I got plenty of other heavy-duty vehicles that could use it. So if you're not familiar, Zomboid vehicles are classed in three different categories. There's standard, heavy-duty, and sports cars. Sports cars are the hardest to fix. Heavy-duty are in between, but heavy-duty are the workhorses for me because they have the highest storage capacities. This ambulance, for example, is a heavy-duty. Keep this club hammer in my tool bag here so that I don't have another situation like the last one. I do see that zombie rolling up on me here. Just sorting some bags to kill him. Right this way, please. It's a metallic dress watch. But I don't need that because I have a Luthex watch already. Luthex is the luxury brand. It's like having a Rolex. My character is already a high roller in terms of luxury stuff. All right, that's his pile looted. Let's deal with this group over here. Bag cleared out, yeah. Being level 3 with axes is actually making a significant difference now. I don't have to be quite as afraid about taking on intermediate-sized groups. She had fishnet tights. That's cute. Hold on to those. There's one guy who's clocked us, but he can't get to us because he's stuck over there. That's a lull. Sucks to be that guy. I'll deal with him in due time. Oh, he got unstuck. I'm proud of him. Or no, that's the other one. Ah. Right over this way, would you? Shit. That was a stage 2 right there. When a zombie's sitting down like that, they technically count as being on the ground. So you can go for the one shot. A little dangerous though. Sometimes I miss and it causes me problems. I had a stage 4 once because of that, where I actually had a zombie give me a scratch on the neck. That's an oh god, am I gonna die moment right there. Barbara Butters could have had her run end a lot earlier than it did at the 104-hour mark. That would have been like, I don't know, maybe like 65 or so hours in. But yeah, I survived that. That is not where she died. Coming up on 1,800 hours, so fatigue is not far behind. You know what? There it is. I saw a charcoal grill in a backyard of one of these houses. I'm going to steal that. That is going to be my method of cooking food since I'm out in the field and I don't have my powered fryer. Come on, this way, idiots. There's a lot of cops in this area. I think that we had multiple cops and robbers events. Alright, here's our grill. Items inside of it. Somebody was in the middle of cooking burgers. That was a long time ago. Just enough room. I can put the grill in my backpack. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of a military backpack right there. It's one of the reasons I always go for those first. So the Brandenburg Assault is always very top on my list of things to do in this game, because military backpacks, you can't beat them. They're that good. Just imagine having a backpack big enough to fit an entire charcoal grill in it. Pretty good. Alright, about 8 fatigue left to work with, so that's a few more minutes of killing. I think I can sort out the remainder of the zombies in the Central Park area here. There was just one more group, if I recall. Or did I actually... I actually cleared it out. Nah, they migrated in that direction. Okay. So they are right there on the left side of the screen behind the chat there. Oops. Accidentally hit E. Didn't want to do that. I don't usually play WASD. You'll see my input overlay in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen through OBS. I don't usually use the WASD keys on the left side of the keyboard. I'm normally an arrow key kind of guy. It's just for some reason with this game, I could not find a way to make my usual arrow keys work. So I generally, it's because my fingers are so big, right? You know, hands bigger than your face sort of thing. Alright, I think I've pulled enough. I'll just take them as they arrive. Running away. 3 fast shamblers all at once is a little much. I would even be hesitant to do that with short ones. Yeah, see, none of them are going down, so let's get some more distance. Like dominoes, they all fall down. I should be more confident, but you play it safe, you survive. That's how this game works. Especially since we're getting flanked. I was not expecting that. I hate having them come at me from multiple angles. I couldn't even begin to tell you exactly where those ones behind us are coming from, because we already had a lot of combat on that porch, and they didn't come out then. I guess maybe just driving the van by once was enough. I don't know. Sometimes I don't fully understand where they originate from, but I know where they're going, and that's into the ground. This zombie has a watch going off. The one here with the purple shirt, I think. No? Who is it? It's not me, is it? No, it's not. None of the watches I've picked up. Could be this pile. No? It's hard to tell sometimes. It's none of these. See here, it's getting quieter. What the hell? Oh, it's my own watch. How the hell did that get set? Oh, I clicked accidentally. So in the top right-hand corner of the screen here where the time is, you can accidentally click up here. And when the little bell icon is on, that's when your watch turns on. I didn't even... that's kind of funny. That was my own damn watch. I thought I heard it fade in, which is why I was almost certain it was a zombie's watch. That must have been my 1800-hour alarm for the TV shows. It's the only reason I use the watch alarms anymore. Come on, loser. There's one that's going to come around from above the van. I should have known I'd be exerted. It's fine. We got him clear. Let's replace the broken axe on my back. Let's have a little sit down and let's pull some clothes off these zombies while we're sitting down and regaining our strength. Ooh, this zombie had caffeine pills. That is extremely useful. You can just take those and it's basically just a replacement for sleep the way it's currently implemented. It's a little silly, but there's also not very many sources of caffeine in this game right now, so it's silly, but it's limited in terms of its impact. Alright, that's all of my endurance recovered. But I am moments away from becoming tired, which means basically think of certain moodles like being tired or being hungry. Just when you look at those, realize, oh wow, my damage is being cut in half right now, because that's the impact that it has. If you're tired or hungry, your combat effectiveness drops like a lead weight. You really want to be keeping ahead of it. It's one of the reasons I use a stat bar all the time, because it's just that important to stay ahead of the negative problems that come along when you're not paying attention to it. Did not notice that guy to the north there. It's on the other side of my inventories here. I already cleared this area, sir. You're not allowed to be here. Kill, motherfucker. Alright. The hell? So there's still more to this. They're kind of like scattered now. They're not grouped up very well. It's kind of annoying, but we are about to be tired, so I'm gonna kill this guy and then we're out of here. My keyring is full, so I actually have to be a little bit more discerning about the keys I pick up. As a general rule of thumb, I like to just pick up all the keys that I find. Dark, yeah, I don't need any of those keys. If I pick up the residence keys, then it makes it easier to deal with looting the local houses. I cleared all of the residents' keys off of my keychain before I came out here. So I know that any key that I pick up out here is going to be one of the local houses. Speaking thereof, a couple of garages I could check. I don't think I've checked the garages for any of these 4 houses here. That's what I'll do next, because I should have the keys to these garages, hopefully. Picked up a lot of keys to houses. Nope, never mind. There's 2 of them up there. There's several of them. I'm switching to short blunt. Sounded like there was somebody in this area between the houses, but I don't see anybody. I can take these ones inside in chunks. See, one at a time, I don't mind fighting fatigued, but... yeah, see, look at that. They're only coming at us one at a time. Whole box of pineapple out here. Neat. Still got a little bit of thunder rolling through, but it sounds like it's very far away at this point, so I do believe we have successfully dodged the storm. Spoke a little too soon. That was very loud. Hard to say, hard to say. And I thought I got everything out of this pile. Yeah, now I have. Okay. So now I just drop everything I just peeled off the zombies right here. Okay. My character's getting a little sad again because of all the disrobing of the dead. I can't blame her. That's it's got to be pretty sad peeling the clothes off the corpses. I would probably get a little sad doing that too. Okay, so we now have a place to cook since we picked up that charcoal grill. Just grab that and put it down right in front of the house. Need some fuel for it, so let's burn some stuff that I don't need. Small handle, I guess. I'm gonna need a lot more fuel than that, so I'm actually gonna use this axe that's already in my hand to chop down this tree here. And the log is going to count for 6 hours of fuel. And then I'll add the sapling on top of that. Hold on to those branches for now, just in case I need more weapons. See, the game gave you a way to chop a log into firewood, but there's not much of a point in doing that because the firewood, chopping it into firewood doesn't make it last any longer. So it's literally, in terms of just, you know, total burn time, it accomplishes nothing. So now I light the fire with these twigs, and I guess I got a matchbook for my loot. Oh, look at that. They've added a new effect for the charcoal grill. It's really hard to see. There's just a little bit of smoke coming out of the side of it here. But mostly I can go off the fact that I can hear it. So what do I want to do to cook? Let's check for... Yeah, I got a pot right here. Just go fill it up with water, and I think I got some... found some mac and cheese here. I guess I didn't put any food in that. Salt and pepper, I guess. That'll make whatever I cook a little bit nicer. Here's the mac and cheese. So I open the mac and cheese box. That gives me some macaroni and some powdered cheese. And then just to spice it up a little further, I'll take these crackers. So that's a little bit of everything here. That'll make a nice stew. But it has to be a soup, actually, because if it was a stew, you couldn't put the powdered cheese in it for some reason. I guess that would burn it, because stews cook longer. Cheese and macaroni, and then crackers. With salt and pepper. That ought to make my character a lot happier, just having some, having a good old pot of mac and cheese with some crackers in it. That would make me happier, I'll tell you what. The one downside to using a charcoal grill is that it doesn't produce any light. So I won't be able to continue reading once I run out of daylight here in another 10 minutes or so. Yeah, that's fine. Got a flashlight. I just prefer to be discerning about when I use it. Batteries are technically a limited resource, but there are literally thousands on the map. You know where to look. Alright, we got ourselves a nice 40 stew there. Let's put out the charcoal grill. And this ought to make us nice and happy. Not perfect. We're still not back to 100% happies, but that gave us a lot of happies. You know, I thought the storm was petering out, but it actually sounds like it's, I'm hearing thunder more often now, so. Ongoing warning, if you see the lights turn off behind me, then you'll know that I've had a power outage. These secondary lights I'm using to stream are on a separate circuit, not my backup. Alright, we've got... It's 2 a.m., we got 2 hours to burn. I'm just going to continue reading the tailoring book. However, I don't feel like burning flashlight batteries, so I'm going to sit in the cab of the van. Fast forward for 3, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Finish finish off that macaroni and cheese. And then I'll just leave the pot out here next to the charcoal grill. Get any rain, it'll fill itself up. There's surprisingly a lot of protein in that mac and cheese. I'm all the way up to 200 proteins now. Feeling a little bloody right now. I'm gonna go ahead and wash myself up. I use the toilet water to wash my wash some of these clothes that are not coming in direct contact with my skin. I'll use the sink to wash myself. Where'd my water go? Oh, it's full. Okay, that's good. Sounds like somebody's outside. Which is weird, because I thought I cleared this area. Maybe my neighbors have finally broken out of wherever the hell they were. Hmm? That's weird. Oh, you know what? They're probably, no, the neighbors still have not broken out. That sound I was hearing was a zombie on the second floor of this house. Because if they were on the first floor, they would have figured out how to come through that window and get to me. Well, whatever. I'm sure they'll make their way out eventually. So this matchbook and lighter that are at full capacity, I'm going to set aside. Eventually we're going to need a lot of sources of fire starting for the when we get into pottery, because unlike metalworking, pottery requires like a fire starter for everything you craft. So it can actually it can add up very quickly. Consolidate these matchbooks together. Just so that I always make sure that I carry at least one source of fire starters in my Alice webbing here. I somehow managed to get more keys in my keychain than I could fit. I don't even know how I did that. Okay. That's our inventory sorted for now. So here's the deal. I have a lot of zombie corpse piles to work with right now. And I'm about halfway done with the tailoring book. I'm going to go ahead and finish the tailoring book now. And I'm going to deal with the piles to the north. The mega pile that I created when I did all of my short blunt killing earlier. So I'm just sitting in the cab and passing the time here. It'll probably take, I don't know, maybe half of the day. 3/4 of the day to finish this. See, if I spend too much longer killing zombies, then I will I'll risk some of the corpses to the north despawning and taking the clothes with them, and I prefer not to have that happen. Okay, tailoring book has been completed. I put it back in the passenger seat here. We are now going to move up north a little bit to the kill pile. I will not acquiesce anybody coming up behind me here. So, in terms of tailoring operations, look at this backfill here. Where were you assholes when I was killing all these other assholes? Good thing I'm not trying to do this while I'm tired. Alright, with all these corpses around me, I'm going to go ahead and put on a mask, so I do not get as sick as I would. You'll still get sick eventually, even wearing a mask, but the mask will make it take a lot longer. That's somebody sitting next to the community center here. Yeah, look at that. I only saw her feet. Excuse me. Church is closed right now. I don't know if we have any priests left to operate it, so it's gonna be closed for a while. Come on, get out of there. Okay, so there's actually, I believe that there is still a significant amount of tailoring stuff to work with in the last mega pile that I had in this area. Okay, maybe not. I think I might have taken it all with me. So you see where that table is? That's where there used to be an even bigger corpse pile than the one that over there that I have so far. They have all despawned though. Oh no, there it is. There it is. It just didn't draw for some reason. And now it's layered on top of the table. The table is still there, but there's just a billion things on top of it. So, that's good. That is actually good. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to park the van to the north of me, so that anybody who does approach, say somebody approaches from the north, they're going to have to go around the van to get to me, and approach me from a different angle. Is that going to save me? I don't know. But is it going to make it easier? Yes. A lot. So now, I open the crafting menu, and I'm now crafting on a low table, somewhere underneath all that stuff. And I'm just going to pick up where I left off with my previous tailoring operations. Shortening trousers. Basically just turning jeans into jean shorts. Re-experience each time I do it, and there's so many zombies that were wearing jeans. I just left all the jeans on the floor here. I can do that with 14 different pairs of jeans. And then once I made them into shorts, I just leave them on the floor. Technically don't even need to be wearing the mask right now. Okay, we've actually gotten to the point where there are no longer any jeans to cut up down here. Mesh trousers, denim light. So those are, we found the rare pair of jeans that actually cannot be shortened into shorts. Kind of funny. There were a couple of clothing items. Oh, you know what? I wasn't within range of those shorts, was I? Nope. So those two pairs of shorts that were to the south of me, I wasn't actually close enough to use them. Now I am. So there's two more. Alright, all that's left from this pile, I believe, are belts. Right? Everything else is just random stuff. I'll stick into this backpack that I left on the floor. Okay, and now I take the table that I left here to tailor with, and just move it on up to the next pile of corpses. And meanwhile, as I go around, I can start picking up some of these clothing piles that I left behind. But specifically, I'm going to focus only on stuff I can tailor with for now, because there's other stuff I left in those piles that I don't have an organization for them yet. Alright, we haven't sorted through this pile yet, so I'm just going to take everything, put it straight in my inventory, so that I can handle it in bulk with the next group. Riverside Fabrication, Franklin Bullion. I'm gonna hold on to that because I think that's a van nearby. I think that's the white van all the way down there, but we'll find out. I have no idea which one of those watches is doing that. Okay, let's put down the table smack dab in the middle of this group. Now, I am very confident that I've cleared this area out after all the sirens and horn honking and whatnot, so I'm going to go ahead and sit on the ground and start some tailoring operations and fast forward. The reason I'm sitting on the ground is because if you do it while standing up, you'll start to lose health because you're carrying too much at once. Until you start dropping stuff. So far, just from shortening trousers, we've got ourselves 3 bundles of denim strips, 12 each. So we're like, we're coming up on 40 denim strips total. Alright, got some skirts to shorten. So the way the game works with skirts is you can take a long skirt, turn it into a regular skirt, and turn a regular into a knee length. You can turn a knee length into a thigh skirt, or a short skirt rather, they call it a short skirt. It goes down to your thighs, and then you can turn your short skirts into mini skirts. So if there is any skirts that a zombie is wearing, it's most likely one you can shorten, with the exception, of course, of mini skirts, which are relatively obvious to tell the difference if you're looking at a zombie. And if you get long sleeve shirts, you can shorten them into short sleeves. What I would really like is a way to turn t-shirts into tank tops, but that is not a thing yet. I don't know if it will be a thing, but I hope it will be. That would open up the game a little bit in terms of what I can potentially make use of out in the field. There's a lot of zombies with t-shirts that I can't do anything with. Also, the game just seems to think that you didn't have... There's no such thing as baggy jean shorts. You can't turn your baggy jeans into jean shorts, which is just the stupidest thing. It's like, you know, the developers of this game very clearly lived in the 90s. I wore baggy jean shorts in the 90s. That was a thing, I guarantee you. Not like I was on top of fashion trends or anything, but I lived in the 90s and I wore plenty of jean shorts. Baggy jean shorts, specifically. Oh well. It almost feels like the devs don't want to give us too many options, because then we'll be able to just do this and level our tailoring very easily. Well, I don't want to call it easily, but if you're killing a lot of zombies, it's pretty easy. Another funny thing that you can do when you have corpse piles this big is you can scrap jewelry in bulk. So you need like 20 pieces of gold jewelry items. Oh shit, it's trying to scrap my own bracelet. I need to favorite that so it doesn't do that. So if you favorite an item, it won't be used in a crafting recipe. I think I actually used one of my own jewelry items already, because I'm missing a gold ring. Okay, that's all favorited. Yeah, all my jewelry is favorited now, so I don't have to worry about accidentally using it in a crafting recipe. Try that again. This doesn't get us any experience, it just gets us materials without having to pull them off of the corpses. I probably should have mentioned that on the start. If you use the crafting menu on top of a corpse pile like this, then whatever you use when you're crafting does not actually... Your character does not pull it off of the corpse first, if that makes sense. You end up just... it just kind of magically gets used in your crafting system. Didn't want to equip those, I wanted to drop them. Okay, there we go. Getting a little hungry, so I'm going to step away from the corpse pile. And then take off my mask to drink. I think I forgot to shorten socks. Yeah. There's even another pair of trousers I missed. Cut up a couple of belts here. When you cut up belts, you get a belt buckle, but you also get leather strips that are guaranteed to be clean, which is nice. Having to go out of my way to clean all these dirty leather strips is not necessarily something I'm looking forward to. But at least I can do it in the river, where I got infinite water to work with. So another thing about B42 is they're constantly adding more things you can research the crafting recipe for by just right-clicking on it and hitting Research Craft. In that case, I just picked up a pair of shorts and researched how to sew my own pants. So I can now sew pants. Okay. That's just about everything. I'm going to go ahead and... everything in terms of crafting. with the exception of I'm not doing watches right now because I have not read the next electrical book yet. So still just gathering watches. It's a pair of scissors. So scissors are very useful, not just for tailoring, but for if you don't need to tailor anymore, you can just melt the scissors down for more steel. You actually get a little bit of steel out of scissors, steel is a very lovely resource. Even this little fork here, I can scrap that. That's a pair of undies that is almost orange, but it's like a brownish orangish color. I don't know if you guys have noticed, orange is a color that's very near and dear to me. Orange and black are my favorite colors. Halloween sort of palette. So this pile is a little bit oblong, so I actually have to, in order to know that I've gotten everything out of all the zombies in the pile, I'm gonna have to stand in it in two different places here. Right now I'm doing like the side that's on the top here, and then I'll do the side that's on the bottom, and then we're out of here, we're sleeping, and we are continuing our loot efforts. Definitely thinking about reading the next electrical book now that I've gotten tons of watches. Like I think I'm coming up on the triple digits of watches if we count what I have back at my base and over here. Okay, this side of the loot pile's done. Going down to this side now. Okay, that's everything from both sides of the pile. So this mega pile is now dealt with. I'm just starting to get sick, too. I just hit tier 1 sickness. So even though I was wearing the mask, just by being around that corpse pile for a couple of hours, starting to get a little sick. Understandable. But it is not a particular discrete kind of sickness, it's just a general queasiness. So I'll be able to sleep it off here. Normally, when you see the queasy pop up in Project Zomboid, that's usually a death sentence. Because that's how a lot of people find out that they've been infected. What the hell? Oh. Oh, that's a key to this house. It made the garage door highlight itself. Okay. Fascinating. Like all these trash bags are full. Right? No, this one's got a little room left. Okay, that's enough loot sorting. I can sleep now. Alrighty. Coming down the home stretch on how much milk we have left. We got 4 cups. That's basically another 24-hour period. Sleeping in the mask actually made my character a little bit sad. I can understand that. Sleeping with a mask on is... I hate wearing one enough without sleeping in it. Let's take that mask off before I forget again. Use my headlights to do a little bit of crafting here. I think I can also, there's probably a book somewhere I can find that will ease my sadness a little bit. Alright, you know what? I'm overloaded on residence keys again. I'm going to go ahead and just toss the residence keys into the trunk here. I prefer to carry around unique keys as opposed to residence key 37. I found 37 keys on all these random zombies out here. That's a lot of keys. Tailoring materials I'm going to put straight into the trunk as opposed to in any specific bag, so that I know I can easily separate them when I'm back at base. And all the rest of the stuff can just go into this bag. I never did find a book to read. Some magazines, but those aren't going to make me any happier. You don't get any happies from reading magazines. They just reduce your stress. Need some happies. Here we go. I can read Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. I'm sure reading about a mad scientist going insane and making a creation that turns on him is that would definitely make anybody happy, right? We will find out tomorrow morning. we have got our happies back. We don't have anything else to cook, otherwise I'd probably use that whole pot of water out there for something. Let's actually take a survey on how much loot we currently have. See if we can even fit some of that into the trunk, because we might be getting full. Oh yeah, we are absolutely getting full. I don't think I can even fit another, yeah, I can't fit any more garbage bags of loot into the trunk here. I can, however, fit stuff in my hands still. So that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and hand carry the rest of the loot back with me here. What you do when you have multiple military backpacks is you put one in each of your hands like this. And this right here, by having one military backpack on your back and one in each hand, this is peak Project Zomboid right here. You can carry, when you have the organized trait, you can carry over 100 encumbrance of stuff across those 3 backpacks, because they're 36 each. So I just take each of these garbage bags that I have laying around and toss them into my military backpacks in my hands. So what I'm actually going to do is, only 2 of my military backpacks are full right now. I'm actually going to take a couple things out of the trunk and that should leave me with just enough room to fit this whatchamacallit, this large stone that I pulled out of the ground. I can actually fit it into the trunk of the ambulance now. See, I have no chance of actually picking the stone up because it weighs 40. Your inventory encumbrance limit is 50. So I have never been in a position to pick it up since I came down here. But I don't have to pick it up into my inventory. I just put it into the ambulance now. And look at that. We are now full of loot on our person and in the ambulance. So we are driving back. This is a very successful expedition here. We haven't fully cleared out this side of the map, but we've taken a huge chunk out of it. I would say, I would go as far as to say that the vast majority of zombies in Riverside have been taken care of. All of the major clusters. Everything we're going to fight now are just going to be like remnant clusters. Another reason that I'm heading back is I actually need to, I need to step away briefly. I've been at this for about 5.5 hours and I haven't even taken a break yet. So I'm going to, once I get some of these loot bags sorted, I'm going to take a quick break and then we shall resume. But I'll need to step away for approximately, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. What I'm going to do, though, is back the ambulance up and park it so that it is facing my crafting table there. When I do that, I can use stuff that's in the trunk of the ambulance to craft with. So now I just take all these random garbage bags in my backpack and place them on the ground somewhere where they can, somewhere where I can put them straight into the trunk of a vehicle again. Okay, there's all my military backpacks empty. Now, unlike the rest of my vehicles, my ambulance is not a loot storage vehicle. I need to keep it empty so that I can, you know, take it out with me out into the field. So I need to also remove the garbage bags of loot from the back of the ambulance here. Which there is only one, because I could only fit one in addition to all this other crap. Okay. There is a little bit of room left in this van here, the van that I'm using for my library. There's my electronics bin. But I have not separated my electronics, so that is, can't make any use of that right now. Where did I put my keys? Ah, here they are. So, my residence key collection, I have the keys to 72 different houses now. Well, to be honest, there's probably a number of duplicates in there. So I have keys to at least, I don't know, let's just say 60 houses I have the keys to. That's a credit to the developers making it so that zombies spawn with the keys to nearby houses. And now that I've read the tailoring magazine, I can also pull tailoring stuff that I've stored in these vehicles, put it in my inventory. That bucket should be outside. Ooh, these gloves, these leather gloves, that's actually a tailoring piece of equipment there. You can turn leather gloves into bone gloves, bone gauntlets. Eventually you can make your own leather gloves too. That'll just require some actual leather from animals. Which I do have a few bulls that I intend on killing at some point. Not for any malicious reason, just it's annoying keeping track of them, and I need leather. Non-negotiably, I will need a large piece of leather if I ever want to build a workshop, because you do need to have a bellows. And bellows require leather. There's no other way to get leather in this game that I know of yet. Those I'm actually keeping. As is that, because I'm fixing that up. Ah, more keys. I need to centralize these. There's a huge collection of keys right there. I should probably just create a dedicated bag for keys. So bone gloves are just one of the very many tailoring recipes they made. If you go to the tailoring section of your crafting menu here, you can see we got like a bone mask, a bone pectoral. Just type in bone. Yeah, make bone armored gloves. So I need tailoring level 3. I'm pretty close to tailoring level 3. We got the vast majority of the 3rd level of tailoring just from all the stuff we did out in the field there with the in the middle of the corpse piles. So when I get to level 3, I can make I can turn a pair of leather gloves into bone leather gloves with bones that I get from animals. That gives you 80% bite protection on your hands. On the flip side, they're very uncomfortable to wear. So I can also at tailoring level 3 make a bone choker. Takes a little bit of carving to make that, but it is very useful because it is the bone choker is actually 100% bite protection to the neck. It's just like with anything else bone related, it is very uncomfortable to wear. So your character will be depressed pretty quickly if you wear them all the time. But what I do is I just stick a pair of those in the combat bag that I keep in my ambulance, and I put them on when I expect to have large fights. So that is that's my combat flow when it comes to armor. I can research a craft recipe from these gloves. Aha! I have learned how to make my own leather gloves. I don't think I actually have enough, probably next level tailoring, I can do that. Okay. Books, books, more books. My proteins are great, so I don't need to eat this jerky right now. Set it aside, though, if I get low on protein again. There's a scarf here that I've been keeping an eye on it, because eventually I'll be able to learn how to make my own scarves. I'll just have to right-click on that once I get to a certain level of tailoring. There's a couple of magazines here that I haven't read yet. I'm going to read them now, because one of them is an armor-related magazine. Actually, both of these are armor-related. It's mostly going to be stuff that I have to make at the blacksmith, but in the off chance that it's something I can make by hand, it would be more relevant to me sooner rather than later here. Ooh, I have a Woolly Yarns magazine. That's great. I'll learn how to make, I can knit my own hats, balaclavas, and beanies. Great. I love it. Couple of Welder monthly magazines here. I haven't yet bothered trying to centralize all my magazines in the same place, because they're just, I find them in the weirdest of places. It's hard to keep track of them all. In a perfect world, I would just read them all as soon as I pick them up, but I'm getting them like so constantly that that would require a lot of standing around. Standing around right now is no problem for me because I've got I'm at my base. I'm clear. Okay. That's all those magazines taken care of. That's my construction van. A couple of band-aids to wash up. Leather strips. More smithing magazines. Couple of pristine pairs of scissors I should keep in my tailoring bag there. Oh, I can research this Hawaiian shirt. Ah, I can make my own shirts now. Very nice, very nice. Tank top, western boots, strapless dress. Can't do anything with any of that. A lot of electrical stuff over here. I'll centralize that into my other... I have a dedicated bag for electronics. Long overdue getting that centralized. That is, after all, my next task after I read the next book for electronics. So normally I wouldn't do this. Oh, no, I'm not going to do it, because... So I got an entire bottle of whiskey right here. You can get rid of a lot of hunger just by downing a bottle of whiskey. You'll just be combat ineffective for a couple of hours, because you gotta deal with the drunkenness. Not really interested in having that problem right now, because I think it also makes... If you're drunk, you do tasks slower. And I'm going to be reading a book in a minute here, so I don't want drunkenness making it take forever for me to read a book. Actually, that radio can stay there. Do want to have a couple of undeconstructed electronics items just for fun. Base decoration and whatnot. candles. I need to keep track of those. Candles are extremely useful for pottery, of all things. See, what you do is when you have something that you need to craft with that requires a fire source, you can use a lit candle as your fire source. So basically you light a candle with just one match, and then you use the candle for your pottery activities. That's a lot more efficient than using individual matches for your pottery activities. It saves you a lot of matches. There's another bottle of whiskey. It's tempting. It really is. Ooh, I can research how to make leg warmers. Glad I looked at that. Okay. And boots. Okay. With that, I've gone through all of my loot. We've gotten, like, I don't know, 2% more organized than we were before. So we made a little bit of progress. But by centralizing our electronics here, we'll make it even easier to exploit the magazine after we read it. More magazines. They really did get scattered to the wind here. Okay, now I can get all of my keys put together. That's a lot of keys. Ooh, I can research holsters. Can't make my own ankle holster yet, but that's alright, I guess. You can make a lot of things with tailoring now, but there's still those little gaps where there's certain things you gotta find, like ankle holsters, that you'll never be able to make. Okay. Candles, safety scissors. And a couple pairs of extra scissors. Scrap pieces. This is just my general workshop bag here. A couple of magazines that I'm holding on to that I've read. Which of these trucks has my... I'm still a little too close with the van there. These trucks has my magazine collection. There it is, okay. My magazine collection, my informal one. I'm gonna make this my formal one. I'm gonna right-click and rename this garbage bag to be my garbage bag mag. So now I have my skill magazines centralized. We're now 5% more organized than we were before, as opposed to 2%. On the flip side, we're running out of storage space in this main vehicle. So I'm going to move one of these garbage bags down one. There we go, put it in this one. More room here. Perfect. Operation sort things just a little bit. Complete. Trash here. Sheet metal scrap. I don't know if I can even use that. I'm going to put the sheet metal scrap on the ground because I actually can't remember if I can use it. I can research something from it. Huh. I'll drop it on the floor, why not? I'm going to hold on to the dirty straps of stuff while I put the rest of it in here. A couple of things of tailoring I can do. Let's shorten these trousers and the skirt. Yeah, none of these are... Wait a minute, that's too late now. No, that's not one of the colors that I wanted. So, whenever I tailor something, I want to make sure that I'm not accidentally getting rid of something that I want to keep because it looks pretty. I do have a collection of things that I looted for the sole purpose of the fact that it looks nice, and I want to hold on to it, add it to my collection. There we go, tailoring level 3. That has unlocked a number of things for us there. So now we can bundle up some of this denim and rag. Toss that into our tailoring bag. Okay, and then the rest of these clothes that I'm carrying around are just not stuff I intend on using for anything other than if I need to scrap it and get more leather, or, sorry, not leather, but denim or cloth. Drop these sparse food items in here. Now everything else I'm carrying around either needs to go in the van, the wooden mallet so I don't get caught without one in the future like I was before. Tailoring 2 needs to go back into the van. Library van, as it were. Now we need another book to read. That's going to be electrical level 2. I need to crack open my book pack of electrical books here. That's fine. So I've been hungry for a little while here. I'm going to solve that now. Grab together something to eat. Why have I not shortened these socks yet? I thought that was on my list of things to do. Where is that skirt that the game is trying to shorten right now? That one... I do not want to shorten this long sleeve t-shirt because that's a really pretty purple and I want to keep that intact. Eventually I'll be able to repair it. Those mini skirts need to go on the floor outside so they stop wasting my space. Continue holding on to those gloves. You know, 2 of these mini skirts came out to be a very nice bright color that I probably would not have wanted to... Wait a minute, that doesn't match the icon. What the hell? The icon is pink, but the skirt is actually yellow, like a mustard yellow. That's silly. Oh, false advertising right there. Alright. Imagine wearing a mustard yellow skirt. Ugh. You'd have to find something really nice to complement it. By itself, it sounds horrible. Those leather gloves into my backpack. Right, so everything else that I'm carrying around is just this one skirt that I'm shortening next. I had a lot more clothes built up here than I thought. That's right, I had a whole trash bag that I filled up. That makes sense. Now I can sharpen the scissors again. Got my handy little grindstone right here, so it's a lot faster. I still had some dirty stuff here. Okay. That and that. I can probably make another bundle now. Multiple bundles. Four sharp flint flakes that I recovered out in the field. Those are all useful for recrafting. Recycling, as it were. Bundle up these rags. I'm probably going to turn around and unbundle them in a little bit when I start pushing a little further into tailoring here. Okay, that is everything that I wanted to sort, fully sorted. Now what I do is I have an electrical book to read. I'm just gonna feed myself really quick. What to eat to feed myself? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and eat an entire thing of ice cream, because I have earned it. Okay. So now I'm just going to have a little sit down and read a book, and I'm going to step away IRL for a few minutes, and I shall be back. Catch you all in about 5 minutes here. Alrighty, we are back. Much appreciation to the folks who stick around even when I have to step away for a few minutes there. Alrighty. And look at that, it is the perfect time to go to sleep in game here. Around 2300. Just gonna read until about 4 and then sleep again. That'll be a good night's activity there. Alright, so I got a whole bunch of dirty tailoring items that I need to get fixed up here. Let's go ahead and do that next. When I say fixed up, what I really mean is cleaned up. Gonna go, basically I'm just gonna do a self cleanup here. I'm gonna hop down to the river, which is just right a little bit to the north. Is there anything else I need to do while I'm at the river? Doesn't look like it. I got plenty of water from those buckets that filled up with rainwater. In here for? I'm putting belt buckles away. Right. Got a ton of those. Eventually, belt buckles that I've been collecting from scrapping belts, eventually we'll turn around and use those for crafting armor, like proper armor. Not that I necessarily plan on ever really wearing armor in combat, but it is a good way to level your metalworking by making armor. I'm just gonna run to the river. I don't need to get in the van for that. It's just right up here on the other side of this forest. This forest is gonna be our primary source of lumber. That's one of the reasons I've been leveling my axe skill so much. Can't level up your axe skill from cutting down trees, as far as I know. Oh, look at that. We've got some respawns. Okay. Oh, speaking of my axe skill, let's... So, this is actually very important for me to know, because I plan on building my base somewhere in this area of the river, but seeing as there's spawns right there, I might actually move it a little bit. Because you see, there's no spawns over here. So I might actually start the base right here where the river curves, as opposed to over there. I don't want there to be respawns. Like, say I go on an expedition, right? Maybe I go to Muldrow for a couple of months. I don't want to leave for a couple months and then come back here and find my base full of zombies. Which, that's something that's very possible to happen if you build, you know, like a custom base on top of a place where zombies spawn, like right here. See, I don't even want zombies near my base if I can avoid it. To be perfectly honest, I'm probably going to... I'm going to go for broke on that. I'm going to actually build my base somewhere where there's 100% certainty of no zombie spawning. And that's going to be, I'm going to extend out into the river. I'm going to just build on the river itself. Okay. I shall now do what I came here to do. So the fact that I saw zombies spawning here is making me slightly concerned about just starting a long activity and then fast forwarding. So if I stand in this direction and use this tile to wash myself, damn it, I don't want to turn around all the way. Okay, there we go. So I click on that tile and I don't turn around so I can continue facing this direction. So basically, if I start washing stuff, I can fast forward and there won't be zombies coming up behind me. I'll see them long before they get to me at this rate. Okay, laundry is done, with the exception of, I'm going to take some of this stuff out of my backpack and wash it. Learned how to sew a few more things by researching the leather coat that I just cleaned up. Now I can rip it. Use the leather strips for other things. And then these jeans and skirt for tailoring back at the crafting surface. And that crop top is cute. I'm keeping it because I like it. Just got a level of running from running back and forth. This is why I always run everywhere I go. So you just, whenever you're sprinting or just regularly running, there's like a chance for like every amount of time that passes, you get a skill or an experience point in either fitness or running. I think running a little bit more often than fitness. So one of my only other hang-ups before I want to actually build my base is the ability to install my own laundry system and my own stove, like a proper stove. See this, I'm able to move this because I have electrical level 2, but I need 3 if I want to be able to move like a proper stove. Like this fryer only has like 6 capacity in it, it's really small. So I want to finish reading this electrical level 2 book. Might as well just let the fog pass out too, and then after I finish reading this book, I will, I have so many stockpiled electronics that I've just, you know, from watches on zombies and headphones and all that crap. I just go on a dismantling spree. I'm almost guaranteed to get level 3 electrical just from that, after reading this book. See, while I finish reading this book, we can look at my skills. I'm very close to maintenance level 10. I'm about to be level 10 in a skill, just because of finding the books, making sure that I keep reading them, that kind of stuff. Read them at the right times is what I like to do. See, like carving, we're level 8. We don't really need to be any higher level than 8, because 8 is when you can make short bats. And short bats are just amazing for me being a construction worker who does short blunt. Yeah. I'm already level, like, 7.5 on short blunt skill. Which, to have that when you're like, you know, only 15, or what am I at? I'm at like 50 days in. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's some of the fastest power leveling you'll get on vanilla without any mods, without any change settings. Alright, so electrical 2 back into the book storage here. You know what? It's probably... I think I've reached a point. If I haven't, I'll definitely by September. I've gotten close enough to a point where I can start reading aiming. and reloading. But before I do that, I want to have metalworking, because that is going to get me my forge. So I'll hold on to that, and then should probably make something to eat here. Just gonna make a egg stew, I suppose. I can boil at least 3 of these pots of water at once. Eggs, butter, and a little bit of onion. Not the most interesting soup, but it'll keep us sustained. Soup cooks faster than stew. Otherwise, this would be functionally the same. We got room to eat the whole thing since we haven't eaten too much yet today. Boil the rest of this water when I get to cooking some more. No, a spooky sound. My tailoring bag is almost full, and it's got nothing but bundles of strips. It's 5 leather strip bundles, 3 denim strip, 3 rag bundles. There's plenty of tailoring materials, but we'll go through it very fast once we actually start going nuts with leveling tailoring. Try to clean out anything redundant in here. There we go. Redundant stuff can go back here. Yippee. Yeah, we're not currently in a very interesting phase of the game. It's all crafting and building for the moment. It will get a little bit more interesting once we've finished that part of the task. The biggest backpack. So I was mentioning this before. So what I'm wearing right now is a military backpack. Inside of that military backpack, I have 2 other military backpacks, and I equip one in my primary hand and one in my secondary hand. So now I am carrying a military backpack in both hands and on my back. I'm very vulnerable. If a zombie comes up to me and grabs me like this, I'm dead. But on the flip side, since I'm in a secure location, I can transport almost 100 encumbrance worth of stuff, because each one of these is 36. So that's 36 times 3. That's like I don't know, 100 and 104, 100 and 106, something like that. I don't mental math very good. The hell? How are these clean already? Huh. I boiled water in the fryer and I never even turned it on. That's wacky. Must be a glitch. or maybe it was still warm. But yeah, in any case, this is a military backpack along with 2 others to, you know, carry around by hand. That's your biggest backpack right there. Of course, if you get mods, you can get much bigger. I don't do mods that add items right now. That's an after B42 goes stable sort of thing from my experience. Put these band-aids I just cleaned up. Research a craft from this set of long johns. I can sew my own long johns. That's neat. That's brand new. I did not know you could do that. Holy crap! That changes things a little bit for my meta, because as far as I understand, long johns are best in slot because they cover your entire body. Text-based RPG. I don't know. Does Pathfinder count? Because we use me and my buddies play a Pathfinder game, but we use Foundry, so it is not strictly tabletop. Couldn't necessarily say it's full pen and paper. I don't. It's kind of hard for me to get into full pen and paper. That's a lot of. If I'm going to use my imagination for something, I would much prefer it to be like me writing, as opposed to me trying to imagine what's going on during a pen and paper RPG. That's a little bit. It's not that I can't do it. It's just that when it comes to your creative energy, I'd prefer to spend it elsewhere. It takes a lot of creative energy, or a lot of creative energy. Yeah, that's, I guess, good way to phrase it. Creative energy to make a text-based RPG interesting. So I am now carrying a garbage bag full of electrical stuff that I can dismantle. And I have finished reading the electronics book. So we're going to dismantle a whole bunch of crap. A couple of cameras, some earbuds, some flashlights, some headphones. And these pagers I'm not going to dismantle. I'm not going to make any political statements on this. You can turn pagers into something more interesting in this game. And 28 digital watches to dismantle. It'll take a minute. So where are we at? That got us about a third and some change. Oh no, we're right about to the halfway point. So we're almost halfway done with the next level of electrical. And all we've done is dismantle stuff that I had stockpiled already. And I might even have more stockpiles. Oh, me, I'm red. That's just an aesthetic decision. I don't, It kind of, I don't know, I don't want to call it a privacy thing, because, you know, I'm putting my face out there, but it actually makes it harder for facial details to be recognized by facial recognition software. I could either desaturate it and make myself black and white, or in this case I chose to solarize it and make myself orange. Now, of course, the problem with that is, on my screen, this shows up as a nice bright orange. On everybody else, or a lot of other people's screens, it shows up as red, because YouTube downsamples it through HDR reprocessing, because it's an HDR monitor, so it has a wider color range. But there's only so much I can do about the way YouTube transcodes it. I would have to do a lot of testing to get it to look right on other screens. Cup, scissors. So I still have a little bit of electrical work to do. What I'm actually going to do is just drive down to the hotel. The hotel that I slept in a couple days ago, it's still clear. I'm going to drive down there, and I'm going to sleep there tonight, and then as my overnight activity, I'm going to dismantle a bunch of stuff in the hotel, because the hotel actually has a lot of electrical stuff. A lot of lamps. There's a lamp in every room, and a whole lot of... There's a couple TVs as well. That is almost guaranteed to get me to level 3 electrical. Almost guaranteed. In fact, there's even some in the post office. A notable amount of stuff to dismantle. Should not be too many respawns to deal with, but we'll deal with them as we come. Holly Norwood. Thanks for your jacket. Never leave your headlights on for too long. They will, it will drain your battery. Alright, it is 2300, so I'm sleeping. Still got a bed with a pillow right here. And then, starting at midnight here, we are dismantling some lamps. Military? Do you mean in-game? I've actually, that was one of the first things I did, as I hit the Brandenburg military checkpoint. That's where I got this military backpack. So I had a nightmare and woke up in the middle of the night. You know, actually, it's probably fine to go ahead and continue with my midnight activities here. Start dismantling some of these lovely wall lamps. 5.5 experience for each of them, even if you fail to dismantle it. No, if you're asking why don't I make a base in a military area, that's because of respawns. Military checkpoints have a lot of zombies in them. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Like, there were massive, massive hordes. You know what, while I'm dismantling this next lamp, I'll show you really quick. No, there's no respawning in this game. Project Zomboid is for keeps. If you lose your character, you lose everything. Well, actually, okay, that's slightly not true. You lose your skills. You lose all of this work that I've done, these little yellow bars where I've progressed all these skills over the course of the last, I don't know, 30 hours I think I've done on this run so far. You lose that. I do believe you can actually make a new character in the same world. So all the loot that I have, I could, you know, make a new character somewhere and then go recover that. I don't do that though. If I die, I start over. That's just how I play. It is I don't do the whole continuance thing. If it was a multiplayer, I would. But no. Dismantle television. Better experience if you pick it up first, as far as I know. I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to read a book in-game for a second. I'm going to show you guys exactly what military bases look like. 'Cause they're a little bit nuts. This is my from one of my previous streams. It was, that's part 1. Yeah, part 2. Wait a minute, this is part 3. This convenience store? Where is part 2? There's part 2. That game no longer exists. So that's the bar right there. Beyond that, that little... Here we go. These guys have stopped. So this... That's because we stopped honking the horn for a minute. This is what a military checkpoint looks like. When you've emptied out all the zombies that are hanging out inside. When you've emptied out all the zombies from inside of it, this is what a military checkpoint looks like. This is from 2 hours into part 2 of this character series. I'll make a playlist at some point for all of them. Oh, how many hours on the game? That's an a lot of hours. Let's put it that way. Tab over to Steam here. I'm currently sitting pretty at 1,758 hours. It's you could say it's a lot. There's other games I've played for more. Heroes and Generals is currently my top, and that is a game that no longer exists because the devs shut it down and tried to make a part 2. Or they tried to make a sequel, and they didn't. Their crowdfunding project failed, and now the devs no longer exist as a company. So that is another one of those games. I talked about Firefall on stream previously. Firefall is 2 of the games that I've played and fallen in love with have been live service games that have been just completely destroyed, completely unplayable. Nobody will ever be able to play them again as they were. I think people have actually gotten private servers for Heroes and Generals working. Don't quote me on that, I'm not 100% certain, but I remember some people saying on the forums that they managed to do it. If that's true, I mean, the game will never be the same, right? You know, even if somebody gets a pretty good private server running, it was one of those free-to-play games that had literally hundreds of thousands of players. You're never going to get that again with a private server. That's not coming back. I do play RimWorld. It's an alright game. I have not gotten very far in my latest run because the DLC just dropped. The DLC has grab ships, which is one of those really far in-game things you can do. I don't actually, with my RimWorld character, I don't usually get all the way to the end-game and the Archaeotech stuff because I don't usually leave my starting zone. Like when I start in a zone in RimWorld, I don't very often deviate from it. Like RimWorld, it's a little bit harder to kind of hop up into a caravan and go somewhere. Like you can't bring as much stuff as you can here in Zomboid. In Zomboid, I can load up a step van and take almost everything that would ever be valuable to me with me. I could live on the road if I wanted to, but I can't do that in RimWorld. RimWorld, you got to have a base. And another thing is, trying to decide who to take with me, and who to just leave behind to care for themselves at the base. That's another very annoying thing to consider. So it's like as I get closer to the end game in RimWorld, I don't get to experience a lot of this stuff because I don't venture into places where you can get some of that rare Archaeotech stuff. So we're about, I would say, 4/5 of the way through electrical. We're probably going to finish out everything here in the hotel, all these lamps. And we're not going to quite be at the next level. But then tomorrow morning, all we got to do is go right across the street to the office on the second floor of the post office. Second floor of the post office has got a whole bunch of like desk lamps and stuff. That'll get us there for sure. Catch you next time, Jen. Thank you for joining. Water dispenser. Sure, gladly. That's a good question. So all the games that I play, I have, there's not a single game that I have that I could say is just unabashedly my favorite, without any sort of caveats. I have a love-hate relationship with all the games that I play, because all of them are so good up to a point. They could be so much better, and it makes me angry that they're not so much better. So I actually like... Zomboid is one of the ones that I have the fewest complaints with. Like, the devs, they're slow. That's the worst thing I could say about them. They're extremely slow. They're the slowest devs I've ever seen anywhere. But they haven't stopped, so I can compliment them for that. I've seen devs who have moved at a slower pace and then just kind of given up and stopped. Zomboid devs have been at this for 13 years and they're still going strong. In fact, I would argue that the best days of this game are ahead of it still, because once they add NPCs and actually get them right, which that's a big ask right there, assuming they add NPCs and get them right and have multiplayer too, that's when this game will really hit its peak popularity. because NPCs and multiplayer are the two biggest features of this game that are not just currently not really implemented. Like, there's no multiplayer right now, and NPCs, all we get are animals, and not even useful ones, just cows. Cows, sheep, chickens, the passive animals that don't really do anything. "7 Days to Die," probably. That actually, okay, so you know what? Dark Tide is a different kind of game. So when we're talking about games that I like, we can go to my Steam, we can look at my, whatchamacallit, my playtime. Heroes and Generals is a game that I last played on 2021, and I'm never going to play again because it doesn't work anymore. It's a live service game that's been shut down. Thankfully, most of my other top games are not like that. Ark is a game that it still sort of exists, but the player base has been split between the original Ark Survival Evolved and the new one, Ark Survival Ascended. And then apparently in the devs, somewhere in the background, they're working on Ark 2. I'm sure we'll see Ark 2 someday, guys. We're going to see it someday. It's not just a fever dream by Snail trying to milk more money out of people. So 7 Days to Die is another one that's up there. Warframe, I enjoy it. It's a live service, so I've actually been kind of like staying away from it, if that makes sense. Like, this 1,890 hours that I have in it, most of that was accrued a long time ago, before I experienced what it feels like to put thousands of hours into a live service game and just have it shut down and have all of that progress just vanish into the ether. I don't want that to ever happen again. So Warframe, I'm putting a little bit of time into it. I'll never put this large amount of time into it again. You'll never see me play it on stream, I don't think. Dark Tide is a little different. It is, technically speaking, a live service, but people have successfully demonstrated that you can play it solo. So at the very least, I could say that it is possible to play it even if the devs shut the servers down. So even though Warhammer 40k Dark Tide is technically a live service game, it's not quite as bad as the others, because it is demonstrably capable of being played even if the devs completely shut it down. Beyond that, almost everything else you'll see in my list is just Team Fortress. I think the Valve Central servers can shut down and they'll still play it. That game's not going anywhere though. So, DayZ. I've heard things about DayZ. To be entirely honest, I'm not in the market for trying new survival games, survival crafting games. I have found a couple that I like, and I'm going to stick with that for now, because I'm actually kind of afraid of liking another one. Because if I do, then I'll have to go through that process of getting good at it, which, for survival crafting games, the good ones, that takes thousands of hours sometimes to get really, really good at it. And I don't want to do that again. I've got other things I want to do with my life, so I've found the games that I'm good at, and I'm going to stick with those. It's not going to say that I'm not going to play new games. If I find a new game that I actually like, absolutely. But other games that currently exist, that have been existing for a while, that didn't really mesh with me, no, I'm not going to go out of my way to play those. And while I was yapping away there, I actually got level 3 electrical, so mission accomplished on that. Now we are just, we're going to go ahead and head back to base. We're actually going to start preparing for, what color is this? Is this a green? That's like a black. Why is the icon green? Like, oh, okay. So it was black when I put it on the floor, but now that I'm wearing it, it's green. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but at least I can trust the icon, sort of. That's wacky. But yeah, as I was saying, electrical level 3 means I can pick up my own, I can pick up, ovens. I can pick up ovens. I do like playing this game multiplayer. In fact, it was multiplayer that got me into it in the first place. I don't think he's watching right now, but one of my buddies, Zychara, that's what he calls himself on YouTube. He's the one who got me into this game, him and Region Wolf. And they have not touched this game for a very, very long time, but they're the ones who got me into it. You can see why I'm hesitant to get into new games, right? Because if I go nuts with it, I go nuts with it. Hence the 1,800 hours in this game. So I'm reticent, to say the least. But now that I have level 3 electrical, I'm going to go pick up a I want to get a red oven. I'll show you guys a screenshot of my 42.7 base again. What the hell is... Oh, that's that store. Never mind. I'm going to set my cruise control to 20. And I'll show this screen. So this is what my base is going to look like, the general blueprint of it here. My kitchen is here on the left. My kitchen, I always do a red aesthetic with the kitchens. So this, I'm going to get a red stove. And I know where to go find one, so that's just a few minutes out to find that. Now I can pick it up because I have electrical 3. And then you can't see it in the screenshot, but on this back wall here is where my laundry washer and dryer are. So I have a washer and dryer that I can pick up. I think there was some in the basements of the houses just right to the south of the gas station. So those are easily accessible as well. Let's put this mini skirt that I actually want to keep in here. And then I need to get rid of some of this electrical crap because it's going to take up a lot of storage space in my inventory if I don't. Garbage bag, electrical in here, right? No, this one. Second to last garbage bag for some reason. Okay. Scrap, amps, wire, aluminum fragments. These 20 light bulbs are going to get their own bag, because that's a lot of light bulbs. That's going to be bulk electrical, so my boxes of batteries could go in there as well. Okay, so now we depart, now that we have cleared out our, well, we haven't really cleared it out. Let's just get rid of this leather coat, the dispenser bottle, go up here. Okay, that is a relatively clean inventory. Now I'm going to go pick up some furniture. These are going to pretty much be the last pieces of the puzzle when it comes to actually building my base. So we're actually going to be able to get started on the base itself soon here. So my longest gaming session, offline, I don't know. There are games that I have played for probably 15 hours at a time. On YouTube, when I was doing 7 Days to Die recently, I don't remember which part. Oh, it was coming up on day 70, I think it was. See, we can actually look. All we got to do is look at my YouTube channel here, and we'll see that I have, oh, where did I put it? I left it. Yeah, if we look at my YouTube channel and look at my live streams, you'll see that I have 7 Days to Die here. So I have days, yeah, so days 64 to 74 in this stream. That's only 11 hours and 54 minutes. The beginning of my next stream is day 76 to 83. And the reason that happened is because I didn't know that if you live stream on YouTube for longer than 12 hours, it'll let you keep going. But it won't record anything after the 12-hour mark. So this stream right here that ends at 11 hours, 54 minutes, 56 seconds, that I went for like 13 and a half hours on that stream. But YouTube doesn't let you go longer than 12 hours and have it be recorded. So everything, basically 2 days of that 7 Days to Die run, 2 days are just basically gone forever. Because I don't offline record those. I do offline record my Zomboid games, but not 7 days. So, anyway, this is the house that I wanted to get the oven from. And this is what we got at level 3 electrical for. It looks like a lot of work for nothing. Just wait until I start actually cooking with it. Because that is what it's all about. I do want the fridge. However, I don't think I'm going to be able to pick it up unless I drop a lot of stuff. You got to have at least room for 40 encumbrance in your inventory. And I'm currently at 16 encumbrance. Your max is 50. So I need to just drop this axe, nightstick, pistol, book, and water bottle. Yeah, so now I'm at 9.9, so I can pick up this fridge now. 49.99 in my inventory. That was surprisingly perfect. Just toss that straight into the fridge, or straight into the trunk here. And I can't put it in the trunk because I don't have enough room in the trunk. That's fine. I'll just carry it in my offhand. Put this equipment back on. Now, when it comes to this place, I also want the carpeting, because I call this house Grandpa's house because it's got such a nice aesthetic to it. Kind of looks old-timey and whatnot, but what I really want from it is... Oh no, I don't want the carpeting. The carpeting has a 45% chance to break, so I do not want to even touch that carpeting yet. I got the fridge, I got the oven, I'm out of here. Carpeting has a 45% chance to break when I pick it up because my carpentry skill determines the chance to break. I'm only carpentry level 4. That being said, I will explode through the levels of carpentry once I start building my base, just because it's gonna take so much carpentry to actually build it. Oh, I already had a red fridge this whole time, so I didn't even need to pick that up. Whatever. I'll just pick the other one up and put it in here. So I have a second one to work with if and when I need it. And then I will move the red oven into my construction vehicle. So this Electromax van right here is my construction vehicle. I think of the van as my combat or the ambulance here. Ambulance is my combat vehicle for doing patrols and stuff. This Electromax van is my construction vehicle, and I'm gonna have more construction vehicles because there's an entire parking lot full of Electromax vans to work with. So I just move that there and that there. And then I can fit the oven in the trunk. I still have a lot of room in this vehicle. I'll probably use it to collect some lumber, but then I'm going to use the ambulance to go and recover another Electromax van. No, I don't gotta fill the gas tank for this one because it's not gonna be driving very far, very long. I would like to get all of the stuff out of my trunk that I don't need to have in my trunk right now, so I'm gonna use masonry to get rid of the stone, the large stone. And then I'm going to put the stones that I got into this bag. The other stones that I have in those trash bags. These flint flakes, I'll just leave them on the table here. And then I just have a bunch of tailoring and stuff here. This box of garbage bags will stay in my backpack. Oh, we are 100% full over here. Okay. That means I need another bag for tailoring. Let's put a garbage bag on the floor for that. Right, gold fragments in here. Did not want to turn the light on. Antidepressant, so this can go in my glove. I'm no longer grinding axe skill actively, so the axes can go back into the ambulance here. And then, okay, I know what I'm going to do next. This is going to be a little, it's going to seem a little bit silly, and it's going to take a little bit of time to make it work right. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to run down to Electromax on foot, with a can of gas in my hand. And then I'm going to come back from Electromax with 2 vans. Because there's a whole parking lot full of vans that I can take. And that is going to be one of my most efficient ways of doing it, I believe. Or, okay, so another thing I could do is just take, yeah, I'm going to take a throwaway car down there. So I don't actually have to run on foot. That is a little silly to run on foot all the way down there. Alright, so this Electromax van gets parked next to these logs over here that I cut down earlier when I was doing wood cutting for tree branches. I'll leave it there. And then I'm gonna go get 10 gallons of gas into a gas can. And then I'm gonna go... Where did I get this paring knife? Oh, that's, I keep that in my... Right, I forgot that I had that. I keep that in my Alice webbing because I use it for crafting instead of my hunting knife. Until I can make my own hunting knives. Okay, empty gas can acquired. Let's power up the pumps. Fill up the can of gas here. Now, we are going to be driving past the animal farm. So now is a good time to find out if I need to get any more milk. And let's fill up all the fountain cups I have, see what happens. Yep, all of my cow's milk fountain cups are full. Do I have any... Yes, I still have some cow's milk. Or, no, it's empty. So that is me out of cow's milk. So if I take this gas can with me, I can fill that up with cow's milk on the way back. Okay, now I'm going to go find a throwaway car. I'm pretty sure there's one just to the south of me that I could use. Because I have a can of gas in my hand so that I can fill it up, take it down to Electromax, siphon the gas back out of it, and then recover one of the Electromax vans so that I have more storage. And the Electromax vans are parked at a parking lot that has a warehouse just full of building materials. So that's our next course of action here. I'd take this van here as a throwaway. That would be pretty good. Especially if there's nothing in this parking lot. So this van is the engine intact? That is all I really care about. Yeah, the engine is technically intact. It'll probably cut out on me a few times, but we'll make it. Oh. Just gotta hammer open the window, because of course it's locked. You get into a near-fatal wreck with your van, and it's completely busted up, and you have to abandon it, but make sure to lock it. Well, got our priorities straight, right? Alright. hotwire this bad boy. Alright, engine is terrible condition, but we are out of here. Now I do, if memory serves, there's a bunch of stuff in this, oh no, I already emptied most of it. Okay, I'm just gonna dump the contents of the trunk on the ground here, so that I don't have to worry about whether or not I've left anything useful behind. Because I'm not coming back for this van. Yeah, just leaving it over here with the rest of the stuff I've left on the ground. I considered taking this sports car, but it's actually... This is the only sports car I have in the area, so I'm going to hold on to it for now. One of the problems you have to consider when you're driving a wrecked vehicle like this one... Well, first of all, the engine's going to cut out on me randomly. I already know that. But the brakes are going to be in terrible condition. So I don't actually want to drive too fast. Because if I do, and I need to swerve, or I make a silly mistake, there's a possibility I won't be able to brake. And that's not good. You don't want to be, driving really fast, and then just not have very powerful brakes at all. That's a recipe for disaster right there. So I'm not going to go over 60 miles an hour with this thing. You can see, if anybody currently watching has watched my previous streams, you're starting to see the wilderness growth has kicked in full time here. We've got these fields to the north of us used to be completely open, nothing but grass. Now they are full of bushes. This is more bush than we had back in the early 2000s. Alright, here we go. Electromax. Not a very far distance, but it's nice to take a throwaway vehicle as opposed to just sprinting my way here. Because either way, I'm going to come back with a different vehicle. This other little vehicle here is another throwaway that I came here in before. So, just park this one next to that one. Oops. Had to hit N. Fat fingered it. Siphon the gas back out of it. Now we have two vans right here. These are not the best vans on the lot, but the ones that are better are probably protected by a bunch of zombies up there, and I don't feel like getting into a massive engagement right now. It's not that I can't handle it, I'm not really interested without my ambulance. Right, neither of these have gas in them. Which has the better engine? This one's got a 39% engine. I feel like both of these had a bad engine. Could be wrong. Now this one's got a 60%, so this one's the one I'm going to drive primarily. Alright, gas can into the backpack. So now what we do is we just hook them up to each other, and I've got two vans now. This is half of the reason I have such a big parking lot. It's because half of them I've towed from where they were. Okay, so welcome to towing in B42. I hate it here. It sucks. We have got a situation where the vans are just too weak to pull each other forward. On the bright side, generally speaking, most vehicles can at least reach 30 miles an hour if they tow in reverse. Oh, look at that. There's a key to one of the vans. It's been here this whole time, and I never saw it before. Too late now. We've already hotwired everything that we want down here. You know, and also, it feels like these tires are not full. When your van has tires that are not full, it has a tendency to stop really fast. So if you look at my input overlay in the bottom right, you'll see that the moment I lift my finger off the key, it's already stopped. Vehicles should have a little bit of drift. If there's no drift at all, then you probably need to fill your tires. I don't know if that's how it is in real life. I'm actually kind of bad at keeping my car's tires full of air. But yeah, in any case, we only need to move the vans right here because this is where the warehouse is, and the warehouse has a lot of loot in it. So that's what we're doing with these vans. We're just basically filling them up with loot. Specifically construction materials. Yeah, so we got 130 something and then 140 in both of these trunks. I'm probably gonna focus on like bulky stuff like planks. So I'll actually just I unhooked them from each other. I'm gonna back this bad boy up into the warehouse itself. Real talk, I don't feel like wasting my flashlight battery on this place. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to run outside and grab a couple of stones, and I'm going to start a couple fires inside. Thankfully, these warehouses have gravel floors, so there's nothing that'll catch on fire if you just put a campfire on them. So I can actually illuminate the interior just with a couple of campfires. 3 stones for a campfire. So I got 3, I'm going to go get 3 more. Alright, there's 6 stones. Now we just want a little bit of fuel for each campfire, so picking up a log off the floor from right here. And then I saw another log to the north. So now we have 2 campfires with 6 hours of fuel. I just want some twigs to start the other one, because I got twigs right here. There's some twigs on the ground. So it's kind of hard. If it's hard to see, I'm clicking on specific sprites, like this right here. This is a log. You right-click on it, hit remove log, you'll pick up a log. If I need any more twigs or stuff, there's bushes all over the place out here, too. So as you can see, completely dark back here, but I can fix that. All I gotta do is start a fire. The build menu, build a campfire. I will do it right here. And then my other one, I will go up here, put it right in front of the back of the van, because I have a little bit of daylight to work with right now. It's not gonna last much longer. We're at 1600 hours, so it will fade. Let's get one of these logs in here. And light the fire with twigs and the matchbook. So there's one fire. Ooh, look at that. That's new. That's a new fire effect that they've added. Very cool. They're changing. They're doing an overhaul on the way fire works. It would be very, very embarrassing if the fire changed in such a way that it just started spreading, despite the fact that we're standing on like an asphalt gravel floor. And anyway, I think we're all right. Let me unequip this other log. We'll get this one started, and then we'll have the whole place illuminated for at least 6 hours here. Okay, there we go. That's it's workable. I'll take it. So we are just focusing on putting nails into my backpack, and then I'm just putting planks straight into my hands. And then once my hands are full, I will dump the planks into the trunk. There's a whole bunch of planks in these boxes. Now we might take this place broke on planks pretty quickly. Sand. I'm also taking sand. Basically any building materials. Sand counts as a building material. Hammers, because they break now. I made a whole video separate about that. The fact that hammers break when you try to build them. They didn't even really make it clear in the patch notes. And I'm taking rope, because rope you can use to bundle up logs to make them easier to transport. bags of gravel into a garbage bag, I think. Sand and gravel get their own garbage bag. One more sack of something here. Another carton of nails right there. Damn. That's a great find. Peen. There we go. Sacks of sand. Okay, there's our passenger seat. One garbage bag equals one seat. So the passenger seat gets this full garbage bag here. Start another garbage bag for more sacks of building materials. Seeds. Sure, I'll take seeds. Buckets. I gotta get used to this new fire effect. It causes motion. So my eyes in this game are very drawn to motion. If I see motion that's not me, that, you know, it activates my almonds, as it were. Any motion that's not me is a potential threat in this game. So I gotta reprogram my brain to not freak out at the motion created by these flames. Lots of sacks of sand. Electric shears. Those are great for the sheep. It makes it take even less time to shear them. Alright, we're good on hammers for now. I've got plenty. Hands are full of planks. Planks go into the van. Technically, an animal feed bag counts as a sack, but they're very heavy, so I'm not going to pick them up yet. We're going to be coming back here many, many times in the future. That's why I'm not bothered with, you know, taking everything. Put some of these magazines into the, they're all just duplicates, but magazines are technically a crafting resource. So I'll put them in the glove compartment here, since they're an oddity. Won't take up too much space. Gas cans, I'm going to drop them on the driver's seat here. Same with these empty buckets. Or at least one of them, I suppose. Now those can go in the glove. They'll fit. Okay, that has opened up a little bit of space in my inventory. If I thresh down this grain, I'll get even a little bit more back. Where is it? Thresh grain. Now all this crap can go into my backpack. I'm starting to lose a little bit of daylight here, being as it's 1800. The fires are also past their peak in terms of brightness. So once we start losing too much, I will probably go and get some more get another log for both of them. Bunch of paint. Eventually I'll reach a point where it will be more beneficial for me to just empty the contents of these boxes under the ground and then just sort through the items on the ground as opposed to checking each box. I'm not quite there yet because what I'm looking for is still pretty targeted. For anybody just joining, we are in the process of beginning our base building procedure. Our goal is a base that looks like this on the edge of the river. It's a beautiful, beautiful base. I intend on reconstructing it very similar, not perfectly, but pretty close. And that's going to require a lot of construction materials, so we are raiding the Electromax warehouse for all that. Not exactly the most thrilling part of this stream, but it is a very necessary part. So we now have another complete garbage bag full of sand and gravel. I'm going to dump that into the passenger seat of the other van here. Our plan is we're going to fill up 2 vans completely, and then we're going to tow one of them back with us. So we come back basically with 2 full vans. And that's two more vans full of stuff that we didn't have before. I'm out of garbage bags, so I'll take another one out of this box. Or no, I have a couple more in mine. There we go. Boxes and nails I'm actually full on. Quote unquote full. My backpack is full. So every one of these planks is one that we don't have to saw and chop down ourselves. Welding 2. I don't think I need that. I have a screenshot actually of all my books. I do not need welding 2. Okay, good. Here's some planks. And yeah, these fires are starting to die down. I'm going to put some, what to put in them? Let's drop this bag so that we stop shedding health. I'm going to go, just cut up a couple bushes, put some, tree branches. Tree branch. Oh, I would, but none of these bushes are producing them. Do still have an axe. This tiny ass tree. Hate those things. They make it hard to drive off-road. But at least they produce tree branches more reliably than bushes. Alright, we'll do, I don't know, 3 tree branches each and then save the rest. The fires, their light source dies down as they burn their fuel off. So you'll notice it get brighter and brighter as I add more branches to it. It's a nice little touch. More realism. So this is a lot more efficient than wasting battery life, even though batteries, you know, I've got a lot of them. It's alright. I have anything to do to save limited resource. Technically speaking, trees are unlimited because they'll grow back. And that I don't have to do anything. They will grow of their own volition. I wish I could stop them from growing, believe me. Their wheat sheaf to break open. Fresh grain. How are we on storage space in the trunk here? We got enough room for another set of planks here. go. 3 more planks. Oops. That's that. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of planks here. Very nice. Sometimes I struggle to make use of all the planks in here, but this time around, I've planned things accordingly. Sometimes I don't fully loot this place until I've already built my base, which, that's, if you think about things in terms of an order of operations, that's horrifically suboptimal. So I only brought about 10 gallons of gas down here. The other van does not have any gas in it, and yet I would like to have it conveniently located to load it up. So I'm going to go ahead and siphon the gas out of this van. It's my gas can. Here it is. Secondary. Put the gas into this van. This one has the crappier engine, which is why I'm not driving it primarily. Don't want to drive a crappy engine vehicle and have it be the one that's trying to do the towing. As of just recently, B42 patches have made it so that your engine actually does affect the horsepower, or engine quality, rather, condition. So you got a low condition engine, you have literally less horsepower to work with. Just drop the gas can out here. Button this up because, well, you know what, we still have a little bit of daylight, so I'll leave that one open. Alright, sack back into hand. I'm going to start putting nails in the trunk of this vehicle, because I have a feeling that we'll fill this, or rather, we won't quite fill this trunk up just with planks. We might even pick up enough boxes of nails to make another carton. It's 12 boxes to a carton, and we're already up to 10. Yeah, we're absolutely going to make another carton here. That will substantially reduce the amount of storage space required to transport the nails. Speaking thereof, I'm actually going to pick up this one of these crates that's in my way. This one's still got crap in it, so I'm going to put most of that on the floor. Pick up that one. When it comes time to finally clear this place out, the strategy is to just drop everything in the crates on the floor, move the crates, line them up on the walls or something, or put them in other crates, so that you can just sort through the loot that's on the floor, as opposed to like trying to pick through all the crates individually. That is a much better strategy. But since we're still looking for very specific things, we don't have to start that just yet. Sack of gravel. Times 4. That's right, I put stuff specifically in this bin so that I can... I don't really think there's anything I actually specifically care about. Just fillet knives, maybe. I've already leveled my carving, though. Here is our last 2 boxes of nails. We can now make a carton. So all I gotta do is stand here with access to the other 10, pack 12 boxes of nails into a carton here. Now we have a carton of nails. put that straight into the trunk. Now we also have 2 other cartons of nails. There's one that I set aside on the floor over here. This is much earlier on in this run, because I've hit this place a couple times already getting stuff that I need. Yeah, I can go get the... I mean, there's almost 0 chance of me actually using 3 cartons of nails, even if I make my base bigger than ever before. You're not going to use 3 cartons of nails. But I might make a chunk in it. Where's that 3rd carton? I think it was in the... Oh, it might be in the shelves. Box here. Or was it in the corner? Drop the garbage bag for a moment, so otherwise I won't be able to pick it up. Oh, just more sacks of crap. Yeah, I thought there was another carton in this corner. Maybe I know there's another carton somewhere, but I did not set it aside, so I've forgotten where it is. This whole place just kind of looks the same after a while, so... We are just about out of fuel in the fires here. I don't think I'm gonna light them again. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just finish. That was kind of why I wanted to just grab the cartons of nails and get going, because another carton of nails would definitely fill this thing up. I've already filled the passenger seat, right? Yes. I'll put some of these hammers in the glove. Okay, the fires served their purpose, though. I was able to have some illumination without burning my battery for a while. That being said, it's also coming up on nighttime here. I'm just going to fill up the trunk with whatever I can fill it up with here. Actually, it would be perfect to fill it up with some propane tanks, because that way I can level welding sometime soon here as well. So another propane tank, where'd it go? Ah, there's the other carton of nails. Straight into the trunk that goes. Okay, so that's the trunk of this vehicle pretty much full. Just toss in the... It's like 1 more sack we can... Or 2 more sacks. Yeah. Now the trunk is pretty much 100% full. Let's pull it forward and put the gas back into the other van. I'm not going to do the entire drive home tonight because it's already really late. I'm just going to drive up to the farm is much closer. I'll drive up to the farm. We'll stop by there and wait a minute. Am I an idiot? No. I put it in the right one. This is the one that gets the gasoline. Why did the lights turn off? I want the lights on. Yeah, because I'm going to be going backwards. So I want lights going in both directions. There we go. Gas can goes here. So what do I do when both trunks of both vehicles are full? I equip military backpacks in both hands. And what do I take? I have a couple of options. There's no bad choices, really. But what I want more than anything would be ropes and sacks right now. Grain sack. No, it wasn't. Okay. Metalworking is in my not too distant future, so I probably will start picking up metalworking stuff. Yep. That'll be the fastest way to fill up what I have left. Seeing as we can use welding to build so many more other things, it actually does make sense to go for that. Is the shelves cleared out? Steel sheets, yes please. I do believe I have a collection of steel sheets at the front of this place already. Yep. That's our last set being filled up here. Pipe wrench for the plumbing when that time comes. I'm going to go ahead and shut these fires off. They are no longer doing anything for me. I don't yet care about plaster. I'm going to do a completely separate transportation run for plaster. Plaster bags are really, really big, so that's doing it that way makes much more sense to me. Still some planks left over that I missed. I will raw dog those in my main inventory here. Okay, I am full to the breaking point now. Like, I'm literally losing health because of how full I am. 49.52 out of 50 possible encumbrance. We are carrying more stuff than most people could ever carry in this game. Like, I'm carrying so much right now that I probably... it's a stretch to say that I would have enough room to drink this milk, because pulling it out of my backpack would almost put me over the limit. But we are good to go now. Oh, I forgot. You know, if I plan on towing, I should probably actually, you know, hook the van up. Alright. The Great Migration begins. And you know what? I'm so heavily over-encumbered, and there's a possibility of zombie respawns at the farm, so I'm not going to bother with it. I'm just going to go straight back to base. We've stayed up a little bit late tonight, but it's been worth it. I'll drink a soda tomorrow morning or something. Soda's got caffeine, that'll reduce your fatigue a little bit. Very successful operation. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm not even going to bother trying to park these at the gas station, because we're already pretty much out of parking spaces there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take these straight down to the intended place of where I'm going to make my base and leave them there, and then sprint back to the gas station where I sleep. Moving slowly, but it's alright. We are making good use of our time here. We're transporting a lot of materials at once. This is going to get us a great start on the base once we actually start digging into them. Oh, look at that, a couple of zombies. That's alright, I'll just dodge them. Not in a very good position to get out and fight right now, considering all the crap that I'm carrying. When you're over encumbered, you're much more vulnerable to being bitten. So the last thing you ever want to do, if you're like hand carrying a bunch of crap like I am right now, last thing you ever want to do is let a zombie get close to you. I would never be hand carrying this much if I did not have a vehicle to sit down in comfortably. I recently learned that each time a zombie hits your window of a vehicle, you lose, like, I don't know, 2% integrity, maybe more. So a zombie can hit your window quite a few times before they actually break in. But once they break in, they'll bite you guaranteed. Like, I think it's a free hit on somebody who's sitting in a car. Things to be aware of, as it were. So because we had respawns on the edge of the river right here, this is not where I will base up. I will base up just a little further down. These frickin' bushes make it hard to do things. Okay, right here where the road curved, this is where we begin construction. Okay, so what I do is I only have a little bit of gas to work with up here, so I'm going to split between the other two vehicles. I'm just going to drop these backpacks here for now. I'll sort through them in a bit after I've gotten these vehicles situated. Steel sheets, I can just drop them on the floor. Garbage bag full of sand, planks on the floor. Okay, that's my inventory cleaned up for the most part. Sort through some of this stuff. So I can empty some of the other stuff from my inventory. This main backpack. Okay, that's better. Detach the vehicles from each other. And then I'm going to use, I have a 2-liter bottle on my person. So I'm just going to take 2 liters of gas, siphon it out of the tank of this, and put 2 liters into the other tank, so that we have just a tiny amount of gas to reposition it properly. I would just, take it over to the gas station and fill it up, but honestly at this point, I'd rather have the fuel in the pumps at the gas station, so that I know where it all is, and it's convenient and easy to move around. So I'm just going to kind of turn the van around so that it's parked with the rear facing in the direction that I want to build in, and I'm done with it. Except for I want to take the garbage bag out of the passenger seats. Anything that was in glove compartment. And then the trunk is facing the direction that I'll be building in, so I have access to that easily enough. Hammers, I'm just going to kind of like put them where I can easily see them on the floor, because I'm going to need to go pick up a replacement hammer multiple times once we start getting building. Same story with this van. Just going to pull it right on over here. I don't even care that I'm going to be parking it on top of some bushes, because I could clear the bushes, more will grow back. Like, honestly, even if I cleared all the bushes in the area, I'd just come back and there'd be more of them. Bushes, trying to clear them all at this time of year is a losing battle. I just wait until there's no chance of them respawning. That's when I nuke them. Wait a minute, shut the engine off, right? There we go. It's only a little bit of gas, but I'd rather not cook it off on just leaving the thing running. Okay, so we have laid out some materials for construction. We are now tired to the point of absurdity because we have not slept much, and we need to get sleep ASAP. So we are running back through the woods to the gas station, and we are asleep. Oh, productive day. Alright, so my character didn't get much sleep there. Gonna go ahead and sort loot for a minute here, but then I will immediately go back to sleep as soon as the game lets me. So I just take care of sorting some of this, these seed packets I picked up. We got tons of them, and we're actually... So it is really good timing that we have here, because it is August 28th. September 1st, I can start planting wheat if I want to. So that's technically a little bit early. I think ideal wheat planting is October, but that's all right. I don't mind planting a little bit of it early. Propane lantern bottle, that's like really low priority. Same with the oxygen tank. These burlap pieces and matchbook need to go somewhere. Wait a minute, I had a designated spot for those somewhere. Where was it? It was in here with the gardening stuff. I didn't see it because it was all the way at the bottom. This is where I'm keeping all of my sacks right now. Okay. And the materials, we could sew a lot of sacks right now. I'm not quite there yet, but soon, because that is what I'm gonna need to do in order to get a lot of gravel down on the floor for construction. Magazines. Lots of them. 2 more buckets straight onto the floor to catch the rainwater. And these gas cans that I don't really need anymore at the moment, back with the rest of them. Got a couple of ropes. Let's get some more. I know I have ropes all over the place here. All right, before I do that, let's see if the game will let us sleep. It will. There we go. Correct our sleep schedule here. Alright. Feeling good about that. Now we are on the search for rope, because rope will let us store more logs in the same van, so we can get our third Electromax van up to the river and have it be full of logs. We saw the logs, and then we have a bunch more planks to work with. Crap ton of magazines in here that I thought I already had centralized. Forgot about all these. That's kind of funny. Sheets. I can turn sheets into sheet rope. So these sheets that I've been sitting on for a while, we're turning those into sheet rope now. More nails. Sheet. Okay. Hammers, magazines. See, we're very, very, very slowly organizing this loot. Just by, you know, taking certain things of certain categories and just making sure that they're all congregated together. Can afford to move jewelry. Seed packets escaped my grasp. More magazines. Lots of copies of the same one, to be honest. Another rope. Sheet rope, rather. An entire garbage bag full of sheets. I literally can't fit that in my inventory. So I'm going to put it on the floor so that I can identify it quickly later. Those are from the laundry van. I just got to twist all those into sheet rope. And then I got a ton more rope to work with. Rope. More rope. More rope. Building tools. Some nails. It's technically building tools. More rope. This is why I wish I would have centralized it earlier when I had the opportunity to do so, but at least better late than never. Okay. That is all of the... Nope, I'm not going to be playing anything else. Sorry about that. This stream is Zomboid, and Zomboid alone. I will stream other things later, but not today, like in future. Always welcome to subscribe. You'll catch more of them in the future. This is entirely Zomboid in this stream. Get all this Get all these magazines in here. Well, at least what I can fit. This trash bag is going to be full now. Let's start another garbage bag full of magazines here. Garbage bag mag. So there's a second one straight into the trunk here. Load that up with all these other magazines. Almost every single one of these magazines I've read. Actually, I think, yeah, all of them. I've read all of them. Yep. Good to know. That's a lot of magazines. Alright, rope into my backpack. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Now there are actually a couple of other trash bags elsewhere. Just gonna do a quick parse of these. Did not find any rope out in the field, I don't think. No, I don't do ASMR. I actually, if I understood the point of it, I would, but I'm not the kind of person who really enjoys ASMR. If it was my cup of tea, I'd probably do it, but some people really like that. Like I guess I can sort of understand the appeal from if I twist my brain a little bit, but I'd have to twist it pretty far. I don't have any trash bags in the... No, I don't. Okay. That is all of my potential sources of rope. And each piece of rope is, well, you need two rope to make a stack of 4 logs. And we got 10 rope. But then we've got 4 sheets plus 18 in this trash bag. So that's, I don't know. Let's twist all this into rope. Just head over here and sit on the ground and do that. Yep, absolutely. We're only at 8 hours. YouTube isn't going to cut me off for another, 1, 2, 3... another 4 more hours or so. I don't know if I'll do, you know, a full 12-hour stream, but, that is the upper limit, you could say. So we have twisted all of our sheets into sheet rope. So that means we now have 10 rope plus 22 sheet rope, so that's a total of 32 rope. Divide that by 2. It's 32 divided by 16. That's 16 stacks of 4 logs. So that's more than the logs we already have. We already have a bunch of logs over here, so I'll just show you an example. I got 4 logs on the ground right here. I just open up the crafting menu, and I got a bunch of sheet rope and rope. So all I have to do is stack 4 logs. And it'll pick the logs up off of the floor, and now I have a stack of 4 logs. I'm going to toss that into the trunk of the construction van over here, which is, I parked it in front of the, this is where I left a bunch of logs from after I cut down the trees. I think the axe is still over here, too. Or I broke it, I can't remember. I don't have too awful much room back here, but should be enough to fill some of these up. So there's only 3 logs over here, so I'm going to pick them up and carry them over there to where there's other logs I can use to make a 4 stack. That's a 4, that's a 4. So I'll use this one. And in fact, I'm just going to leave my crafting menu open at this point, because I'm going to keep having to close it and reopen it if I don't. That's in there. Stand on top of this stack. Right? Oh no, that's a 3 stack, so I gotta go pick this one up. Could have swore that was a 4. Now it's a 4. And that is... Oh, yeah, that is a completely full trunk. 141 out of 141. We have room in the passenger seat for 2. No, we don't. We've filled up the passenger seat. I forgot. I've loaded this vehicle for bear. So what I'm going to do is drive this van, because it is now 100% full of nothing but construction materials. I'm just going to drive this van straight to the river where the base location is, and just leave the van there, and come back and bundle up some more sheet rope bundles. This is the best way through these woods. I've already parked the vans next to the river here. The vans are parked right next to where I'm going to build the base. There they are, right up there. Basically, it's the Riverside Police Department straight down to the river from there. And all 3 of these vans are now loaded up with construction materials to work with. While I'm here, I shall leave the hammers I got out of my inventory. So this is how I know how many hammers I have. Because like I was saying before, hammers take wear and tear when they you use them to build now. So knowing how many hammers you have at your disposal is more important than it used to be. No, spooky sound. Okay. Yep, that's all of those extracted. Still got plenty of rope for more stacks of logs. So we'll come back with a different vehicle mount. See, this is the general process of migrating from my staging ground at the gas station down to where I actually build the base on the river there. Eventually all these vehicles will be moved, but for the most part, a lot of these vehicles just have regular loot as opposed to construction materials, so I don't actually need to move most of those for now. Do I have any other vehicles in the area with storage capacity that's of note? I think there was a truck up north. I can't remember what its storage capacity was, though. Let's take a peek at it. In the parking lot of the convenience store right around here, there was a Chevalier D6. And a taxi. Yeah, here's the D6. Let's take a look at its trunk and see what we're looking at here. This bad boy has got 85. So, not impressive in the slightest. I would usually expect triple digits from a truck. But, it is what it is. Let's clear the zombies out of the area, because this is our base. Do not acquiesce to zombies near my base. Get out of my road. Die on the sidewalk. I want to be running over your corpse, damaging my transmission. Cute light blue there. Now, all this paint, I have no use for it yet. Gotta have walls before you can paint them. So I'm just gonna leave the paint on the floor. I'm just gonna leave this zombie on the floor, too. Ain't got no need for her. We'll clear the rest of these losers out. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking about you. You can definitely tell I've been at this for 8 hours, because I'm starting to talk to the zombies. Okay, so as fate would have it, we need a washer and dryer, and we're parked in front of a laundromat. Door's locked. I hate breaking my own windows. Remember, Riverside is mine, so all these windows are my windows. hate breaking my own windows. But something I hate more than that is breaking my own doors. Alas, if I want to get inside, this is what I gotta do. Sometimes you can find keys to places on zombies, but the zombies that initially spawned here are long gone. We're never gonna find those on respawns. I don't really care about the stuff in those shelves, but I'm going to take one of these lovely, lovely dryers here. After I take the lint out of it, because for some reason you can't pick it up if there's lint in it. So we got ourselves a dryer there. Toss that in the trunk of the truck here. I'll leave that plaster powder bag because I'll need that up there eventually. So we got a washer, or rather we got a dryer, now we get a washer. And that's already half full. The trunk of this truck is already half full. A rather embarrassing truck, all things considered. I'm gonna siphon a plastic bottle's worth of gasoline out of this van, so we're only dealing with 2 liters here. It's not gonna need much more than that. I'm just gonna drive it up to the river once I'm done towing it back. Speaking of towing, you know what? It would actually be... Yeah, so a taxi. When you look at a taxi, you're thinking you've got a trunk and then 3 seats. Each seat is 26. So between the trunk and 3 seats, this taxi actually has more storage capacity than the truck. So all I gotta do is fight my way into the taxi, which means I've gotta smash a window. Yeah, I hate smashing my own windows, but it is what it is. Alright, unlock the vehicle. We have keys. We don't have keys. Do we need keys? We don't need keys. I am the keys. No gas, though. This one shall also get a single... Okay. So here's what I'll do. I'll tow the truck all the way back to the gas station, which is just right around the corner, and load it up at the gas station with the other logs, and then I'll sprint back to get the taxi and load it up with the rest of the logs. This is why I hate bushes. But the ambulance can uniquely power through these bushes better than 99% of heavy-duty vehicles. A lot of other heavy-duty vehicles would just come to a complete stop on a couple of these bushes here. So, ambulance, I love it. I love it. I want more of it. I literally, went on Barb the Builder. I never found a pristine ambulance like this one, so I took 2, not 1 but 2, wrecked ambulances, and I completely rebuilt them. Every single part in them, engine included. And it's worth it. Ambulances are just that good. I do believe there actually is a second ambulance on the map in this game, like a second pristine ambulance somewhere. I marked it with an A. I have no idea where, though. Ah, there it is. I think it's right here at the elementary school in Muldraugh. So when I want to have a second ambulance, it'll be during our Muldraugh expedition in a future stream. Alright, we have sheet rope and logs on the floor. We making more stacks of them logs. And then we tossing them stacks of logs into the trunk. And that is a full trunk already, isn't it? Can we do another 12? Yes, we can do another 12. 12 encumbrance is what I'm thinking of. Let's just grab another stack of logs. And then we toss them in here. But on top of this, we've got a passenger seat. So that's 2 more stacks of logs right there. For an organized person, 2 stacks of logs is 24 encumbrance, and a vehicle seat has 26. Spears. Make spears. Spears are, spears are an okay weapon, but you want to have metalworking before you bother with spears, in my humble opinion. Metalworking allows you to make your own spearheads, metal spearheads. Otherwise, there's not a very reliable crafting, unless you want really low quality spears, like just, whatchamacallit, like wooden spears, fire hardened. I'm not very impressed with their damage, to be honest. If I'm gonna use spears at all, it's gonna be proper metal spears after I get my blacksmithing workshop put together. That's a thing in the future. But even then, spears, in my personal opinion, they're not that good. At least not in this game. In real life, spears are the go-to weapon for using against humans if you're using melee. But in this game, not really. They're best for using them with fences, because you can poke zombies through fences with spears. That is a fantastic strategy. I always like to have spears before I go to Muldraw, because when you go to Muldraw with spears, Muldraw is literally full of fences now. Hotwire. Alright, so, yet another vehicle full of building materials. We are now driving it down to the river and leaving it there. Where to park this one? Let's park this one. Let's start some vehicles on the other side here. Running out of space on this side. Anything in my backpack? Just get these boxes of nails on the floor. No need to be carrying them around. They are needed up here. So now what we want to do is go get that taxi. I did put 2 liters of gas in it, so I'll just drive it down here. That being said, we've actually cleared most of the logs we've harvested. Like, there's a couple left over down there. So I'm going to go get the taxi, but then I'm also going to go get another axe to cut down some more logs with. Make sure, I'm a clumsy character in this game. My character has the clumsy trait. So you don't ever want to sprint and then accidentally run over a bush. You'll face plant, potentially injure yourself. There we go. We got another vehicle. Plenty of room to carry stuff in. I know, right? Pressing Q in a vehicle honks the horn. If you press and hold Q, it'll open the emote menu, so you can emote things to other characters. Get out, not hold Q. I can wave. Howdy. I am actually leaving the car right back here, because this is where I'm cutting more trees. And then I'm going to get another axe. My previous axe was broken, I believe. It's alright, I built a whole bunch of these, large stone axes. So this one is almost broken. I'll just go ahead and equip that. These ones here are fresh. Character is getting a little hungry. Let's fix that. Some cow's milk. And some more cow's milk in here. Seeds with the seeds. Alright, so if you right-click on a tree with an axe in your hand, you can chop it down automatically. And I can also fast forward, so you don't have to stand there and watch me cut down trees too often. That being said, I have to take breaks in between chopping down trees because, as you can see, I'm already getting exerted and I got muscle strain. So despite the fact that I am now level 3 in the axe skill, I still can't cut down a tree without, in real life, no, I did not eat anything the whole stream. I'm the kind of guy who eats, like, one big meal a day. That's it. I just drink stuff in the meantime. It's like if there were Zomboid traits in real life, I would have the one that actually lowers your appetite, but then I would also have the one that increases your thirst. Because I drink a lot of water. Alright, so I need to let this muscle strain go away before I start chopping another tree. So I sit down, I keep my health tab open to monitor the muscle strain. You see this orange text. Basically, I want it to go away and then be gone for, like, I don't know, 10 minutes in-game. And that is a good signifier. I can cut down another tree without, There we go. So I just sit down again, read a book, wait for the strain to go away. There we go. So these trees over here are smaller, so they're going to not cause as much muscle strain to cut down. There we go. So, let's sit down again and do a little bit more. So this is my protection meter. This is not like my health. This is just my protection. What it means is my head, neck, upper and lower chest do not have very much protection. However, my feet have 100% protection because I got military boots. And my legs have got pretty good protection because I got leather pants. The way this game works in terms of protection is most of the things that you would put to cover up your chest and your head have a lot of trade-offs. Like, I could get almost 100% bite protection if I wore, like, a bulletproof vest, but the discomfort and the overheating would cause me a lot of problems that would, like, slow down everything else I try to do in-game. So I don't usually wear a lot of heavy protection on the chest and head area while I'm trying to do just regular work. If I was fighting a lot of zombies... What was that sound? I know I just heard something, but I don't know what it was. It could have just been a random sound. Okay. If I was fighting a lot of zombies and I had chest protection, I'd probably wear it, but there ain't no zombies around here right now. At the moment, at least. Another 4 stack for the car here. So we got 1 seat full. Now we're starting to fill another seat. Two seats full. And we've got 1 more seat because we got to have the driver's seat clear so we can actually sit on it. If there was a way to, like, fill up a driver's seat of a vehicle and then just tow it instead of driving it, I would do that. Unfortunately, there's not a way to do that right now. Wow, that didn't last a single swing. So we have now got a broken axe, which is fine because I got another one. My strategy with axes is to just keep making them. One more. I'm just going to keep sitting in the car while I read a book for a minute and let the exertion go away and the muscle strain go away. There we go. Possible. Is it possible. Many things are possible. No, that's fine. If I had a nickel every time I had a typo, I could probably afford a house by now, my down payment. Been saving up for a while, but it's just not really working out. I'm very middle class myself. I don't have a lot of, I mean, okay, I have plenty of savings, but if I were to try to buy a house, I would have to blow all of my savings at once, and that's a horrible idea. It is theoretically possible. Now, the real question is, can you max out all the skills on a single character without changing any of the game settings to increase the experience gain rate? The answer is yes, but it's going to take you a very long time. Reason being, there's certain skills that you can only level them by killing zombies a certain way, right? Like if I wanted to level aiming and reloading, I would have to kill zombies with guns. And that is the only way to do it. So, yes, I would just have to kill a lot of zombies. The highest aiming I've ever gotten in build 42 has been, I think, like 4. Maybe I got to 5. But I've never gotten much higher than that because once you get to that point, like once you're like halfway through a weapon skill, if you don't have any books and you don't have any innate skill with that weapon class, you're looking at a lot of kills to actually start getting any significant progress beyond level 5. I think I got Longblade up pretty high. I might have gotten Longblade as high as 8. Longblade, I've got, usually you can find books for it. Finding a whole set of books is pretty hard, but you can usually find a couple of sets of it. What have we got, 45 in the trunk? That's not enough for 4. 4 times 12, that's 48, so I can't, I can only fit 3 stacks of logs in the trunk here. I don't even have enough daylight left for that. At least I don't think I do. No, because I gotta sit down again after this. Yeah, there's 25, so I sit down for a minute, read a book, but then I'm gonna be out of daylight. Right, here's something I can do. I'm a big advocate of using vehicle headlights. So I'm just going to turn the vehicle around, aim it in this direction, turn the headlights on, and cut the engine so that I'm not wasting that little bit of gas I put in there. But now I got a little bit of headlights to work with. And we only got 1 log from those. So these are small trees. Ah, there's 2 logs, okay. There's our last 4 for this set. And this is what we needed the light for here. Wait a minute, we're not out of rope, are we? We are out of rope. Holy crap, okay. So, believe it or not, in a residential area like this, rope is never too far away. You go into any house that has curtains. Like this house right here has got curtains. You right-click on the curtains, remove the curtains, you got sheet. You take sheet, you turn it into sheet rope. So I just need a total of 2 more, really. Or just 1 more. So that's that house. It only had 1 set of curtains in it. This house has got a lot more. I'm just going to take what I need for the moment. But as an overnight activity, after I do my first sleep in a minute here, that's our next task. We're going to get some more rope. Alright, there's 2 more sheet rope. And now we can stack another 4 logs. So now the taxi is full. So we have a taxi that is 100% filled to its capacity with log stacks. Drive the taxi down to the river, park it there for the night, sprint back here and sleep. Oh, you know what? I actually have a better idea. Like, even better than what I just described. We're just going to sleep at the river. because we have these handy dandy little what am I thinking of? I need to get that out of back here and then unpack those so I have room in my trunk for 30, or my backpack for 30. So what we're actually going to do is we are just going to, damn it, I can't, the corner of that building blocked me. Whatever, go the other way. I have another medical bed, which is a bed that can be picked up without carpentry skill. But it's a very good quality bed. So I can take it with me here. I found this at the military checkpoint. Very, very worth it to find that. Take a pillow. And now we can actually set up a bed at the river. Sleep there. That's what I'm going to do. Not for any particular reason. It just shaves off a little bit of time with me. I don't have to sprint back now. At least not during the day. Or during the night, rather. Sprint back during the day. So you see how a single bush can make a regular car almost completely stop? I hate bushes in this game. I hate them so much. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with them too much over here yet. So we're almost out of gas because we only put 2 liters in, but we are good to go now. Now, I just extract that medical bed, drop it right here on the river, and we sleep outside because it's still, the temperature is still in the mid-60s Fahrenheit, so we're still, it's still nice and pleasantly warm outside. Just put, it looks like there's a pillow on it, but there actually isn't. That pillow is just like a sprite. Now there's a pillow on it. Pillow slightly increases the quality of sleep. And I'm needing every bit I can get here. I will tell you what skill is almost impossible to, well, not impossible, just so tedious that even me, a guy who plays this game sometimes as much as 12 hours a day, that's too tedious even for me, is maxing out fitness. So we look at fitness right here. I have 2,718 fitness experience. I need 150,000. Let's whip out the calculator really quick and see how much 1,578 was that? Or no, 2,718. So 2,718 divided by 150,000. I am 1.8% of the way to the next level of fitness. I started at level 9. If I want to get to level 10 fitness, I need to do what I've been doing for the next God knows how long. It would, I don't know if I would ever have a single character ever do that. Now, there are other ways to get fitness experience. It's just, there's very, very, very little incentive to do it. Like, I could do sit-ups every day, and I would get a little bit of fitness experience, but I would have to do sit-ups every single day. And that would trigger muscle strain. The exercise system in this game is very punishing. I have opinions about that. I have a lot of opinions about that. The long and short of it is, I don't bother with it. Fitness is one thing that I'm very happy to start at level 9 and never think about it again. Like, you know, I guess you could say I'm sort of thinking about it insofar as, you know, I'm looking at it every once in a while and be like, oh, look at that, I'm this percentage of the way there. 1.8%. Remember, we're at, like, I don't know, day, what is it, the 29th? We're coming up on our second month. Yeah, we're 1 month, 21 days in. That's, we're 51 days in. We're at day 51. Huh. And we've only gotten 1.8% of the way through the next level of fitness. It's just, you can see how absolutely absurd that is. You know what? Let's do the math. 51 days to get 1.8%. So that is 100 minus 1.8. So We have 98.2% left to go. How am I doing this math right? 1.8. Right, so this is what we need to multiply. This is what we need to multiply the day counter by. Right. We multiply that by, because if you think about it in this terms, we have to do 51 days times 90. Yeah, this is how many days at our current rate of fitness experience gain. This is how many days it would take for us to get to level 10 fitness. 5,008 days. That is, let's divide that by 365. I would have to keep doing what I'm doing for 14 years in-game to get level 10 fitness. That's how stupid fitness is right now. And mind you, I'm getting 3 times the experience in fitness that a normal person would be in this game. If you just start without any positive fitness gaining traits, then you're gaining a fraction of what I'm gaining. It's just that stupid. Fitness is so stupid. I'm sorry. I could say a lot more about fitness, but I'm not going to. Who is making noise in here? Are they in the evidence locker? Oh no, they're in the bathroom. Okay. Whew. Hello there, officer. That must have been a long crap. He's been in there for a couple of months. Officer Tobias Bartholomew. Thank you for your service. You are you're here. I release you from your duty and your uniform. I am going to move this water dispenser up to the river at some point, so that I can fill it with clean water. Not quite there yet, though. To empty some of that loot I just picked up into one of these bags here. Use the officer's socks to get a little bit of tailoring experience. Toss them into the pile with the rest of them. Okay. So, what are we doing next? We are... we're going to fill up the ambulance with lumber, and then we're going to go ahead and drive the ambulance up to the river, and that's when we actually begin the real construction. So we're almost there. We're almost to the point of actually building. And I'm also... I don't want to... My stream title is way out of date, because we are way past day 40 onward. I'm going to go ahead and update my, my live stream title here. Zomboid B42 live. We're at day... what was that, 51? Yeah. Day 51 onwards. Time to build a base. So I cannot be accused of false advertising, because the time for combat with maces and axes and whatnot, that's all done. So now the live stream title is actually relevant to what's going on. I should have done that a little while ago. It is always a good thing to properly advertise what you're working on. Otherwise, folks will jump into the stream and see, like, wait a minute, you're not killing zombies with axes. What's going on here? And then leave. Oh, and also, before we do anything further with cutting wood, we need more sheet rope to bind it up into 4 stacks. So while I'm recovering my stamina, I'm going to rip up some curtains into sheets, make some sheet rope. I actually really like this mahogany bed design. When I get my carpentry leveled up so that I won't break it, I'll probably actually come back here and... That's cool. If you click in a certain direction, your character will look in that direction even while sitting down. But yeah, this bed is eventually going to go in my bedroom of my base when I get to that point, because I really like the appearance of the mahogany beds. Alright, so we came out of this place with 4 sheet rope. That's enough for another 2 stacks of logs. Which means we can cut down... if we cut down these 3 little trees, that's 1 log each. And then I think there's another log on the floor back behind the house here. Yep. Okay. So there's our 2 stacks of logs right there. Tell you what, I'm going to put on some music because the game's music is broken. Just going to put on the Stellaris soundtrack. It's a really good soundtrack, and it goes very well with building stuff. Let's see here. How about, yeah, Stellaris full soundtrack. Great soundtrack. I'll post a link to it in chat if anybody wants to know what the soundtrack is going to be. We're going to listen to here. I've done Zomboid with Stellaris soundtrack before, and it fits. I like it. One of the I don't know exactly what causes it, but actually, if you play the game for too long, the sound stops working properly. I don't even know why. Thankfully, we still got regular sound. It's just the music that's cut out. Alright, in need of more sheet rope before I can get more logs. Let's hit more of these houses here. This is one of these houses that doesn't have any curtains in it. That is a thing. Some houses just don't have any curtains. I will relieve it of its electronics, though. I'm still technically active of my electrical skill. So anytime I see electrical stuff to dismantle, no reason not to. This enables me to further cross out this place on the map. Oh, it's already crossed out. Good. Free source of batteries, by the way, if you ever find yourself in need of a battery. You just go to your nearest car, pull its radio out, and dismantle its radio. And there's no sheets in there. Right, nothing in this house for us then. There, but we do have, I remember there's curtains in the bathroom and the bedroom here. And there's a sheet in the bedroom closet and a pretty shirt. I'm taking that shirt. No other curtains there. So that's 3 sheet rope worth. We need 1 more. Is that a sweatband that matches my outfit? It's a little bright. It's a little bright. I'm all about matching colors, and that is it's a green, but it's ever so slightly too green. Like it's a little too bright. That's unfortunate. We'll find one eventually. Sweatband is a good thing to have for the hottest summer months, which are already behind us. sheets, no windows, no curtains. Oh, there's windows, but no curtains. I do not need fishing, too. There's some orange juice. I'm sure that's still good, right? This house, I don't even know if it has any curtains either. There's always a chance for it to have something in the... That would be a negative. What about this shirt? This looks like it might be a match, too. A little bit bright, though. Oh, way too bright. The icon gave me the wrong idea for that one. Yeah, that is not even slightly a match. That goes into the tailoring bin. Okay, that's all these houses in this area cleared of their sheets. And we've got enough for... one more. Yeah, because we got an odd number. So there's only... We need to do that and then cut these 2 trees. So my PC is overkill for this game, like way overkill. There's a task manager here. I've got a I got a Ryzen 9 7950X3D and 2 RTX 4090s. The second RTX 4090 is 99.9% of video games cannot use the second graphics card. I only have it for graphic design and AI work and video production and stuff like that. I would recommend... I actually posted in chat a little earlier. If you scroll up in chat far enough, you might see it. I posted a channel called Jay's 2 Cents. He talks a lot about PC building and budget builds specifically. So if you're looking for a budget build, that's one of the best resources. I'd highly recommend it. I could link my. I actually still have the part list here. This is my actual PC as it currently stands, and listed on that website is the price that I paid for it at the time. PC parts, the prices keep going up. So the prices that you see for the stuff that's on my list there, if you wanted to buy the same stuff, you would probably be paying even more now. Prices are not going anywhere in the direction of down, unfortunately. Which is very sad, but it is that is the reality we're dealing with as PC enthusiasts in this current era. God help us if we ever have PC parts that are not made in China. Like, I don't even... Like, a lot of people these days... And I know we're deviating in the direction of politics here, but a lot of people these days are talking about making things in America. You don't have to make things in America, you just have to not make them in China. That's all you gotta do. Malaysia, Taiwan, just the South Pacific area, they have much better labor laws than China. They're a lot less of a sweatshop when it comes to, you know, ethically sourcing your materials. But a lot of people just want to go straight for China because, you know, get that sweet, sweet slave labor to produce your materials, and, well, what are you going to do about it? Yeah. Here we go, some more curtains. This is a civilized house with curtains in it. I really like the green color of curtain, but I can't really, Speaking of green... No, there's no matching set for that. So there's a nice little top there that looks like a desaturated green, but there's no matching bottom for it, so I'm not going to bother. I have a very hardline policy with undies in this game. They're going to match, or I'm not going to bother with them, because they're all randomly generated colors. So if you don't find something that has a matching set, good luck ever finding anything with a matching set. There we go. Any sheets in the other side? Nope. Delilah Hoskins. That is a very 90s Kentucky name right there. I'm not expecting to find any more curtains in those containers, but on the wall here... What are we up to? We're up to 4 sheets? Yes, we are. Let's make us 4 sheet rope. Ah, 2 more curtains as well. I'll go ahead and remove these curtains, but I'll wait till after I cut down the next tree. Right? No, there's no curtains on this one. Damn it, I'm up to an odd number again. It's gonna bother me. It's alright, I'll deal with it. I'm gonna do a quick perimeter check because I have not patrolled this area for zombies in a little while. I think there was a congregation spot over here, but I'm not seeing them. Whenever you cut down trees, you make a lot of noise, so be aware of your surroundings at all times, and be aware of how far the noise will carry if you do something. Now that I'm done with that and I need a rest, I'll sit on the ground while I bundle this up and make the rest of the sheet rope. And then read for a minute. Oh, this is the soundtrack version with the vocals in it. I don't dislike it, but it doesn't mesh well with the ambience. Yeah, there we go. That was Faster Than Light from the Stellaris soundtrack. Great track, but usually if I'm gonna be playing video games, I like to have music without vocals. Alright, another stack of logs there. How many more of those can we do? We've only got room for 20. Can we increase that a little bit? Yes, if I pull 2 of these axes out of the trunk, now we have 24. Okay. So now I just need to rest for a second. I can rest while I'm looking for more sheet rope because I need 3 more. Should have... Oh yeah, we got 4 on the ground floor here. Oh yeah, there we go. 3 more up here, because there's 2 here and then 1 on the bed. Another mahogany bed. It's beautiful, beautiful mahogany that I enjoy very much. Mahogany. Rest for a bit, making some sheet rope. Now we got 8 of them. That's actually more than we need to fill the trunk. Passenger seat does not have any room, so we'll hand carry after that. Just cut down this whole row of trees. It'll make this area easier to patrol in the future. Have a little breather. Should have 6 sheet rope left. Oh no, I have 8 left. So that's 4 trees to cut down there. I need to start monitoring my muscle strain again. Basically, the goal is to sit down, read a book, and rest until the muscle strain has been gone for at least like 10 in-game minutes. Otherwise, the muscle strain will continue to build up even though it doesn't show. Oh, broke the axe. That's alright. I have my ambulance with me. Oh, and it's full of Crude Stone Axes. Almost forgot about these. The Crude Stone Axes are nowhere near as good against trees as the large stone axes. But this one's already ready to break anyway. There we go. Put that on my back. And my rest will be gained while I bunch these up. There's one in the trunk. And here comes one more. Alright, that is a full ambulance now. I can put the last two straight into my backpack, I believe. Or one into my backpack and then one into my... I'll just carry the other one in my hand. Right? Oh no. No, I can fit them both. Beautiful. Alright, we're done here for the moment because we don't have any more throwaway axes. This Crude Stone Axe will not last very long against trees. I left the van running that whole time. I'm a doofus. I'm such a doofus. I can only blame myself so much, though, because the engines of the vehicles in this game, they're so hard to hear unless you're standing right next to it. I would prefer that they increase the apparent sound. Not the absolute sound, because, you know, it already seems like they make a proportionately okay amount of noise in terms of attracting zombies, but for the player to hear it, it's a little bit wacky how hard it is to hear an engine if you're just a little ways away from it. Alright, so, in these Electromax vans, mostly just planks, but on this side, everything over here is logs, bundles of logs. So, what we want to do is gather the bundles of logs all together and just drop them on the floor somewhere. And in order to optimally carry the maximum amount of logs at once, I will need to get some of this gear, some of this stuff out of my inventory. Namely, the stuff that's in these trash bags as well. Or, not trash bags, but, backpacks, military backpacks. Just about to be thirsty, might as well drink that. Put that in the van. Okay, I have a completely empty backpack now. I just need another completely empty backpack. One more garbage bag ought to do it. Okay, maybe two more. I'll just, now these bolt cutters are so huge, I'll just drop them on the floor. It's fine. Alright, now we have 3 military backpacks secure once again. Load them up into my hands. And now we just pick up all the logs from all the vehicles we've started stashing them in. You can do 3 stacks of 4 logs in each military backpack. So the entirety of what we had in the ambulance, I'm already hand carrying it. Now I just sit down in this, these two here. Alright, that is me hand carrying as much log as I can. And here's what I do with them now that I have them all in one place. I just have a little sit down here and I click on the unstack logs button 11 times. Just do it all at once. So all 11 stacks worth of logs are now on the floor right here. So when it comes time to saw the logs, I already have them right here in front of me. I do not have a designated logging vehicle yet. That's a problem. I would like to have one, but for now I'll just leave the sheet rope on the floor. Otherwise, I would like to have like a designated vehicle where I just put all the sheet rope into it once I'm done with it. Here's the rest of what was in the taxi. Okay, the seats are empty. Now for the trunk. And that is the taxi empty. Now for these. And I still got that. So, I just do the exact same thing. Just have a sit down so that I stop shedding health from being over encumbered. And unstack the logs. I do this because it puts all of the logs in the same spot, as opposed to if I were to just randomly drop them, they would start dropping all over the place because the game won't let you manually place more than 50 encumbrance on a single tile. But the crafting system will just dump it right beneath you. So I'm kind of exploiting the crafting system a little bit here. Very shamelessly so. I don't, only allowing 50 encumbrance to a floor tile is stupid, so I have no shame whatsoever with that. Alright, so these two vehicles are now basically just in the way, so I can get rid of them. I'll move them down to the police station parking lot once I unstack these logs. Yeah, you see how they just, when I drop things manually, this tile that I'm standing on is full, so it just throws it on a nearby tile, which is, whatever. I am mad about it. I'm just, I find it silly, that's all. Quite silly. Alright, the rest of the sheet rope. Drop it on the floor here so I know where it is. It's all in one place. The rest of the rope is going to be... Oh, that's right, there's a few more logs right here. Then everything should be planks, I believe, yeah. All the rest of this van is planks. Oh, I know what I'll do. I will repurpose the taxi and the truck there as furniture storage. So I can go pick up some stuff that I'm currently storing in these vans, like the oven. I'll put the oven in the back of the truck. Should have room for that. Now, these do not have any furniture, right? Yeah, that is all planks right there. And this is a mixture of stuff, but mostly, yeah, no furniture. Oh yeah, we have almost exactly the correct amount of room here. For the oven, 65 out of 85, so we only have 20 space left. That actually is enough for one more piece of furniture. And 45 in the trunk of that. That would mean... Let me drive the taxi down to the gas station and pick up the furniture that I have in various places down there. I've tried not to store the furniture in my other vehicles down there, so that the other vehicles are just item storage. Damn it! Tiny ass tree hiding behind a bigger one. I didn't see it. Oh, am I out of gas completely? I think I am. What do I get for only putting 2 liters in? Let's put another 2 liters in to limp our way back to the back to the gas station and just put a little bit more into it. You would think that I'm being stingy with my gas, despite the fact that I own a gas station, but no. Gas is a very limited resource, and it is no longer being produced. There is a finite amount of gas on this entire map. I will be very stingy with something like that. But I will not hesitate to use it when I need it, which I do, so... Let's put like a half tank in. There we go. Alright, we want furniture. This trailer, I almost forgot I had it. I'm so used to playing this game without ever finding a trailer. So I need to take the furniture out of the trailer and put it into this taxi, because that is the purpose of the taxi now. Oh, I have exactly enough room in the trunk of the taxi for these 3 ham radios. And then the remaining stuff, like these floodlights and the other ham radio, I can put on the seats. 26 in each seat. So these 15 encumbrance items, I can only put 1 in each seat. But that's exactly what... that fills up all the seats, basically. And there we go. So now the trailer is empty. That will help us tremendously with lumber gathering. Yeah. Now, is there any other furniture I have that can fit in the back of the truck? I think there is. Yeah, let's get the other 2 lights. I have 2 floodlights in here. I have a lot of floodlights. I like to collect these things. These floodlights right here, very, very valuable for more than just construction. They're very cheap on the gas usage, and they light the largest amount of real estate. Right. So these are now our furniture storage vehicles. The floodlights, I can put 1 in the trunk, but then I'm at 80 out of 85, which means even if I remove that plaster, that's not enough room. So I just put it in the passenger seat. There we go. Perfect. What else? Nothing else. I drink some milk because I'm thirsty, and then we get to work with sawing logs. That should actually be the rest of the in-game day here. Just sit down right here so we don't go too over encumbered. We always carry around a saw. We have more than 100 logs on the floor. We have 101. So I'm going to actually saw 1 because the crafting menu doesn't let you select more than 100. I don't know if I actually have enough daylight left, but I'm going to go ahead and saw until I either run out of logs or run out of daylight. And there's out of daylight. Had a feeling we'd run out pretty fast. Alright, let's go ahead and sleep. As past me predicted, future me is going to benefit greatly from having a bed right here. Because it ain't raining, it ain't too cold, we can just sleep right under the stars. This is where the fun begins when it comes to building. For anybody joining us, we've just broken ground on our new base. And I'm going to continue sawing logs overnight here. I'm going to use the headlights of my van so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Currently playing is the Stellaris soundtrack because it is fantastic to listen to while you're crafting and building stuff. Alright, so being a restless sleeper, I am now ready to sleep again. And we have a slight problem. I'm out of milk. And I don't have anywhere to fill up my water. I don't have any other water in here. So I'm actually going to go back to the base. I'm not going to go to sleep thirsty. That's for real life. And I don't read too deep into that. I'm just going to drive back to the gas station and get myself some more beverage so that I can sustain operations up here a little longer next time. See, we've only been gone for a couple of hours and there's already another damn bush in our driving area here. I hate these things. Oh yeah, so let me show you exactly how big of a reach these construction lights have. That is only 0.02 liters per hour to run that. So it is fantastically efficient. Still not justified to leave it on when I don't need it, so. Get our milk together here. We got milk for 3.5 days, so. Now that we load up on it, we go to sleep. Alrighty. You know, for my main driveway into the base, I'm probably just going to extend the parking lot. I'm just going to extend the parking lot of the police station all the way over. That's a kind of a low priority thing. So like the, one of the reasons I build my own bases way out in the middle of nowhere, away from other places, is because it increases the survivability of my bases through a map update. Let me actually show you real quick. I got a screenshot, a couple of screenshots of what happened during a specific update for build 42. Where's Steam at? Here it is. So in my library, I've got my screenshots here. We're looking for screenshots of the gas station. So there was a time when I would build in the gas station as my base. That's not it. That's a screenshot from my other playthrough. Looking for 2 next to the gas station. I don't know, maybe I don't have it anymore. Avoid bases. Annie Mae. So this is what we're going to be doing eventually here. This is my early base building strategy, is to build out into the river, because that is basically one way to just guarantee that I will never have to worry about zombies spawning, because zombies never spawn in the river. So this is, I've already shown these screenshots. That's my this is a better screenshot of my 42.7 base. I put this on Imgur at one point, but yeah, it's alright. I hope to exceed it. What is it? 42.6. This is my base for 42.6. See, it's a lot smaller. 42.6 was a lot smaller than 42.7. Ah, okay, here it is. So, it was 42.5.1. That update, I think it was. From 42.5.1 to 42.6. This is before. I'll zoom in a little further. This is what it looked like before the update, and this is what it looked like after the update. Now you notice suddenly some of my map tiles right next to me are unexplored. Those map tiles were reset by the update. So you see how if you look closely at my fridge here, I have a fridge, and then I have like 3 stacks of boxes right here. After the update, the fridge is gone, the boxes are gone, the contents of the boxes are gone. My entire food stash vanished because of the update. This is why I do not build in build 42. I do not build inside of existing POIs anymore, because there's a possibility that an update will reset the map tile and it will just vanish. Anything you do will just vanish. So until the game is stable, or, you know, yeah, I'm just not, I don't build inside of POIs anymore. This is why I build my own bases with blackjack and hookers. Yeah, it's sad, but it is what it is. Okay, 285 planks, plus the 12 already on us. Yeah, 300 planks. 300 planks exactly. And then, of course, we still have all the planks that are in the backs of these vehicles here. That's actually what I'm going to pick up first. So what I'm going to do is equip these military backpacks in my hands. And then I'm gonna move my milk out of the main backpack and into my Alice pack here. Make some room in my Alice pack for stuff that I don't need to carry around right now. I can get rid of the... Imagine needing antibiotics in this game. You literally, if you get infected with a non-zombie infection, you can just power through it. Scissors, I don't need those. Pliers, the whistle. I'll just put this stuff back when I'm done with the current project. See, by doing this, I can move the milk into my Alice pack so that my backpacks are completely open. Yeah, we fit 3. That's most of a day. That's fine. Rest into the ambulance. And now we have 3 open backpacks to fill with planks. So we'll start taking planks out of these vehicles here. So each military backpack can carry 12 planks. There we go. So we are now carrying 36 planks. All we need is some nails, which I'll just put right into my normal inventory here. And I got a box of nails. I'll open one of those. So we now have a ton of nails. We are ready to go nuts with building floors. I'm going to build... how do I want to go about this? I actually have not yet decided on a dimensions for the base. But I have decided that the edge of the front of it will be here where the river curves. So this is our corner. So this is where we get started. Wait a minute. Can I not yet build advanced wooden floors? I can't. I need a carpentry level... What the hell carpentry level do I need for that? Oh, wait a minute. No, craftsman is the highest level. I was thinking for some reason that advanced was. So when there's different versions of a type of building, there's basic, advanced, and then craftsman. So we are already making, as I thought we were. We're making the best floors. I would not want to make best or the not best floors. Not after all this time. Probably should be counting these tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9 right here. Alright, so I believe what I did for... This is my favorite base design so far, and what I did was I had the door in the middle and then 9 tiles in either direction from the door. And then I just replicated that for each side. I think I'm going to do the same, but I'm going to up it to 12. I'm going to go even bigger than I did before. So we're currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to do 10, 11, 12, and then we'll build the door frame. And then we'll use that as a frame of reference. So now we're at 12. Here is the midpoint. Got a level of carpentry. We're going to need to get used to that. We're going to get a lot of levels of carpentry for just generic building here. And I'll make the door face this direction. Okay, and then... So then we just go 12 in this direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Any more planks? We got 7 more. I'll start from this side and work towards the right, because my planks are more plentiful on this side. So because I know that I had 7 planks left, I know that I'm 8 tiles out here. So that is, I just need to remember that. Getting thirsty, time for some milk. Oh, look at that, 36 planks in here. That's exactly what we got room for. So just to give you a frame of reference of how much we can carry at the same time, we have emptied all of the planks that were in the back of the middle van here. The other van here has more than just planks in it, but for the most part, yeah, we have annihilated our plank supply so far, which is why we needed all those logs. Alright, so we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just wanted to confirm. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then door frame. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did not count that right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right? All I gotta do is trace, and this should connect to the other door. And it does. Okay. So we build a door. We are out of planks. Or nails. What are we out of? We're out of nails. No, wait. Oh, we need 4 for a door frame. Okay. I will just drop these planks on the floor here. And then fill up my backpacks with more planks. Once we have the exterior completely covered, the interior, filling that out is much, much easier. I should do myself a favor and just build whatever I can without picking up planks, because that is a thing. You don't have to pick them up if they're already on the floor right there. Oh, shit. Didn't let me. Okay. There we go. So basically, I haven't picked up any more planks, but it's using them because they're on the floor right there. And I see a zombie to the south. Let's fix that. You do not belong here. You belong in the ground. Any friends of yours back here? Remember, we can never have too much fun. There's always got to be a zombie. Remind us that we are, in fact, in the apocalypse. And everything does, in fact, suck. Alright. Building continue. Get a couple wall frames up. Okay, that's as far as I can go without picking up a few more of these, so... Backpacks back into the hands. I'm down to 20 nails, so I'll need to replenish those. But now we're pulling from the main pile. I think I had 9 planks left over here. Yes. So not quite a full backpack's worth. 12 to a military backpack. Okay, there we go. Now we open up another box of nails. A little bit overkill, but it's alright. Okay, so as I recall, this is the tile to build the door frame on, so that will reestablish my frame of reference here. If it ever looks like I'm keeping track of these tiles without visually looking at... No. I use the door frames to keep track of where I'm at. Alright, so we are now 1. And I need to... So it didn't use the planks off the ground. Let's replenish planks. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. And 12. Turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So now I just double check that I am... Did I fuck that? I fucked that up, didn't I? No, which did I fuck up? Did I fuck up the door on that side? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I did not fuck up the door on that side. If there were any fuck ups, it's on this side. Okay. So I just went over by 1. That's alright. A little bit easier to keep track of things when I'm this far zoomed out. Oh, I ran out of planks at just the worst moment there. Okay, that's alright. Let's have a drink of milk. Now I can use walk to and I can sprint. So I hit Y and walk to that tile and then just sprint. My character will do it for me. She knows what to do. She's not that dumb. So now I can just link it up by picking up the planks on this side. Yeah, almost there. There goes one of my hammers, the first of many to be broken. So is the claw hammer head fell on the ground here, and the head is actually still in okay condition. That's probably thanks to me being maintenance almost 10. So I'll just drop the broken handle here, drop the head of the hammer over here, and just put one of these many hammers that I still have on my belt. This is why I put all my hammers on the ground, so I know exactly how many more I have at a glance. I don't have to open up a box to count them. It's important to know if I'm getting low. I can always find more at the Electromax warehouse. I'm gonna run out of daylight relatively soon, but I think I still have enough left to do another lay down. I'm just gonna kind of sort of go from south to north here. I think we lose daylight momentarily. Flashlight for the last one. Alright, I'm done with that row. Am I out of milk again? There's more in the van. And now we sleep. God, love this bed right here. This is a very perfect position. I just hope it doesn't start raining overnight. We've had really good weather, knock on wood. Alright. Midnight. Here's what I'm going to do for the midnight task. I'm going to... I was almost out of planks anyway. Get rid of this plank, and then I'm gonna get my floodlights put together. I already have the lights in the vehicle over there, so all I gotta do is go get a generator. I don't need a vehicle for that. Don't need no stinking vehicle. Alright, so the yellow generators are the best generators. And when I say best, what I mean is they take the least amount of durability damage for running them long term. See, I've been running this one for, like, weeks now. Several weeks. And it's only taken, like, just about 10% condition damage. All the other ones take damage faster. Which is why I'm using, like, a blue generator. That's the one that takes the damage fastest. But it's also the most lightweight. So I'm using a blue generator for the gas pumps. I'll just carry this red generator up with me. I do believe it's fueled. Let me double check that. Yes, it is 100% fueled. So I just grab this bad boy and sprint back up north with it. I no longer need the cop car here. The cop car, I was using it as a ghetto. I was using it as a light source back before I had a. Honestly, there's not that much of an effect immediately with the long term. In the short term, all it does is get you wet. If you're wet for too long, you can get sick. But I think even if I get rained on like all night, I don't think I get quite wet enough to get sick yet. That's like something I would have to I'd have to sleep twice throughout the night in order to actually get sick from it. Basically, the longer the rain falls on you, the wetter you get, and the wetter you get, the more likely you are to catch a cold or something. And catching a cold is not too big of a threat to you in terms of health, but it does make it a little harder to do certain things. So I'm very happy to not catch a cold. There is nothing in any of these vans that I need to bring up with me right now. So I'm going to go ahead and... What did I do with the... Am I a doofus? What did I do with the generator? I might be a doofus. I actually lost track of the generator. Oh, you know what? It's... Okay, so you can't see it, but I dropped it on the ground when I got into the driver's seat of the car. So, it's right there. There, now I have the generator again. Alright, so if I put the generator directly in front of the doorway here, that means it'll be at the midpoint of my base. There we go. Hook it up, even though there's nothing to hook it to yet. And then I grab some floodlights. One from there, and then there should be one in the passenger seat. And I will place one on either side. Considering these are 12 wide, then I just need to put them like 7 tiles away from the generator in either direction. That should give me plenty. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hello. Where's... Unpack the floodlights, damn it. There we go. Okay. Now power the generator. Power the lights. Look at that. We got full illumination for the next hour. And for any future building at night, that's what we do. I love these floodlights. This is why I picked up so many of them when I was at the blockade, or second part of my stream, or the part 2 of this series. I was like, there's so many floodlights. Should I really spend all that time? Yes, yes, I should. These are great. I love them. Okay, we still got plenty of nails. So we are back to floorboarding. Level 7. What I'm probably going to do is I do have all the carpentry books. I'm going to go ahead and wait till I'm carpentry level 8, and then I will read the last book, Carpentry 5. Because until then, honestly, I get so much experience from this, I don't need it. I will get to Carpentry 8, no problem. So instead of shutting off the individual lights, I'll just shut off the whole generator. No need to keep it running while I'm asleep. And I need some milk. She needs some milk. And then I sleep. It is 4 a.m. on the dot. Beautiful. Making great progress here. So we're at 9 hours, 30 minutes here. I do believe I will be able to get the rest of the superstructure of the base, so the floor and the walls, guaranteed by the end of this stream. The roof is a bit of a question mark, because honestly, having a full roof over everything is not 100% necessary. It is necessary to eventually, when we get to the point where cold becomes a concern, but we're not even into September yet. Tomorrow is September 1st. So we are a little ways out from actually having to worry about cold. We can sleep under the stars for a little while longer. Got another box of nails here. Literally 3 cartons of nails, so that's another 36 boxes of nails in those cartons. We have plenty of nails. We are good. Actually, speaking of temperature, I have actually gotten to a point where one of the reasons I have to keep drinking more milk is because I keep sweating so much. I'm actually going to take some layers off here. There we go. Now I'm fitting the stereotype of the construction worker gal. There is such a thing. It's a media trope, not necessarily a stereotype. You don't find too many ladies in construction work. It is rather difficult, physically demanding. Happy to break the mold, though. Always happy to break the mold. Are we out of... No, we're not out of nails. What am I doing? Plenty of nails. 13 more planks. Build menu just locked up on us. Haven't had that happen in a while. Yeah, I genuinely think there will not be too many zombies to worry about while we're up here. I mean, if for no other reason than the fact that we are building in a direction where they can only come at us from this way. Like, if they don't come at us from that way, then we're fine. They're not going to come from the north. They're not going to come from the east or the west. It's just the south right now. That is the benefit of building into the river like this. So even if it seemed like we had a lot of planks, we've already eaten half of them. That is, building an even larger base is going to cause that for sure. However, the single most important thing, progression-wise, will be to get the floors down so that I can put the storage containers down. Once I have the storage containers down, we can start freeing up vehicles for transporting more wood. Some of my biggest vans right now, just their entire inventory is dedicated to loot storage. Once I fix that, get the loot out of those inventories, we can transport a hell of a lot more wood than we did just now with those spreading it across several other vehicles. Yeah, it is a very male-dominated space, I suppose you could call it. One of the guys that I used to work with at the grocery store was a former construction worker, and damn, those were some muscles on that guy. Absolutely great. Probably some of the thickest muscles I've ever seen. This game is 100% accurate in its representation of construction workers as just being the pinnacle of a starting class in terms of how much you can get out of it. Pick up that hammerhead off the ground there. So whenever you break a hammer, the hammerhead will fall on the ground. Remember to pick that up, because even if it's like 90% of the way broken, you can still smelt it for steel once you got a forge running. Out of planks? Yeah, out of planks. I really wish this game would represent your character's musculature. Because, you know, right now, I look exactly the same as I did at the beginning. And I look exactly the same as somebody with no strength at all. You know, even just a texture, like a texture overlay to add a little bit of definition to the muscles. That would be pretty cool. I mean, the fact that every single human in this game has the same model is a little bit silly, in my opinion. Like, the only difference is between males and females, and it's pretty subtle, to be honest. This game could benefit from slight variance in the character models. We don't need, like, a full-on Skyrim character creator, but I wouldn't say no to it. I wouldn't say no to it at all, especially if NPCs are coming up. what I'm actually gonna do next is I'm gonna build a connecting planks all the way across the center of the base to the other door. So we now have less than a full day of milk left. That means that tomorrow I go back to the animal farm and I milk the cows. Plenty of cows to milk up there, just gotta remember to actually do it. A little bit more nail here. I'll just take all 4 of these boxes and drop them in the middle here. Alright, so now I start building across from here. So right here. Just building a straight line until I get to the other side. I always put my storage containers in any base I do, really. Most of the time the storage containers are along the back wall. So this will make it so that even if I do not get the full floor built yet, I will at least have a way to get to the back wall conveniently. Oh, you know what? There's carpentry level 8. I'll go ahead and finish what I'm doing now. But then I will read the carpentry book so that I can get the last 2 levels of carpentry, just annihilate those. Okay, out of planks again. So if we look at my previous base designs, you'll see how I have all the stacks upon stacks of storage crates all the way at the back. I have a means of like keeping track of what's in what, and most of the time it's like relative, if that makes sense, right? So like I'll first establish this was my electronics crate, and then I just kind of have a sort of mental note of how things work from there. Like above the electronics goes household, bag storage, to the right of electronics is a bunch of other stuff, and then to the left is like tools for 2 rows there, and then materials, and then so on and so forth. So getting the floor tiles down so that we can put those crates down is probably the next major priority, because we are going to run out of planks before we get the entire floor. Okay. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. This base design has served me very well in the past. How many planks? I've got exactly 12. So I'm actually going to get started on just the wall frames on this side. Planks is exactly 6 wall frames. Now, before I put down the crates, it behooves me to actually get the walls completely built, plastered, and then painted. That is the ideal. So when we go visit the animals to get more milk, we'll also be going in the direction of Electromax, so we can stop by the warehouse, pick up a couple cans of black paint, and maybe just 2 or 3 more bags of plaster, because I already have one bag of plaster here in the back of this truck. It was already in there when I found the truck, so I was like, okay, I'll keep that there. No reason not to. Gonna need it soon. I'll just drop that there. And the bag of plaster, in order to make a bucket of plaster out of that, I need a bucket full of water. And as fate would have it, we got 1 billion buckets of water just chilling at our gas station there. Had the foresight to let those get filled up by rainwater. So I'll drop my nails. Get these backpacks out of my hands. I need to resolve my water situation while it's in the front of my mind right now. Otherwise, I'm going to keep getting dehydrated and drinking milk prematurely. You don't want to drink milk just for hydration. That will you'll go through it too quickly. You should only drink it when you get hungry. So what I'm going to do is run down to the police station and grab that the water dispenser in there. Never did unlock the back door. There we go. Now it's unlocked. So we got here. This is empty. I've already... Isn't it? No. Not quite. Now it's empty. So I take the bottle off of it, and there should still be pressure in the sink over here. I will fill the, yeah, sink's got 20 liters in it, and the dispenser has 15. So there's 15 liters of water, fresh water out of the sink. And then I pick up the dispenser itself, put that in my other hand so I can carry it properly, or just can fit it in my backpack, because my backpack's just that big. Alright, back up north with some fresh water. Ah! Tree was hiding behind another tree. This is why construction sites always have their, always have water dispensers on site. So I'll put this just right here in the front for now. And attach that water bottle dispenser. Okay. We now have a dispenser. Plenty of water to fill up from. This will take care of the hunger. These fountain cups. Have an axe on my back. I am expecting to need to kill some zombies when I get to the animal farm because, well, that's respawns for you. It always happens. Why am I tired at 1500 hours? That feels weird. In fact, that feels so weird that I'm gonna take a, I'm gonna have a drink of soda. I'm gonna have a drink of soda. That's gonna shut the damn it. That's gonna shut the fatigue up for, I don't know, a few more minutes, so that I'm still combat effective when I get up to the animal farm, because I am expecting to kill a few zombies. What did I do with the soda? There it is. 2 liter of cola. Chug a whole 2 liter of cola, and you'll get, like, I don't know, 10 minutes of fatigue reduction. This game, the devs nerfed caffeine with a sledgehammer because in the first build of Build 42, caffeine was so powerful that players didn't even need to sleep ever again. It was kind of comical. For the entire time I played 42.0.2, I never slept, not a single time. It was really funny. But the devs got so angry at players doing that they nerfed caffeine to the point of it being extremely unrealistic as to how ineffective it is. If I were to drink a 2 liter of soda right now in real life, I would not. I would be awake for a very long time. See, what the devs really need to do is revamp the way fatigue works in terms of its interaction with caffeine. Basically, what caffeine needs to do is give you... if you think about video games where you have temporary health, where you're like for a tank class, your health increases temporarily, they need to do the same thing, but with fatigue. You've already got the stat, just allow it to go over temporarily, and have whatever you gain from having it go over temporarily, have that fade away. That's all that really needs to happen. But I don't know if the devs are ever going to do anything like that, so it is what it is. Get us some cow milk. I'm pleasantly relieved to see that there are no respawns in the immediate area. Yeah. She is producing a little bit of milk, but it wouldn't let me milk her because I didn't have anything to milk her into. Here we go. That was every single fountain cup full from that one cow. She produced over, I don't even know how to do the math. 26 divided by 3, whatever that is. She produced a lot of liters of milk. She's a good cow. All my Holstein cows are good cows. Let us, Oh, I brought another dispenser bottle with me. I knew I was carrying that around for a reason. We're gonna fill that up with milk. That will prevent us from needing to come up here again for quite a while. Like, we'll probably just be able to straight up, build our animal pen at our final location before we have to come back here again. She is ready for milking. My cow after I milk them. So let's see, that one and that one should have been milked. What about this one in the center? Did we get this one? I think we did. Yeah, she is done. Eventually I'll have names for all of them, but right now I do that after I transport them. So that's all 3 of my Holstein cows over here milked. The Seminoles do not produce very much milk, but I'll go ahead and take what they got. The Angus produce so little milk that it's not even worth the effort to run over to them. Like, they won't even put out a single fountain cup. That was a surprisingly high amount for a Seminole. Whenever I think of the cow breeds, the black cows, the Angus cows, almost no milk, but a lot of meat when you butcher them. The Holstein cows, the black and white ones, they produce way more milk than they do meat. The Seminoles, I think, are kind of in between. And I do have another Holstein cow up to the north here. She's with the other bull that I have. Alright, so that is a full dispenser bottle and an almost full 2-liter. So we have filled, we have almost 20 liters of cow's milk. We're good for a long time. Okay. Now we stop by Electromax. Check the cow food. I'm pretty sure they're good, but worth a peek. Yeah, they're still, Okay, so the last time I checked, they had 20 units of food. Now they're down to 11. So I need to keep an eye on my time code here. The stream is at 9 hours and 50 minutes. Just writing that down on another screen here. So all I need to do is kind of like, you know, go back through my stream at some point and find out when I last talked about the units of food. I could probably visually find it by scrolling back to when I was last in the cow field there. And that way I just count how much time has passed between then and this current point. And that will give me an idea of how much food my cows actually consume. Because otherwise I have genuinely no idea how much food and how fast they consume it. Like the units of food in this game, they don't really seem to mean anything. 1,700 hours in this game, I still don't know what 10 units of food really means. But that is a problem for another time. We have plaster powder to grab. Getting a couple of those. For anybody just joining, oh, never mind. Had some live viewers there. They already gone. Can't blame them. There's only so much I can do to make building entertaining. Okay, four plaster powder bags. That should be enough. Now we just want some of that. Okay, I see gravel. I'm gonna pick it up. Can't just put that right in front of me and expect me to not take it. You'll see why I want gravel soon. Gravel will actually need even more of it than wood at some point. Pink paint. I know there's black paint somewhere here. A lot of colors, but no black. I guess I'll take the red, because I know I'm going to need the red eventually. The red is for the kitchen. Once more, lots of colors over here, but no black. That's annoying. Kind of weird the way these places are structured. You can't always reliably find things in clusters. You know, I could understand a warehouse being disorganized, but generally speaking, they would have things like clustered together. Here we go. There's some black paint hiding behind the whatchamacallit. So every bucket of paint, as long as it's full, that's 10 walls you can paint with it. So that's almost half of the back wall. I left the door open. There we go. Let's just put these plaster bags straight into the trunk. Gravel as well. Okay. One of the problems is I haven't really been paying attention to where the paint is. Like, thus far, I've not been looking for paint, so it's just, every time I see it, it goes in one eye and out the other. I just scroll right past it. It has not helped me too much right yet. There's another animal feed bag. I'm actually going to take that. I'll drop it off at the farm. I'll probably sleep at the farm tonight. I know last time I said that I was going to do that. I didn't actually do it, but this time it seems a little bit more realistic. So I am starting to realize that there's certain boxes that I can't get to. I was hoping to not have to check those, but we're getting to that point where we've checked almost everything that's visible. Something I've noticed that seems to be a trend is I always notice there's more paint in the Mass Gen Fatco warehouse in Muldraw than there is in the Electromax places like this one. There's a stove back here if I actually wanted one. My kitchen will have room for one this time now that I've expanded it a little further. Alright, you know what? I am going to start moving a couple of these boxes. Open up the back wall here. I'm not quite yet ready to start actually, like, bringing boxes back with me. I mean, I can always just make my own, but if there's a billion boxes right here, then it's more becoming to actually just use those. Damn it. So what I did by opening up the back wall here, I can navigate this place a little bit more easily, and I can also access crates that I could not previously access. And I'm just going to go right down the middle with that. Basically just open up this whole row so that I can see some crates I couldn't see before. When it comes to storing crates in crates, as an organized person, I believe my ratio is 10 crates in every crate. Just one in our way here. Or no, there's 3. Oh, that's nothing but planks. Okay. Well, I'll put a military backpack in my secondary hand and fill it up. Threaten me with a good time, why don't you? Definitely gonna need more of these planks. Okay, so now the bottom crate here along the wall is full of crates. And I just do the same with the one on top. So these are all crates we have not touched yet. And none of them have paint in them because of course they don't. It's just my luck. Sacks of sand, I guess I'll take those. Well, we cut our way through this entire row of crates that we couldn't access before, and not a single one of them had paint in it. That's unfortunate. I mean, in a way, I don't usually come to this place for paint. It's just, you know, paint just happens. Like, But I guess it is always possible that I get unlucky and not have any of the paint that I really need. Like, all these boxes, I've only found a single can of black paint so far. That's like a fraction of what I would actually want. But some of these crates that I could not access before, I can now access. And I'm not seeing anything here. Unfortunate. Let's get our other military backpack out here. Ooh, elbow pads. There were elbow pads in here all along. So one of the funny things about one of my earlier streams is that I parsed through almost the entirety of this place and Electromax, at least what I could see. And I did not come away with a single pair of elbow pads. And now that I've finally dug through crates that I couldn't access without moving them, there's some elbow pads, because of course there are. So much metalworking stuff. We are going to have a field day when the time comes for metalworking, but we're not there yet. Yeah, so that was... We have one can of black paint to work with. I am actually, unironically, reconsidering making my back walls black. I might just do a different color. I mean, might as well, you know, life gives you nothing but oranges. Maybe you should make orange juice instead of lemonade. Yeah, I'm gonna empty my backpacks because they're getting full here. And I will grab some orange paint. An apt metaphor, as I don't have very much black paint, but I got tons of orange paint. Let's drop off the sacks here. Have some milk. Why am I still over encumbered? Oh, because I'm tired. So certain mood debuffs will make it so that you can carry less stuff. So 28 is usually my upper limit, but because I'm super tired, it's 20. It's actually 26. Yeah, see, we got tons of orange, but not very much of other stuff. So I'm gonna take another couple of oranges here. Yeah, we got like three more oranges. That should be enough. Okay. Oh, there's another black. Well, I'll take it, and when I get up there, I will consider my options. There's other sources of paint around here. Like, there's some paint that I did not keep track of, that I think I could go back and find if I looked hard enough. But we will cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, we are loaded up, and we are on our way out of here. I should not have left the van running that whole time. I'm a doofus. Actual, literal doofus. Oh, yeah. Still got that feed bag, so we're stopping by the farm and sleeping there tonight. Other feed bag that was over here is almost empty, like very close to being empty. So I will add this other feed bag behind it. So they should hopefully finish off that feed bag, and then there will be a sack there to use. And at some point, all the feed bags will be empty, and I can switch to just feeding them grass. Grass-fed animals are a lot easier to set it and forget it. So you can just fill like 20 containers full of grass. They'll be set for life. And you can get 20 containers full of grass relatively easily with all the grass you get from a single scythe. Still got a bed with a pillow here. Oh no, I did not want to open that door. There we go, now sleep. I always want to sit down before I sleep when I'm carrying so much. Alright. It is September 1st. We have survived for 60 days. We will survive for another lot more than 60. Let's put it that way. Did not want to do that, but whatever. Damn it, woman. Gonna hurt herself doing that one day. It's because I'm running and I'm rounding that corner a little too quickly. So it's a skill issue, it's my fault. Can't blame her for that. Yes, the loot is 100% random. I didn't see your question before, Jen. The loot is 100% random. It is basically just, there are loot tables, right? So, the Electromax loot table has a chance for containers to spawn with, like, tons of paint in them. But it doesn't, there's no consideration whatsoever for the placement of those containers, right? All the containers have the same loot tables. So it doesn't really matter where it is. It's just a random dice roll as to what's in it from a specific set of options. I would kill that zombie if I was not so overloaded. We'll clean this highway up once again after we've emptied our vans and whatnot. Turned a little too soon there. I will be very happy when I have my driveway completed and I don't have to worry about these stupid trees and bushes anymore. That is a little ways out. We gotta get the rest of the superstructure down first. Alright, we are mostly full of planks here. Let's get the paint on the ground. I don't need to put that anywhere special. And let's shed some light on the subject here. Doing good. Alright, we're doing alright. I'm gonna open the bandwidth up of the central column here. Try to get some nails. Put them over here. And you know what? I don't need to be carrying around this nightstick right now. A second hammer would be far more becoming. So I'm gonna have a pair of hammers so that when one breaks, I just keep going. I said I was going to pick up nails, and then I completely forgot about it. You can tell I've been at this for 10 hours. Ay, Dios míos. Alright. Oh, we're out of light if we go that far. Still out of light. So the construction lights only go so far. That sounds like a good excuse to move them up a little bit. That'll be our last activity for tonight. Because then we're ready to sleep again. Alright, so I'm just gonna get the rest of the planks that are in my inventory out of there by building these. Okay, that's all planks. Drop the nails over here. Gonna make a little visit to the gas station to pick up a couple things and drop off a couple things. And then we continue with the building until we're out of planks, which will be not too long from now. I need to leave behind the paint and the gravel, so just drop that straight out of the trunk onto the ground. Same with the plaster powder. Okay. You know what? Even the milk. I'm gonna leave a whole dispenser bottle of milk right here. I'll get the actual dispenser so that I have a milk dispenser and a water dispenser. One of each. It's a good way to go about it. The scissors, I'll just get rid of those for now. More or less done with those. Okay, a little bit of inventory maintenance. We are back to the gas station in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and refill the van while I'm there because it is, thanks to some of my idiocy of accidentally leaving it running, we've gone quite a long time without having to refill it, so we're doing good in that regard, relatively speaking. So what we're bringing back with us are some of these buckets of water here, so that we can turn those into buckets of plaster. 1, 2, 3 in each military backpack ought to be enough. We're gonna need more, so I might as well do 2 in that one. Not room for a third until I get rid of this other crap. Seeds into the seed bin here. And also while I'm here, I want to get my my next book to read. Carpentry 5. Library here. Oh, I packed all the carpentry books into a set here, so I can unpack that. Put 1 through 4 back in there, and then take 5 with me. Now I can fit this other bucket into my backpack. Right? Oh. Now I can. Okay. What else do I need? Nothing else. We're good. Oh, just so that I can keep track of it, we're going to start pulling around the trailer. Normally I don't like to be pulling around the trailer because it limits your vehicle's range of movement. You can't back up very easily, and you can't just spontaneously tow some other stuff while you're carrying it around. So, despite the increased storage, it is a bit of a burden for short-term activities in the local area. I usually like to bring trailers for more long-term activities. Alright, for the moment I'll leave it here, and I'll come back to it when I have the need to do some more logging. So I'm just going to sit on the ground and cook up some buckets of plaster, since I already have plaster on the ground and buckets of water in my bags. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm just going to drop those right here. Another thing of plaster here. One more. So same ratio with plaster and paint. Each bucket is 10 walls, and you got to plaster before you paint. So we've got 5 buckets of plaster. That's 50 walls. We're gonna need a little more than that, but that's all right. We've got enough. Basically, I just want to make sure that I've got the walls behind the storage area plastered and painted, because if we take a look, I see we have some new viewers joining us. Welcome. We're building a base that looks somewhat like this one. This is my screenshot of the base that I built for 42.7, and if you look at the back wall where my storage is, these towers of crates, it's kind of hard to get to the wall to paint it behind the crates. So you want to get the walls plastered and painted before you start putting the crates down. And I am kind of in a, I don't want to say a rush to get the crates put down, but sooner than later would be better, because I have tons and tons and tons and tons of loot to sort through. Now, all that being said, our next thing that we're going to do is read the next carpentry book. Because if we do that, we will explode straight to Carpentry 10. So I'm just going to take a little sit down in the van here and do a little bit of reading. Because we got Carpentry 10 right here. Or Carpentry 5, the book. Read that and fast forward for a minute. So one of the things I'll show you while we're fast forwarding here, I got a stat bar mod here, and it shows that my proteins are down below 100 now. So what I'm going to do about that is to take care of both my hunger and my proteins all at once. I have a 2 liter of milk set aside from the last time I visited the cows. I just drink that whole thing. Milk has a lot of protein, but if you only drink it whenever you're hungry, you'll be in protein decay. Like it'll fall off over time. So we're about halfway done with the book now. I'll put it down for a moment and drink this 2 liter of milk. So that filled me right back up, and that brought me back up to 140 proteins, so we're good on proteins for a bit. You want to stay in the good zone of proteins between 50 and 300. Otherwise, you don't get as much strength experience. So I was lamenting before how little experience I have in fitness. Strength is not the same problem. Strength, you get a lot more experience. Mostly because you get it from things like combat. I'm currently at 21,000 strength experience out of 150,000. So it's still a lot. Like, I'm going to be working on that for a long time. But I can see the end is in sight. It's not like fitness. Fitness, I did the math earlier. I would have to do what I've been doing for about 13 years in-game to get to level 10 fitness. So basically, fitness level 10 is not happening unless I do the whole setups every morning sort of thing, which, no, I'm not doing that. I have better things I could be doing. So it is now midnight. We have a little bit of time to burn. I'm going to power up the generator. We'll do a little bit of nighttime building. Actually, no. I'll just power up the generator and read. Do a little nighttime reading, because the more we read in this book, the more experience we get. Like, honestly, when we finish this book, we will build, like, I don't know, 20 floors, and we'll be carpentry level 10. That is the power of somebody who is a construction worker reading a very powerful book. And I actually blew past the time I was supposed to fall back to sleep. I usually like to fall back to sleep around 4 a.m. Oh, look at that. Pea soup fog. Good thing I don't have to go out and do anything in the world. Trying to fight zombies or trying to drive around a long distance in this pea soup. Ugh. Building is easy, though. And I am going to be reading for a bit before I build. Oh, I can't sit on the So they made it so that you can sit on a lot of surfaces now, but this bed doesn't appear to be one of them. Just about done with the book here. We are now done with Carpentry 5. All we gotta do is build a few floors and we are done with Carpentry forever. We'll be level 10. Military backpack in the primary hand and the secondary hand. This is, it may not look like it. This is peak Project Zomboid right here. Carrying around a military backpack on your back and in both hands, so that you can carry around 36 planks at once. This is a privilege that only people with the organized trait can exploit. But this is perfect timing because we're going to run out of planks. But we're going to be at a... we're going to be at Carpentry 10 almost guaranteed. 830 carpentry experience from building a single floor. Like I said, a few floors and we're done. This is why we read books. Books will, books are miracles. I didn't even know that this song had lyrics in it. I'm gonna move forward a little bit. I'm listening to the Stellaris soundtrack if anybody's interested. I posted a link in chat earlier. Great soundtrack, I love it. It goes really well with the slow side of Zomboid, which is, you know, we're building. This is the slower side right here. Carpentry level 10. Like I said, we built a few floors, and we're done. Alright, we have increased the bandwidth of the entry portal. We are now building walls. So these are the back walls behind which, behind these walls are what will be behind our storage containers. Okay, we need to get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We need 16 more planks. We don't have 16 more planks, but now we have a target. We'll just need to saw a couple of logs off the ground. The good thing about building a base right next to a forest like this, a very small forest, but a forest nonetheless, is that there are logs just right on the ground. We don't even have to cut the trees. Like this little sprite right here, this is a log. Right click on that, pick it up, there's 3 more planks. There's another 3 more planks. And we're up to 9. I'm gonna get a little bit more than I need. I love this track. And then came light. There were no more planks on the ground here, so we did a good call by picking up a couple extra logs. All we gotta do is sit down and saw some logs. And we are actually gonna run out of nails, so let me get rid of the logs in my immediate inventory. We need to get more nails. Another box of 100 coming right up. need 6 more from this. Alright, we've got our back wall. So, all we need to do now, well, what we do next is we, get a bucket of plaster. 2 buckets of plaster, because we're gonna need it. I need a plastering trowel. I don't think I have a plastering trowel. It's like getting a bunch of paint without having a paintbrush. A bit of a doofus move on my part, all things considered. I know I have a paintbrush somewhere, but I don't actually think I have a plastering trowel. Can I make... I can make a trowel by carving it, but what do I get from this? What can I do with this wooden trowel? If I just pick up this tree branch right here, off of the ground, carve it into a wooden trowel, does that mean I can paint? No. Can I plaster? That's what I care about most. So I know I have a paintbrush somewhere in my loot stash. It's plaster that I'm worried about right now. Let's put one in the backpack and one in the offhand. And right-click on this. Can we plaster it? It will not let us plaster it. So, trowel in this context means that this is... It's a mason's trowel. Okay. So it's probably a little hard to see on the text here, but this is the item report is base.masonstrowel_wood. So even though it just says wooden trowel, that doesn't mean we can use it for plastering. It's not a plastering trowel. Whatever. So that means we need to go actually find a plastering trowel somewhere. At least the fog is lifting so we can navigate a little better. Damn it, I'm done with this fucking tree. I am done with this particular tree. I am getting out the problem with it is that I never see it because it's behind a bigger tree. Those are the hardest to keep track of. I'm gonna cut this stupid tree now. Alright. That's all the small trees that were in my way. Caused the front of my ambulance to get damaged. I knew it was coming, it's just... It doesn't make me any less mad. Let's get rid of these stupid bushes, too. A couple seconds to make our lives easier in the future. Alright, if I was a plastering trowel, where would I be? I would be in... Yeah, I know, right? I would be in a basement, most likely. In residential areas, your best bet to find little tools like that would be in somebody's basement. There are 3 basements in this area. I can't remember what kind of basements they are. Because I've been, I've been set up in this place many times. This is a workout basement. Not gonna have anything in there. Not what I'm looking for. This would have been my washer and dryer, but I already found another one elsewhere. They look prettier. And this is a Maxwell basement, I like to call this. You can be the guy from the THX logo. Is it live? No, it's not live. There are no speakers on this planet that are good enough to sound like live music. Anybody who tells you otherwise is probably grifting, or they don't have very good ears. I've been to live music only a few times in my life. I don't go to a lot of concerts or events like that. But I know what it sounds like. I'll never forget that sound. There's no speakers that will reproduce that. So I'm gonna stop looking randomly for trowels. Just gonna go back to Electromax. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'll never have a big building project in Riverside without going back and forth between the Electromax warehouse a few times. In this particular instance, get out of my road. might take a quick break from building, actually, and kill some zombies. The Electromax warehouse is secure, but there is going to be a huge crowd of them to the north. And they're blocking the other Electromax vans. Like, there's a parking lot of like 20 vans, and it's just going to be full of zombies. And I don't like that. This is my town. Zombies can go fly a kite in another town. They don't get to exist in my town. So we've got a bunch of axes. We're gonna use them. Got an axe in my hand. Get some axe on my back here. And 2 spares. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break from building and kill some zombies. Spice things up a bit. Hey. Oh, I only just realized that this is probably gonna turn the game music back on. Yeah, we don't need to hear 2 different music tracks playing. In fact, what I'm gonna do, turn the game music off, I'm gonna pause the Stellaris music. I'm gonna use my own mix. I like this mix so much, I'm gonna keep using it. A little bit, I can use the siren. I think we're using the siren. They're gonna come to us. We're not going to them. That they like to spawn in those woods. Maintenance level 10. Maintenance and carpentry to 10. We're eating good, boys. We're eating good. Steadily, a lot of slow from the north. Alright, checking north. my parking lot. I don't care how many of you I have to kill to take it back. Still getting it from every angle. Too fast from the north. Okay, let's deal with the fast ones first. Slow to the south. He's slow, but he's close. I'm exerted, backing up. Okay, we're good, we're good. We're exerted, we're good. Staging another axe. Last thing I want is to lose my van. Shit! I missed the door. Fucking shaky hands. Alright, let's lure these guys away from my van. Okay, they're lured away from my van. Second chance to get in. Alright, we're in, we're out of here. And not out of here, we're just backing up for a little bit in the van to regain our stamina. I'm also gonna hold on to this mace, because yeah, if I'm gonna be fighting this many of them, I need to do what I'm good at, which is short foot. Alright, we are out of water too, so I'm gonna have a drink of milk. Pulling out the mace. They're forcing me to use 5% of my true power. Hands are still shaking. See, this guy to the north, because I turned the siren off, he's not fixated on us anymore. That's one of the reasons the siren is so beneficial, because it turns their movement patterns more predictable, because they're all going to be fixated directly on the ambulance. Oh, he's not dead. Oh no, he's dead, he's dead. I'm getting surrounded and I don't like it. But they're all slow. I'm good. See, a short blunt at level 7 with a mace. This is worth all the work that I made to get these maces. Sometimes like up to half of my previous streams was spent working up to getting these maces. And this is why. Because I can do this. Try to do this in Apocalypse, most of the time you're going to have a very bad time. But we're doing good, we're doing good. Taking back our parking lot. mission again. We're still combat effective, but I'm not going to fight exerted. Let's take a little seat in the van, get a breather. Breather in real life, too. Jeez Louise. That was intense. A little bit more of them came at me than I was expecting, and I chose to stand my ground, so... Alright, we can go back to Axes. That was, that's my custom mix right there, my custom soundtrack. Just took the 3 different tracks and I meshed them together in a bit of a seamless way so that we're not, you know, spending the next 20 minutes listening to the same track over and over again. Spice it up a little bit. I'm gonna add more than just those 3 to the mix eventually. I like to have some really long ones. How many corpses we got here? That's a lot of corpses. And we're still not done. But they are now dispersed enough that we don't have to worry about using short blunts instead of axes, because we're good. We're good. I will cut the siren back on, actually. See if we can't pull them, continue to pull them out of that parking lot. See, the problem with the parking lot is we're getting... It's not just the parking lot. We're getting the gas station crowd. The zombie spawns are always really high around gas stations. And there's a gas station across the street. So anytime I want to clear this parking lot, yeah, it's always a mess. I'm even getting it from the other side now. Am I surrounded again? I'm surrounded again. Damn it. I don't like being surrounded so much. It might seem fun, but it's honestly not. I like to have a clean angle of approach. Okay, I think we're done with the siren for now. Let's cut the engine and clean up this the leftovers. To 10 hours and 45 minutes. So I actually do have another hour left in the stream before I have to cut myself off because of YouTube. But I will, that should give me enough time to finish getting a storage system set up. So that gives me some time to warm up my next stream. When I start, I'll probably spend the early part of my next stream sorting loot. And then once we actually have the loot sorted, we can do some much more interesting stuff. Well, we can do much more interesting stuff. Will we? That's a question mark. What I'll probably end up doing is mechanics, because now that I've cleared this parking lot, there are like 50 vans over there, and dismantling them and putting the good parts together is actually a fantastic way to level your mechanics. So that is probably what I'll be doing a lot of next stream, is working on mechanics. I got all 5 of the books, so that's not really a problem. Oh, yeah? Ambulances are honestly amazing vehicles for zombie apocalypses because they're designed to be the kind of thing that can power through obstacles if they need to. Because, you know, somebody's life is on the line and you got to go as fast as humanly possible. They're designed to be able to survive, you know, mountain curbs and going off road briefly and stuff like that. So they are really, really good for end of the world scenarios. So we had some zombies bust through this door. That makes me somewhat confident that anybody inside will be done. But let's take a quick peek. Yeah, there's never too much stuff inside the actual factory side of Electromax. Yeah, so just a straggler over here. She had a key to the factory. Which door is that? Okay, I know which door it is now. Which side, though? Inside or outside? That's outside. I think there was only one person out here. Because I remember driving past this guy. So down to the south, that's the place where we've been to many times. That's the warehouse. But now we've cleared out the other side of the campus here. The loot that's in the boxes over here is mostly, almost entirely steel. So we've got, you know, just a couple handles, but hacksaw blades, but steel ingots. Those are amazing for once we have all of our metalworking facilities put together. We'll be coming back for these most certainly because steel ingots are amazing. Right now, I just want to pick up one of these crates and take it outside to that mega pile of corpses and do a little bit of a little bit of tailoring from those corpse piles. Yeah, see all these crates here? Nothing but steel ingots and hacksaw blades and stuff. Also, inside this place is another dispenser, which is something I want. It's a cute shirt. Might come back for that. Here's the dispenser. I hear some mouth breathing. Right side. Other side of this door? Oh no, upstairs? Oh no, out right here. On the other side of that door. Couldn't see her because of the wall. See, I would have thought that she would have gone outside because of all the noise, but she must not have very good ears. There's my water refilled. And I'll just use the rest of this water up, washing myself up a little bit. Got a lot of blood on me after killing all them zombies. Alright, we take the bottle. And we take the dispenser, and now we have a milk dispenser once we bring this back to base. There's a second floor to this place, but there's not really anything at all. It's all just like an office loot table. And we are out of this place. Good work done here. So, my privilege being carpentry level 10. Any bed in this game, I can now pick it up with 0 chance of breaking it. So, I'm no longer tethered to those medical beds. They served me very well. And I may even continue to use them for other field operations just because they are, they're lighter than other beds. Each piece is only 30 encumbrance, so I can fit an entire medical bed in my backpack, which is silly when you think about it, but it actually works somehow. that was all the electronics. Let's cut up these belts. There's 4 of them in this file. I should have done this right off the bat. I should have put a mask on before I even got started over there, because we're already getting a little bit of sickness. Let's get that dust mask on. This will let us get a little less sick. Alright, so we put this crate down just smack dab in the middle of all these corpses, and there's our crafting surface. Do a little, oh, what did I do with my... I need my scissors. There's my scissors. Skirts, trousers, and shirts. Bunch of tailoring experience. For anybody joining us, we just killed a massive pile of zombies, and now we are using the crafting menu to get some tailoring experience from their corpses. All we got to do that is have a crafting surface, which is this crate right here. That's all of the tailoring I can get from here, I believe. Back up Knox Distillery cap, that's neat. So from that, we were able to tailor 14 denim shorts, down to 5 mini skirts, and a couple of shirts. Pretty productive. We got a lot of tailoring experience from that. We even came away with a couple bundles of denim, and I think one of rags as well. More tailoring for the tailoring god, as it were. There are other piles that I created when I was killing zombies, but none of them are anywhere near as big as this one, so I don't think I'm going to worry too much about the tailoring opportunities over there. Especially since we are about to run out of daylight. Alright, that is a very successful loot and scoot, I guess you could call it. I will do one parse through this corpse pile, and then I'll go sleep up at the farm. While I'm at the farm, I'll actually grab a bed, because I can pick beds up now. I will need a bed here, because eventually I will want to come back here and work on my mechanics, and that will require me to sleep out here a few times, so bringing a bed out here will be an investment in my future. All I'm leaving on the ground now is stuff like jewelry and any cosmetics that jump out at me as something as I might want for the collection in the future. It's like that crop top looks like it might be a pretty blue, but I have no way of knowing until I like come back for it later and actually look at it. Green camo military shorts, but I already have tons of those. Leather coat. Chewing tobacco. That is actually a crafting material. Helps you make stuff for Lost my train of thought. Person on that ID card had same name as my ex-girlfriend. Ooh, that's a pretty formal shirt. And another black tie. Couple pairs of jeans that we could not deconstruct because they were the incorrect type. Okay, so all this crap on the floor, it'll still be here when we come back later. It won't despawn along with the corpses. So now we go back to the farm, we sleep, and then when we wake up, we will take a couple of the beds from the farm. In fact, I'm going to take all the beds from the farm, now that I can, and I won't break them if I take them. I'm going to take all the beds, and I'm going to move one to the, whatchamacallit, to the parking lot there, so that I can sleep while I'm working on my mechanics. And then I'll hold on to another one for a different location. Last time I'll have to go up here. I'll be able to put these beds in a much more convenient location. Alrighty. So if I were to try to do this without level 10 carpentry, very, very serious chance that the bed would just frickin' break. There's no getting around the fact that beds in this game are very fragile. So let's see. At most, with all of my backpacks open, I could carry the parts to one and a half beds. I don't have enough room for multiple right now. Especially considering that silly dispenser. I forgot to put that in my trunk. Let's get the crafting materials out of here. Put those all in this duffel here. Yeah, the cosmetics and crafting materials can all go in here. Now I can carry I can carry all 4 beds at once now. Or all 4 bed parts, so 2 beds at once. One into that backpack, one into that backpack, one into that backpack, and then finally one in my regular inventory. So I'm carrying lots of bed right now. One of the beds I'm just going to move just right down to this shed here, so that if I ever need to sleep over at the farm in the animal area, I have a more convenient place to do it. I don't have to go all the way back to the, whatchamacallit. So I just put a second part of the bed there, and put one right here. Toss a pillow on it, and there we got a comfortable sleeping place, much more readily accessible. Now for the other bed, we're going to put it in the parking lot, or not the parking lot, but we'll just toss it in the warehouse for now, and then when we're done there, we'll move it up to the parking lot. with tobacco. I missed your question earlier. With tobacco, you craft mildew cures for your when your crops get mildew. That is a new thing for build 42. I think mildew has been around for a while, but using chewing tobacco as to craft a cure for it, I think that might be new. I'm not 100% sure actually. Okay, so I've already gone too far. We want to put the bed right in here, so that we have a convenient place to sleep while we're cleaning up this warehouse. Just drop it right here in the corner. So, in order to clean up the warehouse, I could just make that my next task, because it will benefit my construction project immensely. And I also, if I want to search for a plastering trowel, which is my initial impetus for coming down here in the first place, if I want to do that, I'm going to have to pull this place apart anyway. So, in order to illuminate the place without wasting any more of my flashlight battery, we're going to go grab a couple logs so that we can light up the campfires that I put inside the place already. When I was here earlier, I put a few campfires in the warehouse so that I can illuminate it. In the past, I would actually bring an entire generator down here. That's a little overkill at this point, because all of the generators that I currently possess are tasked for something. So, retasking one just would feel like going too far out of my way. So there's 2 logs. I'm gonna get 2 more and use this for wood for the campfires. Surprisingly, not very many logs on the ground once you get into the woods here. That said, I may also have picked up several of them already. Yeah, see, there's a log out in the middle of the field here, but not in the woods. It's whatever. We've gotten 4 now. That should be enough for the not-too-distant future. So I'm not even going to bother lighting up the campfires because it's already close to being nighttime. Or, I mean, you can tell I've been at this for a little while. I don't mean close to being nighttime. What I mean is close to being bedtime. Second bedtime. You know that scene from The Lord of the Rings where he's, what about breakfast? You've already had it. We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast? That's how I feel about sleeping in this game when you're a restless sleeper. What about sleep? You've already had it. We've had one, yes. What about second sleep? Because all we do is wake up in the middle of the night. Alright, 4 a.m. I sleep. Speaking of sleep, we are now past the 11-hour mark, so I've got less than an hour left in this stream. So we're probably going to spend most of the rest of that doing some organizing here. Light these fires up. Some spare wood right there. And then we'll use the last 2 logs to actually light the fires themselves. Should have some... We need tinder. Forgot to grab tinder. How about, not the dating website, the actual thing that you're supposed to light fires with. Looking for some wood splinters. Have a tendency to find those in these boxes sometimes. come on, the one time I need them, I don't see any. That's just my luck right there. You know what? There's probably tinder in the trash here. Yeah, we got some paperwork here. And if I didn't already have a pair of stockings, I would not do this, but we'll use the stockings. Definitely not using those long johns. I'm holding on to those. Fix those someday. You're telling me I can't use a pair of stockings as tinder? That's actually sad. Whatever. We got one of the fires lit. Realistically speaking, a small handle is really small. You could use that as tinder. Ah, wood splinters, finally. Okay. Now we can get the second one lit. We can see what we're doing in here. If it doesn't look very bright, that's because I haven't added the wood yet. I gotta add some logs. Have I already added? Yes, I've already added a log to that one. Just gotta add a log to this one now, because this one's actually... That's more like it. Now we can see. I don't know why this one feels like it's not illuminated very well. Toss a tree branch on it. I don't know. The one on the left feels a hell of a lot brighter than the one on the right, despite the one on the right having more fuel. Alright, so what we are doing now is we're on the lookout for a plastering trowel. That was our impetus for coming here. But in order to find one, I'm just going to start pulling the place apart. What I do to do that is I just empty the contents of the crates onto the ground and sort through the mess on the floor afterwards. Much easier to do that. An old stove. I'm gonna need to put that back into a crate here, because the old stove is a little too big. I can't even put it in my inventory, it's so big. I'm gonna drop some of my stuff so that I can carry, if you drop some of your stuff, you can carry a total of 5 crates at once, as opposed to I've been stuck with only being able to carry 4. Much easier to carry 5. So by filling these crates next to the door up, I'm making it easier to transport actual crates themselves when the time comes to put together all of my loot storage for the base itself. Turn the game's music back on, I suppose. Or actually, that was about a little more Stellaris soundtrack. Yeah, this goes a little bit better with the slow chill of organizing stuff. For anybody joining us, we're just organizing. That's all we're doing right now. And when I say organizing, I mean we're dumping stuff that's in these crates onto the floor, and then getting the crates out of the way so that we can more easily navigate this place. Figure out what we actually have access to here and what we need to go find. I'm not going to bother moving the crates that are flush with the wall back here, but I will empty the contents so that I know what's in them. This right here, this is why we do this, because all we need to do now, if we want to see what's in all these crates, we look at the floor, and here it all is, just at a glance. So I don't have to dig through the crates to find anything anymore. If it's there, I'll see it on the floor. Fire's starting to go down a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and add a log to each of them. One more crate, and that will be a 15, or sorry, 30. Yeah, 10 in each crate, so a crate of crates, as it were. There we go. Let's get a log into these fires. Much brighter. Use the crates on this wall back here. Alright, now this whole crate row is done. I've never heard this track before. No. It's a new one for me. Here I thought I'd heard all there was to hear in Stellaris. It's one of the that's a game I've played a lot of, but I haven't crossed the 1,000 hour threshold on it yet, not like this game. Ah, plastering trowel. Finally found one. So, gotta put that in my backpack. There's a possibility I've actually scrolled past a couple by now, but that is the first one that has stood out to me. So, part one of our mission here is complete. But now that we've gotten started cleaning this place up, we're gonna finish it before we head out of here. I've got about 30 minutes left in the stream before YouTube cuts me. That is actually a perfect amount of time to finish with this place and get a little bit more progress done on the building the base there. We'll have the crates down, the crates, all the storage crates for our base storage. We'll have that down by the end of the stream for guaranteed. That is my goal now, and I will strive to meet it. I don't always meet all my goals, but a little bit. couple of units of wallpaper there. That's another thing new for build 42, but I don't find the wallpaper particularly impressive in its appearance. You know, it's a little bit more novel than just solid paint, but not that pretty. I don't know. There's nothing particularly interesting about the patterns. Not like the wallpaper you can find in The Sims these days. There's all kinds of wacky wallpaper patterns you can find in there. It might not seem like it, but I'm the kind of guy who will, I'll put away 12 hours on The Sims without even noticing it. There's, no combat in that game, but you can still go nuts with it. Scratches the same kind of itches as this game. I just can't stop what I'm doing and have fun killing zombies for a little while in that game. Alright, I'm gonna put a few crates next to this door next, because this door, I can drive up next to it if I want. Ooh, I see black floral wallpaper. So I just talked some shit about wallpaper not looking too pretty, but black floral is actually kind of cool. Open the door, you can see it a little better here. So it's not like a full solid black, but it does match the black of the black painted walls. So I can do something with that. I don't know why I'm not leaving this door open for natural light. There's no reason not to. Let's see what I'm doing just a little bit better that way. For anyone joining, we're cleaning up the Electromax warehouse to the, this is like to the east, or sorry, to the west of the main town center of Riverside. There's a lot of building materials in here. We came here specifically for a plastering trowel, but in order to find it, we had to rip this place apart, so we're gonna finish ripping it apart before we move on. Strategy to rip it apart is to get all of the boxes emptied under the floor, and then you can sift through the loot that's on the floor as you need. You can pick up and carry these boxes 5 at a time, so once I'm finished emptying the crap onto the floor, it doesn't take too awful long. We've made good progress cleaning this place up. We should definitely be done by the end of the day in game today. Start another box of crates over here. Finish this one off. Yeah. 2 more crates, that's 10. Oh, I'm out of milk. Let's stop by the van and get a little bit more milk here. Paintbrush, I need to hold on to that. I don't immediately need it, but I will relatively soon. What does beige stripe wallpaper look like? Let's put it down next to this other pack. Can't remember if I've ever used this before. Huh. It doesn't look particularly compelling. But at least I know it's a thing now. I know my options. Knowing your options is half the battle. There's those elbow pads. If I had torn this place up earlier, I would have noticed those, but so far I have not taken... I have not... find some wood to knock on. I have not taken any damage to my character. A single time in this entire run. I am flawless right now. My skin has not been broken. Not by... So, when it comes to that, no zombies have touched me, obviously, but also no, no trees, no bushes. No holes torn in any of my clothing yet. It's only a matter of time, to be honest. I've passed through plenty of bushes, so all that really means is I've gotten lucky. It is eventually guaranteed to happen. Murphy's Law and all that. What can happen will happen. Right as the fires are starting to die down a little bit, we've mostly finished this part of the base, or this part of the warehouse that requires the fires to be illuminated so that we can see where we're going. Yeah, we've made good progress. Okay, you know what? Since there's enough crates now out of the way, I can actually start thinking about taking crates back with me. So some of these crates I pick up, I'll just toss right into my backpacks. I think you can do 4 to a backpack? Yes, because 4 is a stack of 30 encumbrance, and you can fit 36 into a backpack. See if I can fill up the ambulance with this. Okay, the ambulance is now full. Doesn't have a lot of storage, and nor will it until I get my welding leveled up. Welding and mechanics, both of those are contributory to being able to repair trunk storage. here are the last crates to grab. Ladies and gentlemen, we have mission complete. Very good, very good. Everything that was in a crate is now on the floor. So when we need to come back here and find something, very easy. All we gotta do is look on the floor, and we'll probably see it. Go ahead and snuff these fires, because I'm done here for today. The space I have remaining in my bags I'll dedicate to, still found some planks on the floor here. Can't hurt to have a few more of those. All three of the backpacks are full. Regular inventory is about to be full. We never did find any more black paints, but that's alright. We'll live. Just gonna button up the doors here, and then we're out of here. Almost forgot my equipment. 9 back into the holster. Alright, mission very success. And we're up to 11 hours and 35 minutes, so I can spend the remaining, I don't know, maybe 10 or so minutes of this stream starting to get my, my loot storage system established. We're not going to get the entire loot storage system because it's going to require more crates than we have, but that's fine. Just getting started is more than enough for me for now. And I picked a good time to clear out the, that was stupid. Picked a good time to clear out that parking lot full of zombies, because that is, taking apart the vans in that parking lot will be high level mechanics, and as you can see, my ambulance has seen better days. I need to get my mechanics leveled up so I can get this, this beautiful girl fixed up here. She has taken a lot of abuse. She does not need to get smashed by things anymore. She's got to get a new hood, new doors, new windshield. The trunk will be a little ways out because I got to get my welding leveled up before I can handle that. Alright, here we are. Home sweet home. Gonna go ahead and drop these bags full of crates. I'll just leave them here. This is just temporary because it's in my inventory. I ain't got nowhere else to put it. You can't just drop them without placing them. Alright, so now we plaster these back walls and then paint them so that we don't have to think about them again. And we're going to do orange. Two cans of orange paint ought to be enough. And we've already got a couple buckets of plaster. Made those earlier. Now I just need the plastering trowel that I picked up. Stick that in my main hand here. And paintbrush ready for after we plaster. The plastering begins. Alright, we use one bucket and then portions of another. I do need to do the corner. I don't know what I was thinking about not getting the corner yet. It's a good thing I got some spare planks here. In fact, I think I have exactly the correct number of planks. And honestly, I probably could get away with doing the corner from the outside, but now I don't have to. So make it easier for us. Grab that bucket again. There we go, now we do painting. And then we can finally put down the storage crates because we don't ever have to worry about accessing the walls behind them again. Dunzo. Beautiful. Leftover paint right next to that plaster. We'll leave the trowel and the paintbrush right here so I know where to find them. And that paint bucket is now just an empty bucket. Now, the fun part. Placing the crates at long last. Establishing our much beloved storage system. Ah, victory. Feels good. So I'm actually going to stop stacking them 3 high, because width is more important than depth at the moment. $11 hours, 41 minutes. Pretty much right on time. So generally speaking, whenever I end a stream, I like to end it in such a way that I'm ready to start the next task when I start my next stream. So, next task is going to be actually loading these boxes full of loot. So we're on great track in that regard. I just got to sleep, and then wake up, and then sleep again, and then I will be ready for the next day. Lots more crates to get, but we've got the baseline established. Let's grab this water dispenser and toss it on the ground next to the other one. So on the right side of the door, we've got water. On the left side of the door, now we have milk. We got a milk dispenser. Just put this dispenser bottle full of milk on it. Alright, and since I don't have a lot of time left, I will pass the rest of today's day in game here by reading the the metalworking book, which I'll need soon because it won't be too much longer till we have a forge. The forge will be in the workshop area on this side of the base, where currently full of water, but we'll get that fixed pretty soon here. So, starting to read metalworking until 2200, and then I sleep. Wake up, read a little bit more, and then go to sleep, and that begins our cutoff point for the next stream. Good stuff. Good stuff. Running out of daylight before 2230 hours now, so the days are getting shorter as we get closer to winter. It is now September 4th, 1993. Honestly, I feel good about the illumination system. My previous base design here, the construction lights were so close together that they were all overlapping. But now I have a pretty good scale to work with so that I can have a construction light in the four corners of the base, the four quadrants. So, I am liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Oh, we're going to finish this book before the, yeah, we're going to finish this book before it's time to sleep again. That's fine. It's great to have metalworking finished because now I'll just swap my library here. In fact, I'm actually going to drive the, this is the library van right here. I'm just going to drive the library van back with me. So I'm now officially spending more time up there than I am down here. Which is a lovely milestone, all things considered. I'm happy about it. Toss that trash bag there. Metalworking, butchering is, I guess, the next book I'll read. Because I do need to butcher some animals to get leather for the forge. Building a forge will probably be a goal for next stream. I've got most of the materials for it. I will need to kill one of my cows to get a large piece of leather. The large piece of leather I'll cut in half to 2 medium leather strips, or medium leather sections. And each one of those will become a bellows, one for the furnace, one for the forge. So we now have the blue van, that's our library van. Our library is now accessible here in the new base. I don't want to park it, maybe just over here, I guess. All these trees will be gone eventually, so that's not a concern. And I am now going to read, I got butchering already, so we're good. What do I do with my other backpack? I left it up here. I want to keep track of those. Backpacks are important. For anybody just joining, I regret to inform you the stream is about to end. We are at, not necessarily even by my choice, but we're at 11 hours, 46 minutes, so we don't have a lot of time left. YouTube cuts us off just before the 12-hour mark. So we shall read a book here, fast forward until we sleep. And the rest of my milk is actually over in the ambulance. I need to go back and get that tomorrow. Alright. You know, folks, I say we've accomplished a lot this stream. I think we've got a lot of good things done, and next stream we've got a lot more good things to do. One last thing that I always do, that I would like to spread awareness of, because it's always a very important aspect of playing Project Zomboid, especially in the unstable builds. When you exit the game after a play session, regardless of how long it is, you know, I like to do 12-hour sessions, but for you guys, even if you just do a couple of hours, back up your saves after each session. I'll show you how. It's really easy. And these folders here at the bottom, the one in the middle here is my saves folder, user data /zomboid /saves /apocalypse. I just copy the whole folder into a backup folder here. This is the 4th time I've backed up my save, so I make a folder called 4 and copy that whole folder. So my save files are approximately about a gigabyte across 500,000 files, because we've explored the entire map and every single map cell is its own binary dump. So these save files get massive. I'm not going to make you guys sit here and watch this whole thing. So